saying?
Man, this might be something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal.
Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. I'm on fire, I'm a legend in the making. Hard work, 2 words, deadly combination. It's in my blood, I was born with motivation. Better watch out, cause you mess around with greatness. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Something that you won't forget. Welcome to the main event. You ain't seen nothing yet. Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
I can feel the earth shake, chaos around me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12 gauge kickback, I'm about to get that. No one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. City on blaze when I'm in the mix. Everybody tryna stop me, but I'm too legit. Showing up with a brand new bag of tricks. I'm at the top, y'all know me, y'all never slip. New grip on life, I live it right. Getting everything I said in my sight, I shine bright. Nobody understand what it took for me to lead. I woke up feeling like I reached a new speed. Clock ticking, I strive with no limits. Making waves without a blemish on my image. The people listen when I speak another sentence. I'm on go while you trying to replenish. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart and soul. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on the show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. I'll take the win, the glory, all mine. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. The world will know I'm do or die. I want it all. I've got this fire burning inside. I want it all. Only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this. I crawled for this. I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. When it's all you got and it's all you want, you don't back down, you don't ever stop. You climb to the top, let the whole world know just how far you go. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. I fought for this, I crawled for this, I died for this. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it. Yeah, yeah. I'm coming for it.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Powerful. Powerful. Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. I could rise. Had to break to feel alive. I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm alive. Powerful.
It's all in my tongue. I'ma give it my best. So don't overthink it. Enough is enough. The moment is now, yeah. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up. I carry the fire. I'm bringing the heat. It's my only desire. Yeah, you know what I mean. To the top of the mountain. We're ready to go. There's no doubt about it. We're taking control. Gotta keep up. Gotta keep up.
Work hard, work hard, work hard, work hard. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. You better D up before you get smoked. I'm taking the ball, I have for the go. I've been in my bag, you been in the trash, just move to the back. 'Cause I'm on the move, come through like a truck. I'm packing the barrel, you front of the back. Yeah, I can taste victory. Yeah, we about to make history. Just give me the ball, I won't let it fall. We about to light it up from the window to the wall. This the culmination of all my hard work. Them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick. Tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scan the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. Sound like broken records against me, let them records spin. Yeah, I gotta give it 100%, nobody go harder than me. Do it on purpose, I got the people depending on me. Mama mentality, got my game face on. Every time I step up on this court, you know that we won.
looking for something amazing. That's why I put in the work, that's why I grind on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up, won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now, they hear me now. Let them know nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness, I was made for more. I got my focus sure, heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now, there ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud, they try to hold me back, but I won't lie down. This is something they can't deny, the truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Hey, hey. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Hey, hey. Nothing can hold me back.
Man, this might be something lethal. Like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really see the flames. Feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal.
Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the blood, shit, it get your blood pumping. Okay, you better take a seat. Don't step inside the kitchen if you cannot take the heat. It's looking like a feast, guaranteed to flame the streets. It's the jungle outside, tell me who can tame the beast.
Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane.
Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, this might be something lethal. Something lethal.
Welcome to the valley, it'll eat you alive. It'll hit you out of nowhere like a thief in the night. Ain't no way you can hide it, came seeking a fight. Push the pedal to the metal, better keep up the stride.
Keep up the pace. This is a rage, we gon' light up this place. Please make some space or move out the way. Come in with pressure, get smacked in the face.
Something lethal, like a beast that can't be tamed. This the kind of rage you can't contain. Yeah, this might be something lethal. You can really feel the flames, feeling like it's borderline insane. Man, this might be something lethal. Something lethal. Yeah, 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 this might be something lethal.
Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. Through the fire and the rain, I was born to rise above. Kept on pushing through the pain till I made it out the mud. Now the dam's about to break, so get ready for the flood. Can you feel the rush? The beast is waking up. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go. I'm on fire, I'm a legend in the making. Hard work, 2 words, deadly combination. It's in my blood, I was born with motivation. Better watch out, cause you mess around with greatness. Welcome to the main event. We spent the whole night waiting for the best of the best. Welcome to the main event. You got the whole world watching. Will you rise to the test? Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Something that you won't forget. Welcome to the main event. You ain't seen nothing yet. Let's go. Welcome to the main event. 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 Let's go.
I can feel the earth shake, chaos around me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no you won't see fear. Nothing but fire and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do can rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now. There's no need for discussion. Once you see what I'm about, all of that talking stops now. Let's do this for real. Let's go. Right now. Battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way.
Hunter in the dark. Master of 9 shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. Lock in with LoL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes. And unlock new designs inspired by Arcane. Only on the browser for legends. Download Opera GX.
Get summer ready at Verizon. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Yep, iPhone 16 Pro on us. Only with Verizon.
I'm not afraid of the challenge. The challenge should fear me. I'm not afraid of the battle. The battle should fear me. The only time is now. Jump into the unknown. I won't give up till victory is mine. I'm coming for it. I'm coming for it.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows. This is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be.
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make 'em turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
Massive kill coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI.
Welcome to MSI indeed. Today, the best in the West, FlyQuest, take on BLG. BLG with a bit of a chip on their shoulder, coming in a second seed and also losing to T1, as where FlyQuest handily set aside G2 Esports from Europe and should be riding on that momentum coming in today, especially knowing that a lot of the crowd will be in their favor. Hello, everyone. My name is Shax, and I'm joined here by Raz and by Azael. And look, I am 5'8".
Whoa! This
Raz is
like,
5'7".
That is just insane.
And Azael's 6'4".
I think it checks out.
That does not check out at all.
That checks out.
Absolutely does.
Yeah. Raz is wearing high heels, by the way, and Shox is flat-footed.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
the Louboutins look great. Yeah, Louboutins look great on
This
you,
is
but it's not
disgusting.
going to
We're already
help.
starting off lies and slander.
Lies, but no lies in our bracket.
No lies
I don't think
detected.
so, at least. So,
You heard from my lawyers.
Yesterday, of course, we saw anyone's legend being victorious and living to fight another day. They will, in fact, be playing the winner of today's match between BLG and FlyQuest, Azael.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I do think this is a great opportunity for FlyQuest. They are the longest standing T1 roster. They have been building towards an opportunity like this where they can prove that they can not only compete, but take down an LPL or LCK team.
And let me ask you both then. I think for FlyQuest, there has already been success. There was success at Worlds last year, even though they couldn't quite go that extra mile. Here, they get a huge sovereign victory over G2, but there's that little voice that says, we will not take you seriously until you take down LPL or LCK in a best-of series.
It's been a very long time since North America has taken down a LPL team. It was like 2019 MSI. My palms are extremely sweaty because we're going up against like the MSI finalists, World's finalists. My heart, yes.
Yeah.
Palms are sweaty.
Knees
it's
are
all
weak.
awful here.
Also, not that long of legs to support those.
I'm 5'11.5", by the way. That's just a fact.
But Azael, what do you think? Is it because I think they've already done amazing things, right? But there'll always be that question: can you do it?
I think from the community POV, they've already played well. I think from the players' point of view, the job is not done. They need to get more, and they need to be able to show that they can take down an LPL team.
And it all starts in the top lane as well. There we have Bin versus Bwipo in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Two top lane giants clash in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. Bin and Bwipo. These two top lane legends have a combined 7 regional titles and 15 international appearances. They have played a combined 223 international games. Bin and Bwipo have been in 4 international tournaments together, yet today is the first ever matchup between the two.
Zion has to try to escape this Cassiopeia. Decimating smash right in turret range. Bwipo with the solo bolo on cap. Only additional item pass to start already. He got one, the refillable potion, but now he has to flash away. Base one's ready to follow. Bin's got the follow-up. The Terminate even dead yet. Double kill over to BLG.
A legendary matchup years in the making. After today, one will move on, the other will go home.
I can't believe they've never played versus each other. What?
Like the Epic Fnatic era was like in 2018.
Yeah.
The only time they would have been able to like bypass each other was when he was playing jungle. It just never really worked out for them.
It is crazy. And when you actually ask Bwipo who is the hardest person he ever laned against in scrims, he says Bin. You know, so Bin at his peak, you know, this is someone that he wants to measure himself against, and he's gonna have the opportunity to show that he can match up.
Yes, measuring all kinds of things today.
Well, I don't know about that part of measuring.
I want to talk about a couple of X factors we may see, and I feel like for FlyQuest after that G2 performance, Azale, Buzio is someone we should keep our eyes on.
Absolutely. I want to talk about Buzio. We're going to run through a really fast-forwarded clip of him on a Karma. He gets no kills, no assists, doesn't fight, but look at how much impact he's getting done. At the event, he is the lowest bot lane proximity of any support. So he's top lane, he's covering Masu. He gets the push out. He doesn't base, Masu does. He runs immediately to mid lane, helps him push out there, spots the enemy jungler and the support, gets some vision, covers Masu as he's down in the bot lane. Then he's back to base, again, out on the map, spotting the enemy jungler on the blue buff, helping to push out mid lane, back up towards the top side, spots the jungler, spots the support once again, and now he's covering Bwipo on a bounce wave. Then he's again back towards mid lane, pushing that out, getting deep vision. He is everywhere in these games, even on a champion like Karma, where you don't see that big impactful play, that crazy engage. He is smurfing. And then this play, I really wanted to talk about the tempo that FlyQuest gets from this. So he gets towards top side, he saves Masu on a play. Then he decides to stay around. Broken Blade has enough gold for a full item and really wants to base, then go bot for a fight. So what they're going to do is they're going to immediately TP Bwipo to top without him basing. They don't have time for that. So he comes straight up, and now they know we have to lock Broken Blade in lane. We cannot allow him to base and get down towards that bot side. So Buzio ults him. He does not stay around. Labrov does. He has to cover a potential dive. Buzio gets the first base, back to base. Bwipo's hard shoving top, and Buzio runs straight down with the buy, with full HP to be able to arrive in time for a fight. Meanwhile, Bwipo is threatening a proxy. Broken Blade cannot answer. The stronger top laner is Broken Blade, but he can't join. Buzio is here with a buy where Labrov has not been able to buy. He helps keep Inspired alive with the double Q stun, and this is the kind of thing that makes people in NA refer to FlyQuest as the tempo terrorists, because they will delay your bases, make you take awkward recall timings, and then they will force elsewhere on the map and create a big advantage.
I'm really excited to see that play out here in this matchup today where, you know, they'll have a team on the other side that also has a very strong support in On.
Yeah, it'll be much like myself, a very tall task because like you're going up against one of the best supports. Very tall. Very strong support in this tournament. On, I would say, is the best part of the tournament, and he hasn't even played Bard yet.
It's not true.
That's true. He's just hiding it. It's the threat of something that's not showing yet.
I too am the best Bard of the tournament.
Yes, me too, actually. And I'm also taller than you.
I don't think that's true either. But two of these plays that we've just seen, he's been making very impactful engages. So not only is he a strong laning support, his team fighting prowess is incredibly good in both of these. And then in this next replay, not only was he able to do a 2v2 dive alongside Elk, he is also able to then go towards mid, burn flash off of Jojo Pion, goes top, just be able to like destroy their tempo a lot, or specifically the fact that they couldn't even Aatrox couldn't even access the experience. He is so good, so it's gonna be tough for Buzio.
Two little disruptors.
Yes.
So, what do you got?
All right, we're going to talk about Fearless. FlyQuest play a lot of different champions. It's something that has been advantageous for them. You look back to Gen G Best of 5 at Worlds last year. It wasn't Fearless, but it was about unique picks. We're going to talk about some of the picks we love and some of the picks I don't want to see.
Yeah.
So for me, I'm getting rid of these 0% win rate garbage champs.
Throw
like
them
the
away.
Callista. I'm trying to lose this one. There we go. Kaisa can stay. We're getting rid of that. Twisted Fate is out of there. I don't want to see Masu on Ziggs, not because he can't play it, but because this guy is our carry. We want him on the AD carry. We need the consistent damage. Also, Quad, I don't think he's been playing his best games. Let's get you on the control mages. Keep it simple. Keep you off the Ahri.
And on Bwipo's side, for me, we've already seen the Mordekaiser before. We don't want to see it again. He is such a great team fighter that's not a pick that we don't want to see. You may want to see the... Do you want to see the Yorick again? It's on you.
Not blind.
Not blind? We'll keep it somewhere hidden. Maybe on the back of his door.
Question mark, yes.
Yeah.
Keep it on the back. But for everything else, in fact, for Inspired, he has been their best player by a large margin.
Let's just move these over here. This brother can play anything.
He can play anything he wants. Twisted Fate jungle, he can make it work.
Ziggs jungle, I trust you, brother.
Oh,
take us to the promised land.
Please, please, Inspired.
We'll see if Inspired will bring out the Ziggs jungle, and we'll see what he brought out in the Verizon Game Day interview as he was talking to Lore.
Inspired, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's series. How does it feel being the last and best hope of the West yet again, especially being a North American team playing in Canada this time?
I mean, it feels like we have a lot of responsibility on us. Our opponents are not easy at all today, so it's going to be a tough series, but I know that everyone is going to cheer for us, so we will try to do our best and hopefully we win.
It's interesting because thinking about what happened at Worlds, for instance, the fact that you pushed Genji to 5 games and they were one of the favorites to win the tournament back then, I feel like the expectations on your shoulder is different this time around, that I feel like people give you more chance against BLG. How does that play into the expectations that you have coming into this series?
I mean, I don't really care what people think and how they rate us. I still think we are the underdogs, no matter if we play Genji, right now we play BLG. I think they're a really strong team. They made it to World Finals last year, and every time we played scrims against them, they are very skilled and very aggressive players. And I think on stage everyone plays a bit more passive and gives a bit more respect. So I assume the games is not going to be as volatile as this in scrims, but they're a very good team, so we can't afford to make mistakes if we want to beat them.
Absolutely, yeah. And you said made Worlds Finals, but it's not the same team that made Worlds Finals with a different jungler.
Yeah.
And I do feel like they're going to try and make your life difficult in the jungle. How do you plan on still being able to play this game and your game and be as impactful as you've been so far?
I don't know. I mean, I think it starts from the draft. We will try to get what we think will be the enemy comp, and in game we'll just try to predict what they want to do in advance, and maybe we're gonna be there ready to fight them, and we'll see what happens.
It's interesting because getting into MSI, people were rating BLG quite low when it comes to the expectations that you have for an LPL team. What did you think of their development so far at MSI and what they've been able to showcase?
I mean, they just play like a typical Chinese team. Very strong laning phase, very good in team fights. I think it doesn't matter which team from China goes to international event, they're always a strong team. So if they manage to almost win the LPL, they are definitely a really good team, and I think so far they're playing very aggressive and pretty well on stage. So,
one player that you feel like you would have to be careful about from that lineup, even if the whole team is scary, of course.
Yeah, I think it's between Bean or Knight, but I think Bean maybe. Bean is always a scary player to face.
All right, careful about Gigabin. Inspired, thank you so much. Best of luck today against BLG. And Shox, over to you.
Yeah, good read. Bin hasn't been having the best tournament, but he could turn into Gigabin at any time. But let's see how the fans have voted at mastercard.gg. On X, there are, every day they are voting, and today, allegedly, they are calling the match for BLG.
Ooh,
but
that's
52.5% of the vote. Is that, do you think that's an accurate representation, 50-50?
That's a little bit more copium that I'm seeing for the North American fans.
These are just brilliant predictors here.
It's really amazing. Well, brilliant is a 67% correct up until now.
Dipping,
you can vote.
They're brilliant 2/3 of the time.
You can vote every day. Oh, I love this. They're getting along. At mastercard.gg, mastercard.gg rather, on X to lock your predictions in as well. So let's get, before we get to our predictions, a little bit of final thoughts, right? We heard that from Inspired. It doesn't really matter which LPL team you face. If they are able to make it to MSI or to Worlds, they're always strong. And I'm wondering the things you laid out in terms of Busio being able to control the tempo, how will that translate into a team like BLG?
I think for BLG, I mean, we've seen them just last year. A lot of these players that we were questioning based off of their domestic performance, like Bin is a Worlds finalist like multiple times in a row, and he's gotten like a Fiora pentakill on that one. So we already know what he's capable of doing, and the same could be said about Knight. You can look about every one of those players and say that they can pop off incredibly well. So Inspired, I think, made a very clear point that I agree with.
Can Inspired really shut them down if you know that Beishwan is the newest factor there that could possibly be the factor that you can disrupt?
That's why I'm just going to start by saying, look, I just think BLG is going to take it. I have it being close. I think even you could already see the emotions. I put some emoticons in there.
Yeah, that's right. Boo.
Hey, I'm sad too, guys. It is what it is. I'm just being real.
My heart says FlyQuest. My brain says BLG.
Oh, come on.
I'm sorry.
Ridiculous.
That doesn't even look like a real one.
Absolutely ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
You know what? I've got a bone to pick.
Okay.
People just don't take predictions seriously these days.
A solo shot.
They don't even care about being right anymore. Some people just predict their favorite team. They don't even think about the matchups. They don't think about the teams. It's despicable. Getting a prediction wrong? Couldn't be me. Biased? Never heard of them. Some people are just pandering to the fans, trying to get a few more followers. The only thing I'm getting with my predictions is more dubs. Some people even predict a team just because of the region that they're from or the nationality of their players. The only region I care about, Shurima, because a first pick Azir would go hard as hell here. So keep your 4 fun predictions and your ridiculous theatrics to yourself. I'm gonna give you the only prediction that matters. FlyQuest win, baby, let's go! Let's go, Vancouver! Let's go!
Let's go!
Testify!
Yes, sir!
They've got it behind it. They got the whole arena behind them. FlyQuest versus BLG starts right now.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound. Let me take it on, push it up to another height. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark at night.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to lovely Vancouver, Canada, here for the next installment of MSI 2025 action. It is another elimination day here in the lower bracket, and today's competitors, FlyQuest and BLG, neither one wants to be the one going home. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe and Vedius for this one. I'm hoping we get a full 5.
I certainly hope so as well, Flowers. This stadium full of fans that want to see some good League of Legends. And I have a slight feeling that a lot of them want to see some FlyQuest wins.
Well, we're gonna not waste any time. We're gonna be jumping straight into the draft powered by Omen and HyperX. And already, the Yone and the Twisted Fate gonna be taken off the board. The Pantheon on the side of BLG. Kobe, we were just talking about it. Talia, likely gonna be high on the priority. Will Gwen continue to make its way onto the ban table when these two top laners are in play?
Yeah, let's get down to it. Jungle follows up here, so the Talia is, to me, the biggest one hanging. Very, very potent champion at the moment, and FlyQuest and Quad, I feel like, would not hesitate to first pick if BLG leave it up.
All right, let's see what that last ban here is. Not surprised at all to see FlyQuest opening with 2 mid bans, targeting Knight on BLG, targeting that star player that they're going to have to find solutions for throughout this match. Renekton will be the final ban in the first half here for BLG. Plenty of options open for Fly.
And I actually do respect that. I think that's a smart ban versus FlyQuest, because FlyQuest are on blue side here, and so Bwipo is probably going to have to blind pick something, and Renekton, to me, is his very best blind pick. He can, of course, play Sion or any number of other things, but I really feel like he has had so much success on that champion. So that's what we're talking about, though. If the Talia is up and hanging, that is going to be a first pick for sure.
Yeah, we've been seeing these globals, these semi-globals be very effective throughout the tournament. Talia open, Talia first picked.
This is one of the biggest things I was looking at as well. This is an 11-0 Nico for On. He is undefeated on this champion in his career. This is a huge, huge pick for the bottom lane, because Vedius, that means your bottom lane, assuming it goes into On's hands, is going to be very aggressive and can get pushing power.
Well, that was the point that I was going to make, is that Knight is very well known for his Nico. And so the fact that they can flex it into the mid lane as well gives them that extra bit of flexibility in the draft. We'll see what direction they go as the Ezreal gets locked in for Marceau. I know a lot of North American fans have been eager to see him on that carry position. He has been a fantastic standout player for FlyQuest, and we've seen some scary Ezreals at this tournament. We'll see if Marceau can have that kind of performance, as Busio is going to be pairing alongside it with the Karma.
I kind of like this because, even if it is Flex Nico staring down that pick, they're like, we are going to get some poke for our lane. We are going to get some pushing power. Of course, it definitely means that Bwipo is probably going to get some sort of frontline hard engage for the team to round it out, and the AD fighter jungle for Inspired. So FlyQuest kind of locked in the direction that they're going.
Yep, definitely hoping to see some engage potential here from the remaining 2 picks for FlyQuest, since right now they've got a lot of range, they've got plenty of poke and damage, but just not really any of that front line like you're talking about. Final pick for BLG before the second half of the bans roll in will be the Misfortune, so we're going to see the mid laner plus bot duo for FlyQuest, the jungler plus AD carry, and again, Vedius, like you were talking about, the flex potential of the Nico. Do they take it mid against the Taliyah? Are they going to run it bottom? We'll only be able to tell here, of course, once we get past these next set of bans, as Trundle will be the next ban from BLG.
When you see a Trundle ban, your expectations are that a tank champion is going to be coming out in the near future, but still, very good matchup into the Xin. They want to respect that possibility. BLG, I'm expecting them to continue to pinch that jungle pool. The question is, what direction are they thinking of removing?
And maybe, Vedius, like you're saying, if they're banning Trundle here, then maybe they want to blind pick the Scion for Bin and save their, mid lane / flex pick there until Red 5.
Though, because you expect the mid lane response to come through from FlyQuest. But what's super interesting to me is FlyQuest themselves are continuing to pinch that topside pool. They recognize that in the hands of Bin, this Gwen can be very scary, and for FlyQuest, they're likely going to have to blind pick something safe. Potentially a Scion for themselves, a Cassante also a possibility, something that can give them a little bit more, well, of a front line on the top side of the map, because as you were saying, Flowers, both sides neither really with that true tank as of yet.
Yup, double topside bans from FlyQuest in the second half of the draft, double jungle bans from BLG, Gwen and Ambessa both kept away from Bin's reach here in the first game with the Wukong banned alongside that Trundle. Now for BLG, what do we want to see here? Do you want to give away if that Nico is a flex pick or not? Or do you want to give the potential for counter pick in top lane over to Bwipo? They're sitting on this one for a while, and it looks like BLG is going to swap at the last second and lock the Scion.
All right, yeah, so the Trundle ban opening it up here to steal away what clearly FlyQuest wanted, because FlyQuest, with their, banning away the Gwen and everything, this might throw them through a loop a little bit, but Bwipo has a very, very deep set of counterpick champions. Let's see how much he wants to cook.
That's disrespectful. Okay.
Dude, that's legit. Okay, so how have you felt about the Aatrox's answers? Because to me, yes, the Aatrox did get the extra healing and can, sustain off of a Scion lane, but it, to me, hasn't had that big impact thus far. I have yet to see this real, big value out of, Aatrox into tank lanes where you want to come in as this big juggernaut. Maybe with a Karma on the team, it gets more likely there. We'll see about the value though. I feel like Scion is just always so good because you are a massive frontline tank for your team and provide this huge engage potential.
I very much agree. I think the logic is that saw that cast in hover for a second. I very much agree in that Aatrox, I think, just gets kind of like a free laning phase to scale up into the Scion, and the big impact comes in teamfights, and that's what I will be keeping my eyes on Bwipo. We've seen him have monstrous teamfight impact before. In Game 1, can he look to do the same thing? And quote-unquote immobile AD carry in the form of Misfortune that plants herself down when she throws out that ultimate could be fantastic for an Aatrox to gain easy access onto the backline and do some serious damage. Paired up with the Sejuani that rounded out the draft for FlyQuest means you've got a pretty strong top side that you can actually look to play through if FlyQuest want to. But they've gone for a very traditional front-to-back comp. They've got a lot of poke with both the Taliyah, the Ezreal, and the Karma on their side, as BLG gone for a different style of teamfight with a little bit wombo combo, rounding out with the Aurora.
Exactly. We've got the Sejuani to finish up, be that front line, the meatball, the engage for FlyQuest. And on the other side, it is now confirmed with Aurora in the mid lane, it will be On's undefeated 11-0 career Nico down here in the bottom lane. All picks are locked in. Gentlemen, how are we feeling about how the draft compares?
I gotta be honest, I'm a bit nervous for FlyQuest here. The engage potential on this BLG side just looks so scary. They have so many opportunities for flanks with the invisibility of Aurora as well as Nico. Those two champions in unison with a Scion feels like it is gonna be very scary for Quad's positioning. That being said though, I have full faith. Let's go. Let's go. FlyQuest.
Just so that we're all clear, are you doubting them or are you...
where are you at here, brother?
Never? Okay.
Never.
I will say that for BLG, They're a team that will fight you. The individual capabilities of this roster is something that is hard to predict, but we know that that ceiling is exceptionally high. If you get down in the mud with them, that is where they love to brawl. Patience, control, and discipline is what we need to see from FlyQuest so that they don't play BLG's game.
I 100% agree, Vedius, and the numbers really do back it up. When you look at the kills and assists early on for BLG, the combined kills per minute in their games, they like to fight early and often. And so the best response a lot of times, and a response that we have seen FlyQuest utilize versus other aggressive teams, is to do cross-map plays and to choose your moment wisely when you do actually want to take the fight.
All right, we're on to the Rift. Game number 1 here. Let's see how we started off, as it looks like both junglers going to be happy just to sit around their own sides of the top half of the Rift. You can see FlyQuest did get down that very standard chicken ward on Beishuan's Raptor camp, and you can see them also placing down a defensive ward on their own. This bottom lane, though, with the Ezreal Karma, the power of the range and the poke, but also MF and Nico, no slouches.
And look how Busio is moving up here between the minion line to try and weave some through as they fight for the early push.
Now, Kobe, something you were saying just a moment ago was that BLG like to fight. They're one of the most aggressive teams that we've seen so far here at MSI, and we have some of the stats to support that. When we kind of look at the team fight KD and how often this team actually gets involved in the bloodiness, we'll see that it's the second highest throughout the entirety of the MSI. When they were going up against T1, these two teams were tied at the top. But the combined kills per minute, second place. Kills at 14, second place. Deaths at 14, fifth. They do die a lot, but they're getting a lot of kills in exchange.
And notice that FlyQuest went much more controlled in the early 14 minutes, not dying nearly as often. So anyways, we'll take a look at the jungle paths as both of them are headed down towards that bottom lane that we have been hyping up. Although Inspired here on the Sejuani is slightly ahead. Yeah. Nico, of course, all the extra vision tools always available with this champion. That is why Nico is so prevalent still down here, even after some of the damage has been taken out.
Yeah, the Nico clone just becomes an absolute menace as the game goes on with a little bit of ability haste. It just feels like you're firing those out constantly to look for vision, give your team that extra little bit of an edge. Both junglers now finishing up on their clears. You can see Beishuan a little bit slower compared to Inspired as he's still putting the work in, getting that last little bit of that blue quadrant completed. Checking in on the mid lane. For FlyQuest, I think you're expecting a lot of damage control from Quad, trying to make sure that Knight can't have the pop-off performance that BLG wants him to have. And I like the fact that you mentioned FlyQuest having the more controlled early game, Kobe, because I think while in general that's true, Whippo likes to get spicy early on, and he is trading into Ben up here as we take a look at it, but Ben is still plenty healthy.
Yeah, I seem to remember a Mordekaiser counter pick into a certain Yorick that got very dangerous, but Inspired is here.
Inspired's here, and Whippo's already got the passive heal. Goes for the Q2. A little bit more damage is all they need. The stun is there. Q3, first blood for Whippo and FlyQuest.
This is what we expected to see based on what we saw in the draft. By rounding out with the Sejuani, the passive synergizes nicely with the Aatrox, and getting this Aatrox ahead is much needed in the matchup.
And that was a no-base Sejuani. Beishuan now on bottom side, though.
Yeah, Beishuan wants to find some impact on the other side of the map. Busio flashes over. Beishuan's ready to follow. Busio's got the shield to keep himself protected. Beishuan's going deep underneath the turret. A third shot's going to fire out, and Beishuan's down to 150 HP. A little bit of protection from On as he tries to make sure that his jungler is able to get away. The Mystic shot missed, and Inspired stops him just in time. Beishuan's already used his summoner spells, and Inspired sends him packing. A delayed 1-for-1 trade on the BLG gank bottom, as Inspired still looks for more. Masu moving forward, wants to find a little bit more damage here, but he's completely out of mana. There's no more Mystic shots.
That was so close on the timing there, actually finding the interrupt. And I was going to point out on the top side play, since Inspired, as we were mentioning, actually did a top down to bottom clear, he then without basing had walked all the way up. So that's why it really did surprise Bin a bit on that timing. And now Inspired goes back for a bit of a reverse clear here to his respawned Raptors.
So we expected FlyQuest to play a more measured early game, and here they are starting off game one with a 2-kill lead. 5 minutes in, a small advantage to their name, and we look back at this bot side play. Busio plays this about as well as he can. He gets collapsed on by Beishwan. The flash knockup comes through from Beishwan, but then the shield at the last second comes through from Busio, and Beishwan saying, nah, I'm not letting you get away without, I'm securing this kill for sure. He commits to the base. The Q from Masu doesn't quite connect, but then Inspired, using the W, is able to spot out the jungler and turns it in a 2-for-1.
All right, so as we, yeah, we can already get very excited here, but as we get back to live, another leash, and the root does land.
Yeah, the mantra Q to follow it up, and Masu is in hot pursuit. Elk in full retreat, as On's gonna eat a lot of damage on the back end of things as well. Feet of Warfare claimed. Masu and Busio get the 2v2 kill.
This FlyQuest bottom lane is continuing to pop off. The fact that summoners were used earlier on to commit to those kills, the FlyQuest duo commit to a fight, and they secure themselves that feat of warfare, 3 kills.
Yeah, just straight running them down after the summoner spells were blown in the previous exchange down there, using that root, chasing them down, and even with On blocking there, they find the kill on him instead, and that is more meaningful money than, of course, the little extra kill that Inspired got onto the Sejuani, but now the Ezreal here also going to be accelerated. On reset, though, for BLG, after those kills, they will get their consolation prize of the Dragon.
Good awareness there by BLG to recognize that they could just actually go straight towards the Dragon, and FlyQuest not really in a position to contest. On the top side of the map, you can see that Bin is developing a bit of a CS advantage, but securing that plate will basically put the gold dead even. When we kind of look at the bottom of your screen, there is a lot of blue. Busio, not really in any danger, uses the shield to mitigate the double up coming through from Elk. But in terms of gold, it seems very even across the board, but Inspired's looking to change that level 6 on the Sejuani.
Exactly, the Glacial Prison is ready to fire. As long as it's not blocked by a Nico clone, they're gonna be in a real good spot. On is already down, and the prison finds its way onto Elk. Now he's got the cleanse, so we can walk away from that one. But the summoner spell's gone, and so is On. FlyQuest 4-1 lead.
This focus on the bottom lane is paying off so heavily for FlyQuest, and we should take a moment to talk about that bottom lane, because these young North American stars here really have been such a hopeful story in the LTA. Both Busio and Masu coming through the Tier 2 league, through Academy, winning the most valuable prospect when they were there, and then still finding success when they make the big transition into Tier 1 is a very rare thing. And Masu even winning Rookie of the Year in his first year previously as well. And so a lot of people so hyped up for that duo.
I remember the disappointment and frustration from FlyQuest last year at MSI, being knocked out in the play-ins, but the glow-up that they've had since then with the push to 5 games against Gen G, and now here at MSI representing the best team in the West. Now the collapse from Knight sets his sights onto Bwipo.
Knight looking for the FlyQuest top laner. Bwipo using the World Ender to get a little bit of extra space as Beishwan goes in. Masu under pressure now. BLG's jungler with a ton of damage. The Tangle Barbs follow it up, and Beishwan is doing a lot of work with On right behind him. Busio's got to try to get away next. Nice stun from Inspired, looking to protect his support as Beishwan and On continue applying the pressure. Knight's arrived, and he buries Busio in the weirding. 2 free kills for BLG.
The Aurora, the extra damage they need, and BLG strike back so quickly, and this is right with grubs available, so they're also going to get the grubs.
Nice play from BLG. You have to respect the fact that this team wants to contest these neutral objectives. A nice interrupt is going to come. Oh, I stand corrected. Doesn't quite connect. But a bait has to come through from Elk because he realizes that he is on the weak side of the map, but his team is securing these neutrals. First Dragon of the game, the grubs now secured, the kills pretty much evened out, and that goal difference non-existent.
Important thing to note, Elk did just use the ulti to clear that wave, so Inspired couldn't dive in, but here is how BLG found their picks on FlyQuest in the river.
Yeah, early vision control on that brush and getting to the play quicker. Big props there for Beishwan and On finding it. And after that first kill, since we already looked at the rotation from Knight, you see the Aurora on the minimap, they already knew that they could push for more on FlyQuest here, and Knight using his ultimate, able to get the burst damage. Phidias, we have seen Auroras, especially this tournament, get so fed so quickly and put a lot of threat on your carries.
I mean, this is the thing that Knight does so well, regardless of how his laning phase goes. The moment that he's allowed to leave it, he's very good at finding those advantages, and sitting on a kill right now has a gold lead over Quad. He's going to be a problem regardless of what game he is in. BLG keeping the game even, but the Dragon spawning in a minute 30, we imagine that BLG will be setting their sights on that objective.
And that's what a lot of BLG's game plan is going to look like. You know, the Nico and the Aurora that we mentioned in Champ Select having so much playmaking ability, them looking for flanks, looking to lock people down. And here we go. Rotation over to the bottom side. Plenty of control wards set up through the river as well. 100 international games played for Elk. Congratulations there. I heard some cheers in the crowd as well.
I mean, a veteran now for BLG, a long-standing player that's recognized internationally as one of the top 80 carries in the world. We'll see if he can continue BLG's MSI run, as FlyQuest have been doing a really good job in the bot lane 2 versus 2. Now that bot lane has made their way mid to fight over this wave. It's Fly that gets priority over the lane for now. Beishwan isolated in the river. Knight with some quick wave clear on the bot side of the map. Beishwan is hovering.
Inspired also down here in the bottom lane. Both junglers wanting to hang around this area, covering for their mid laners as they try to get the waves pushed out. This game is very close in terms of gold. A slight edge for FlyQuest overall, but remember that BLG have achieved both neutral objectives here in the early game with the first Drake and all 3 grubs. Elk gonna make sure he gets out of the maximum range there of the Mantra Q from Busio. There's only 15 seconds left on the Drake spawn. Nice little chunk of damage there onto Elk from Masu, but Masu's very low on mana going into this fight. BLG, they recognize that, and they've already sent the squad here into the river. Knight and Beishwan and On all together. I almost said Knight and Knight because of the damn Nico, but now we'll see if BLG can maintain enough control to secure this objective, or if FlyQuest will be able to walk up and try to challenge. Busio, Inspired, and Quad all walking over. Masu's still in mid, but the Ezreal is almost completely out of mana. There's very, very little that he can try to contribute to this, as now On's going to use the Pop Blossom, lock up Inspired, but it's a one-man Nico ulti. Now On's about to die. Inspired, throwing the Glacial Prison backwards. Beishwan's about to drop, and he falls instead of his own ultimate. Now On still able to get himself away as Ben and Bwipo join the fight. Knight has to continue his retreat, and Bwipo's still chasing. FlyQuest get 1 kill, and it's on the enemy jungler. Now the Dragon, still leashed from earlier, goes their way too.
Inspired taking the initiative to take over that critical brush right there and make the early move while the Dragon was getting taken.
Inspired just did everything. In that fight, he walked up and he said, "That Dragon belongs to me, BLG, and I don't care what you do about it, I'm going to try and take it from you." He picks a fight with On, he respects the engage from Bid, he navigates all of that while also getting a kill onto Beishwan, and he works with Quad beautifully. So look at the positioning. You were just highlighting this, Kobe. First, he just turns his attention onto the support. On is forced to ulti early. Then BLG think, let's turn our attention onto Inspired because we know that the Scion is TPing in, but working with Quad, who's getting so much damage down onto Beishwan, they turn that kill into the initial jungle. That flash was just perfectly timed, gets him away to safety, and FlyQuest flawlessly secure a kill and a Dragon.
That brush is just so critical to all of these objective fights, getting there early, and as you say, Quad throwing all the rocks into the enemy jungler. As we reset back out onto the map as well, we get some early pushing here from FlyQuest. Again, trying to push in all 3 lanes to keep that pressure up.
Okay, 195 stacks on Masu's tier, so about halfway towards getting that one all the way done. Does have his Trinity Force power spike now as well, so this Ezreal, very, very strong. Bloodthirster completed for the Misfortune, but generally Trinity Force is considered that big 1-item spike compared to almost any other first item completion in the game. 14 minutes hits the clock, turret plates are down, and you can see Bwipo putting in the work in bottom lane, trying to clear out the first turret, but Knight arrives in time to get rid of the wave before he can complete the job. It's still about a 1,000 gold lead here for FlyQuest, but BLG maintained their advantage on the grubs, and we've only got 45 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns next.
Yeah, and meanwhile on the other side, Elk here with the BT rush, that very common rush for Misfortune, so that you can use your mid priority here and just keep on leeching up off the minions, lifesteal after lifesteal after lifesteal, and then try and strut to some of those plays on the side objectives. On the bottom side of the map though, pushing in fairly heavily there for Knight. course, Whippo has some options here. He does opt to cancel the recall and just catch the wave.
And I want to comment really quickly on Bin's itemization. You can see that he went for the early Bramble Vest to deal with the Aatrox, but then overall he went for Hollow Radiance, an MR item, as his first big completion because he knows his job is going to be answering Quad in the side lane since they both have the ultimates to be able to join the bigger fights more easily.
Plus, we're going to see Aurora continue pushing on bot side, and that pressure does matter because those are kind of the mismatched teleports for solo lanes. It's Whippo that has to answer because his teleport is available to be able to come answer the top side. But it does mean, as we see a minion wave right now dying on the minimap on the bottom side of the tower, some small advantages for BLG there.
TP has to come through. The positioning is quite awkward for BLG, but Bin on the sound can force his way in. Knight by his side to provide that damage, but Knight's been chipped away at thanks to Marsu's poke. Remember, we said in the draft, FlyQuest have a lot of poke at their disposal. They need to play patient. That was a scary situation there for Quad, but BLG have regained control.
Oh, nice seismic shove there onto Bin, but remember, he is very tanky against that magic damage, but not the physical follow-up. Marsu putting a ton of damage into him, and all goes in! Bullet time over the top! And FlyQuest evaporate a beautiful combo from the BLG bot lane duo to instantly win the fight. Busio has to flash away now as he and Inspire try to retreat. Whippo goes in, Inspire tries to follow, but FlyQuest may have overplayed their hand. Whippo wants a little bit more. Busio doesn't have the firepower to secure any kind of a kill. FlyQuest still scrapping back here as Whippo continues chasing BLG away, but it's still two dead FlyQuest players, and BLG controls the top side river.
And it all came down to On's Nico right there off the control ward. What an engage for him. As you said, Vedius, FlyQuest were paying with patience. They were poking away, but then as soon as On gets the Nico engage with the flash, they make good on their kills.
I think BLG overstayed their welcome though. Fishing for more kills means that the respawn had already come through. Now we see, this is the engage that happens. This is effectively a 3 versus 5 at the moment. They get good damage onto Bin, but then they commit a lot onto Bin thinking they can kill him. In this narrow choke point, On finds the angle to get the 2-man knockup. You combine this with the Wombo combo, and BLG just nuke the bottom lane of FlyQuest. Busio is forced to retreat. But the Herald still alive for now as BLG set their sights on the Whippo.
Whippo's got to try to get out of this one, but a 1v3, it doesn't seem likely. Beishwan, Bin, and Knight have more than enough damage to take care of this target, but On's going to show up for the Tangle Barbs just to guarantee it. BLG get kill number 6.
I was worried for BLG because, again, I thought that they'd overcommitted because they were forced to reset, and the FlyQuest to reset back out onto the map meant they could have started the Herald. Instead, they just looked to get control of the waves. Whippo gets picked on the top side, and now they have numbers advantage on the Herald.
Yeah, they're teleporting Quad in right now, so Talia coming with the wall.
Beautiful engage coming out there from Inspired, though. Beishwan almost dead here at the very start of the fight, but he does manage to get enough distance until Masu shifts over the wall to take him down. Now Bin's got to try to run, but he's stunned up by the Sejuani yet again. Masu and Quad putting the bullets into Bin's back, and Quad gets another kill. A seismic shove after, but it's only a Nico clone, as Elk and Knight and On are the only ones left standing for BLG. The Herald is still alive, and FlyQuest are starting the objective.
And Vedius, we saw the ramifications of those timing windows you were talking about because that resulted in the bot tower going down and the teleport coming from Quad. They still haven't been able to finish the objective, but they should do so while collecting the wave here. So this is going to be a big swing back in favor of FlyQuest. And I feel your initial instincts were correct.
I mean, I was worried that FlyQuest would get trapped in the BLG style of play where it's just brawl into brawl, skirmish into skirmish, which is the type of play that BLG thrive in, but they're matching the pressure. They're not afraid to go and skirmish, and it's because they know they have the poke in their back pocket to dish out onto BLG. Now, though, we don't have time to slow down. The Dragon is alive. Knight is going to secure that top tower. Whippo is going to try and answer, so maybe he doesn't quite secure this objective yet, but with another objective on the map, both teams are going to set their sights on it.
Whippo trying to maintain the distance there to not get hit by that Snap Aurora combo, but still Knight finding him there with the skill shots as FlyQuest will immediately use the Herald mid lane. Now, Elk can use bullet time to just instantly clear out the entirety of the wave, but there's still the Herald ready to crash into the turret. Remember, they don't have any grubs, so you're not going to get a whole lot of extra value by driving it in there, as Knight is still trying to take down this tier 1 turret here in the top lane. Whippo goes in for the World Ender, wants to challenge Knight, Q2, to try to stop him as he hops away. Knight goes between worlds and manages to get himself away to safety in the river. That's 2 ultimates down, 1 on either side. Inspired going in after Beishwan, chasing after the Xin Zhao. well, as On fires Tangle Barbs backwards, trying to slow down Quad, as Beishwan escapes with an audacious charge over the wall to the red buff.
Skirmish after skirmish. I feel like there was a big window for FlyQuest to just force the Dragon there, because we saw Elk use his ulti, we saw Knight use his ulti, but then FlyQuest instead say, you know what, let's just go for a fight instead. They look for a collapse on a base run, but they can't quite convert it into a kill. FlyQuest are putting so much pressure down onto BLG right now, but BLG still walk away with the top tower and have somehow reclaimed the gold lead.
And they've started up the Dragon here. Bin, the Mega Tank, starting it out, rotating over. It looks like they do have the teleport option for Knight, so even though Knight doesn't have his ultimate, he could teleport in.
Yeah, Inspired jumps over the wall with a blast cone, but he only finds the remains of the Drake as BLG have completed the objective. FlyQuest won't be there in time to try to get anything back. So BLG, good plays there, good decision making, as Inspired still looking to grab a little bit more. Pushing forward, Whippo's right behind him, but BLG, still, they've got plenty of distance. They got the Dragon done fast enough that the retreat is easy and safe.
I will say the game, it is getting very chaotic, and the consequences for FlyQuest is that BLG are just managing their lane assignments better. Elk has managed to build a 40 CS lead over Marsu. He's got 2 levels up on him right now. Marsu with another wave will be able to close that level gap a bit, but Knight on the side lane as well. He's sitting at a 20 CS lead, and that's just given them both individually a pretty significant gold advantage.
I think one of the biggest determining factors is not going to show on the scoreboard in this game. I think it is going to be the vision, because BLG, they really want to play flanks with Knight and On, even Bins possibly here with the Scion to find their big engage. But FlyQuest, like you say, they want to play a little bit slowly so they can find a little bit of value out of their poke damage. And Sejuani being this non-committal engage, choosing the moment to lock someone down who did get poked out and whittled down a little bit low. So keeping track of that vision on your side so that you don't get a huge Nico or Aurora flank towards the back line could be critical.
All right, still 7-6 in terms of kills. Gold just dead even. Vedius, you were talking about the leads built by Knight and Elk. On the other side, the leads for FlyQuest are on Inspired, and Whippo is actually the single largest individual gold lead in the game here on the Aatrox. So Kobe, you were talking back in draft about how we haven't really seen this buffed Aatrox really have the raid boss moment yet. If there's a game to do it, this could be that game. If Whippo can find a massive performance in one of these upcoming fights, that could be what really breaks things open.
Yeah, let's see it. He's got a Karma on his team, so Busio can help out with some of the mobility as well, really speed him up and get chase down angles. But we're looking at a possible pincer here. Mid lane priority for FlyQuest as they try and move in.
Okay, TP coming in. We'll see. You've already got On in the control ward inside the pit. Whippo's going to be the front line here. There's your Pop Blossom, but it only finds the tanks. A lot of damage there with Whippo as he flashes back over the wall with the bullet time. Looking to cut him down a little lower. Quad fires back. Inspired to the rampage, and On's already down. Elk and Knight firing into Inspired as Ben has to flash away. Knight wants to go between worlds, but Inspired's dancing all around him. Whippo on the front line as Quad gets another kill, and BLG are falling to pieces. Masu kills Elk, and Knight goes over the wall. Bin's dead body won't get anything, and FlyQuest just killed 3 for nothing.
A huge team fight win for FlyQuest as they weather the engage from BLG. They thought that they'd set up a trap. Inspired and Whippo on the front line. They thought to themselves, we can just melt them before the fight even starts, but they didn't actually have the damage.
I'm becoming a believer in the Aatrox. Let's take a look at it. As you say, On from the brush with the control ward does lock up the front line at first, but Whippo, look at him. He flashes and dashes away. He gets his Steric shield, and he's fine. Meanwhile, on the other side of it, they already take care of the Nico kill and then draw them back. So Knight just gets the ultimate onto Inspired, the tank here. He doesn't care, while the rest of FlyQuest deal with BLG.
I mean, Flowers, you called Whippo the raid boss? Inspired is the raid boss.
The fight is good. I think they both might be bosses in the same raid for BLG on this one. Important to note too, Kobe, you mentioned it, but Whippo had just purchased the Sterix right before he teleported into that fight. It was an absolutely critical break point to allow him to survive and FlyQuest to win that fight. If he didn't have the gold lead he did, it wouldn't have worked. Inspired! It's a point and click ability when he's playing Sejuani. It's another kill for free for FlyQuest, as immediately the response from BLG, they have to use a TP to get Knight away.
That is the North American MVP right there, boys. Inspire doing so much work this game. He's only missed out on participating in a single kill in the entire game right now, 4-0-6 on the Sejuani.
Okay, the gold lead is 3,000. Vedius, we talked about this the last time we casted. Look at the flowers, 9-31. Whenever your team is up by about 20 flowers or so, you're about to have roughly 2,500 extra adaptive force in unseen gold. So if you add that on top of the 3K, it's a 5,000 gold lead in effective stats for FlyQuest.
I mean, FlyQuest is in a fantastic position. They've responded to the aggression from BLG very well. They haven't been sucked into the chaos. And while I was a little bit concerned because they were losing out on farm and experience, they pretty much neutralized that disadvantage. And now with the dragon spawning in 5 seconds, oh, they don't care about that. They just want more control. They want more picks.
Yeah, On is in some danger here. Has to try to get away, but Bwipo's ready to follow it up. Goes for the Infernal Chains. On! There's not enough clones to get away from that Aatrox. Bwipo picks up his 3rd kill of the game. FlyQuest have a 5v4 for the next 20 seconds.
FlyQuest is looking to put a blemish on On's record on this champion.
Oh, nice pullback of the max range. Infernal Chains. Knight gets away, though, staying safe from that extra bit of damage coming through from FlyQuest as they do want to put the pressure onto the tier 2 turret here in the mid lane. Beishwang going to get rooted up there by Busio. A lot of damage here on the front line, but Knight goes between worlds and the bullet times, doing a lot of work on Bwipo's health bar. BLG holds the line at their tier 2, but the dragon is up, and FlyQuest are heading back towards that part of the rift. Knight's in some danger as he does manage to use the flash to escape the glacial prison.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very strong 4-1 split push. They had Quad on the bottom side as well, working away on that tower, and they're going to steal away the blue buff as on top of it. Let's see, wait, Dragon approach. They're going to try and force their way in.
That blue buff steal was very important. Quad and Masu, both at below half mana, has now been here in the front line. Just getting shredded by Masu and Bwipo. BLG trying to regroup. Keep your eyes on. We'll see if this Nico can find a big Pop Blossom. His flash cooldown is almost ready to go. Inspired here on the front line. On goes in. He finds the Pop Blossom on Masu. FlyQuest AD carry is still alive, and he's trying to get away as Bwipo wants to peel. Masu stays alive. Bwipo here on the front line, but he's all alone. Quad firing damage into the health bars, but the shutdown goes over to On's Nico. Knight continuing to try to look for Masu, seeing if maybe he can try to pick him off. Quad and Busio still healthy, firing their skill shots towards BLG, trying to buy a little bit more time to keep BLG away from Soul Point. Masu's going to go ahead and recall. Inspired is making his way back out onto the map as Busio marks Knight and finds him with the Q inside the pit. Bin blocking, trying to just get in the way of all the skill shots from Quad, and the Dragon and Soul Point are secured by BLG.
The damage still comes through, though. Bin going to be rooted up.
Bin pretty tanky, though, if the only damage is the support, the jungler, and Quad's to Leah, but he's not tanky enough. Quad goes on a killing spree, and Elk's the next target. He uses the cleanse to try to use the blast cone to get away, but Quad jumps in right on top of him. Knight wants to fire back, and it makes it a 1-for-1. A double for Quad, but it's ended by Elk. Now, Knight tries to get away too. He goes between worlds. It's enough to get him out of there. Busio's low, but Beishwan can't finish the job. Whipple's ready to spread his wings and run forward, and Masu has rejoined the battle. Beishwan's locked up, and FlyQuest wants more blood. On's about to drop right next to his jungler, and FlyQuest is racking up a body count.
Props to FlyQuest for recognize they can extend that play again. And yes, BLG are able to get their dragon eventually, but all of this harassment and damage, delaying the play, and then making the chase down with the Karma and the Talia. They find the extra kills and they get some counter back.
Boys, we are firmly in the mud. Okay, this was such an extended play.
Slugfest.
The dragon ends up being secured, and this is what you are highlighting, Kobe. The fact that Inspired comes back out onto the map. Bin doesn't really have a way to escape from this situation because all of his tools have been used, and so FlyQuest begin the chase. After they take the front line down, the rest are soon to follow. Nice ultimate from Quad to be able to close that gap onto Elk, and then the chase just continues to come through. What was crazy about this sequence is, if you go all the way back, FlyQuest was throwing ultimates, trying to engage onto the mid-tier 2. That's where I thought they had overextended because BLG realized they've used too many tools here. We can contest them on the Dragon. They push FlyQuest back. But then the exact same play happens in response. And I think FlyQuest could have made a play for the Baron, but they were hungry for kills.
All right, Ben and Knight gonna find Bwipo here with the Brox is on, goes for the engage. It's a catch under Quad. FlyQuest mid laner was about to die, but he kicked it out and kills On instead. Beishwan and Knight get the job done, and Quad's gonna be traded. But FlyQuest still looks to continue the scrap. Everybody else on BLG still standing tall, but a Root ready to come out forces the ulti out of in. He doesn't get a lot of distance, but he does get away for now. Masu still firing Mystic shots as BLG regroup under the tier 1 turret. The fact that this is still standing prevents what could be an even more extended fight.
Yeah, it's just a 1-for-1 in the end. Quad does go down after getting the counter kill there on to the squishy Nico. These Bash brothers of Inspired and Whippo, though, that front line is terrifying in the chase down, especially when sped up by the Karma. And Inspired, not having died a single time, has fully racked up his bounty right now. So if BLG can actually take him down, that is, well, it just ticked down. Actually, the bounty just dropped, but it was almost 1,000 gold there as it drops very rapidly. Thank you, Riot Games. Drop that.
You know, gentlemen, I made a mistake. It was foolish of me to think, coming into a series where two teams want to fight, that Whippo wouldn't be equipped for the challenge. He is the man that says,
I'll accept your apology.
We can fight.
Your apology.
And you can just see it in the gameplay. Inspired and Whippo on the front line, ready to match the aggression of BLG. Right now, it's Whippo sitting on a side lane, really reaching that raid boss status. Elk in a bit of danger.
Yeah, you can see Masu's Mystic shot with all of the cooldown reduction that he has. Just has no cooldown, but there, Quad gonna be caught out again, but he gets himself away. Now bullet time is down. Now the ulti from the Aurora is not ready either. Inspired jumps in, BLG retreating. Whippo coming around on the flank as Ben is gonna be stunned up here on the front line. There's the tank for BLG running away with almost no HP left to play with. Inspired catches Beishwan, and Masu's ready to follow. Whippo chasing on the back end of the fight, and he stabs Beishwan through the heart. First kill over to FlyQuest there as Elk has to run. Masu and Quad still firing, and FlyQuest have killed the enemy jungler. They put the enemy support on his last legs, and they're heading over to the Baron.
They've got to go start it up, Flowers. The FlyQuest war machine here does not stop. The Sejuani and Aatrox front line here, chasing them down with the constant speed ups from the Karma. Inspired holding his ultimate so they can actually get the chase down kill on a particular target. You mentioned it, take out the enemy smite, and they're gonna get that Baron.
FlyQuest can't afford to waste any more time though, because they've got to get back to base. The Dragon spawning in 18 seconds. BLG on Soul Point are not looking to give this objective up.
Exactly. This is what BLG have earned through their early control over the objectives, through that last Dragon fight that they stuck around and managed to secure. If they can get this, the Ocean Soul will be huge, especially against the poke of Masu and Quad.
Watch out Quad's positioning here. That Talia has no flash. He could be vulnerable. The Seraph's shield is about to come back off cooldown for him though, if they can delay, and they actually have good positioning on the Dragon.
Okay. Blast Cone still up for now. Bin looking to go for the decimating smash. Knight wants to get away, but Whippo is on the punt. He's immediately going to chase after Knight. Forces him down to about 10% HP, and the flash is already gone from the BLG mid. Now Bin's about to get stunned up, but he uses the ulti to buffer through the Sejuani CC. Whippo continuing to pose a threat here on the sidelines as FlyQuest have taken control of the bot side river. They're going to secure the Drake.
Whippo knows his job well. Constantly we see him going to attack this Aurora, attack the attempted flanker to take out the threat. If he can exchange his ultimates and go 1-for-1 on ultimate cooldowns there with an Aurora, it is a big benefit to the rest of the team.
On wanted to stick around, see if he could steal that team-wide blue buff away. Does get away from being potentially caught there. FlyQuest pushing onto the tier 2.
Critically, Knight saved his ultimate, so maybe they want to go for a counterplay.
Inspired jumping in there. Elk takes a ton of damage. True Shot Barrage nearly kills him off. Elk's got to go all the way back to the fountain, and FlyQuest are kicking in the front door. Bottom lane tier 3 turret destroyed. Inhibitor is the next target. FlyQuest will clean up both before BLG are able to regroup and respond.
I was worried, but FlyQuest continue to prove my doubts wrong. They fight so effectively. They shepherd BLG exactly where they want them to go. With the Baron, they've broken into the base of BLG, and now all of the pressure is on BLG to find a Miracle Wombo combo, but they have made some incredible plays on the Quad and have just not had the damage to kill him. With the Seraphs, with the shielding provided by Busio, they need so much damage just to get a single kill to win out on a team fight. I feel like BLG just don't have the damage to beat this FlyQuest comp anymore.
And Vedius, this FlyQuest team, they have stuck together for so long. Through last year, they really built up a lot of synergy through last year's Worlds. And it does show in how quickly they go for these plays. Right now, they're actually going into a 4-1 split push. Bwipo's even coming a little bit behind on mid lane, a little bit delayed, but with the Baron buff, they should be able to close in on the BLG base.
And we have perfect vision. We know that it was only 3 FlyQuest players there, but the amount of respect being given over by BLG as they retreat, knowing that one more bad fight is just the end of the game. FlyQuest have the time to take out the tier 2 in the top lane. The gold lead extends to 9,000. The catch again from Inspired as On dies before he can find anything. There's your clutch factor. There's your Pop Blossom gone for the next 30 seconds.
FlyQuest, they're looking to take another tower. They're looking for the Nexus towers. They're looking to take game 1 of this series.
FlyQuest onto the second inhibitor here in mid lane. Quad also clearing the minions out from bottom as the super minions are about to start flowing in. Knight in some danger, has to try to get himself away from this, but he's already lost half HP. Wave crashing into the tier 3 turret top. That last inhibitor will not last long. FlyQuest using Masu and Bwipo to put the damage into that while everyone else applies the poke, harassing towards BLG as they defend at their Nexus turrets. Bin's to the front line, and On's back alive. BLG have their 5-man defense, but FlyQuest are undeterred. They'll keep the minion waves dying on spawn as they keep finding the pressure. On goes the engage, but there's no follow-up. Masu's in a rampage. Beishwan dies as he tries to jump into the fight. It's only a matter of time for BLG as FlyQuest have no mercy at the Nexus. Masu is unstoppable, and for the first time this game, Knight will fall, as will his Nexus. FlyQuest on home turf are gonna win the first game.
Listen to that crowd. Listen to Vancouver right now. FlyQuest opening up with some very strong team play. Every single member on the team did their job in this game. We will take a deep breath and calm down, though, as they won their opening game versus Anyone's Legends as well. And they have a lot of work yet to do. Job is not done.
I mean, FlyQuest do it tutorial style. You really can't break it down anymore that better than the analysts, so let's hear what they have to say.
Yeah, I respect for Kobe for keeping it realistic, but I'm not gonna for a while because we need to celebrate this game 1 win by FlyQuest. It was absolutely incredible. I feel like the pressure, whenever they saw anyone out of position, they played so hard, Azale.
Inspired was schmoving on him. This guy was going crazy on the Sejuani.
It's actually happening. I did not expect how good FlyQuest would be at
you and
fighting
your
back.
unserious predictions.
They're untuned.
Did you wear this entire time?
Of course I did, Raz.
Of course you did.
Have you no faith?
Hey, hang on, wait,
Clearly.
Wait, I just, I thought Inspired was here too, but he's not, because he was everywhere. Can we just talk about him, but the team following him as well? Kobe made a point about kind of the amount of time that FlyQuest has been playing together and how much they seem dialed into each other's moves. I think we saw that nonstop.
And they were just so focused. I heard Inspired in the last interview talking about just like anticipating the enemy team, what they're going to be doing. And I felt like at all times, at the very end of the game, On, as you can already see in this replay, trying to go for something, and they just recognized it and buffed the engage.
And I mean, I just have to say, I love this. You know, coming into this series, my real concerns were how are the soul laners going to look? Quad, Bwipo, both absolutely showing up.
Yes.
And it felt like FlyQuest was beating BLG at their own game. BLG is an incredible team fight team. They will show up to every objective. They will skill check you, and FlyQuest skill check them right back.
They absolutely did, and Azale, I know you were a little bit worried because you said, yes, you're getting these picks, you're getting these skirmishes, but you're not really getting all of the objectives.
Yeah.
However, I feel like they relied on their own, they did a trust fall basically, that they would be able to win the skirmishes later and kill the game that way.
Yep, and they absolutely were right. You know, they were able to actually make that happen, you know, in that critical final fight. It was very impressive to see. I was sweating when we saw 3 dragons and a potential Ocean Soul for the Scion, but, you know, FlyQuest, you know, they got that earlier pick on a base one, they got the Baron, they got the earlier setup on that 4th dragon, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Fly win a huge fight by the dragon.
Yeah, the biggest thing for me was like FlyQuest was trying to enter, and they thought they could try and take down the Aatrox. They didn't recognize how beefy he actually was with the Sterix gauge. So even the MF ulti goes right on top of him, but he doesn't die. And you can even see Inspired locks down on, recognizes it, Flash gets the kill, and the fight looks so good from FlyQuest on the onset.
Exactly, and this is a Bwipo classic. He loves playing around the Sterix power spike, regardless of the bruiser he's playing. He's famous on it for his Renekton. He based, he bought it there, and then immediately TP'd in. And I'm not sure if BLG realized that the Sterix was even completed because they hadn't seen his inventory until he arrives. They spend everything on him. They can't take him down.
Do you think that some people don't take Bwipo seriously because of maybe some of his other antics? But I feel like when you look closely at all his games, even the ones where perhaps he's not having the best lane, it feels like he always has the team in his back of his mind.
He always rides that line of, I'm inting, I'm not inting. Like in lane at times it'll happen too. He's willing to always trade or get a little bit forward. He knows he's riding that edge, and sometimes they just play so well around it. They are used to playing like that.
And I want to take the corner of BLG for just a second, right? Because we were wondering how much that series versus T1 would have affected possibly their mental coming into this series. We would expect them to bounce back, but I gotta say, in watching that bot lane, some of the moves that Alkan On did, Bin, some of the positioning, this is not the BLG that last year I came to love, and I know it's kind of a different story currently in the LPL, but you would believe them to rise on top.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, they definitely have made mistakes, and that has been something we've seen from them throughout the entire tournament. You think back even to play-ins, GAM creating early advantages, they just couldn't hammer it home. And that is one of the reasons that I had some faith in FlyQuest, because I do think that FlyQuest plays the map better than BLG. If they get an advantage, I think that they can win with it, and that is what was giving me hope coming into this series, that we could see that massive upset that we've been waiting since 2019 for.
And just even taking a look at the stats, just riding that line, he did so much damage. The Aatrox 32K, but also damage taken, of course. I feel like Inspired was leading the charge. I think Sejuani is perfect for him, just to give them entry in a lot of these fights.
Hit me with the damage on kills, Raz. Let's see
let's see who got damage on kills. Yes, sir.
So this is all the damage that was a part of an actual killing blow. You can see Bin wasn't really involved in anything whatsoever. It is, you know, that core kind of around the center of the map there. It's Sejuani, it's Talia, it's Masu on the Ezreal. Those three were putting the most damage into these kills.
Listen, I know it's your shtick, but I'm flip-flopping.
Oh, already?
Welcome, Shox,
I've seen
to
enough.
the promised land.
You have to have a little bit of faith in BLG to bring it back somewhat.
She does not.
No, listen, I believe in it.
A tiny bit.
Think of what this does to kind of FlyQuest's mindset, knowing they can go toe-to-toe with them, knowing they have drafts in their pockets that they probably want to surprise BLG
wow.
with. Yeah.
We have cute stuffed animals.
Not yet. Like, I'm holding, all right? I see On and Knight playing well.
Raz?
Maybe later. I'm tempted, though. Don't trick me with a good time. I like it.
BLG has chosen to move on to the blue side, and as Kobe said, of course, anyone's legend also lost that first game versus FlyQuest, but they rebounded after that. Let's see if FlyQuest can bring us to match point.
Hunter in the dark. Master of nice shots. Oppo Find X8 series. Powerful camera, powerful AI.
Do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again.
What a car. Living the dream, huh? Okay, I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
Earth shake, chaos around me. So many enemies, they all surround me. They out for blood and revenge, rising with killer intent. The fury ahead is immense, but I will not bend. Look in my eyes, no, you won't see fear. Nothing but fire, and it's not even fair. They all against me, but I'm still here. So go ahead and let them know I'm more than prepared. An army's not enough to silence me. Go ahead and bring the galaxy. Nothing you do could rattle me. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Yeah, vengeance in the trenches with my mindset on a mission. Ain't ready for what I'ma hit with. I'ma go get it, I'ma get this. And I told them I'ma end this, get a witness. You want the fire and I got that. Ain't nobody here gonna stop that. Got more than a 12-gauge kickback. I'm about to get that, no one gonna top that. I've been putting that work in. If you want the crown, you gotta earn it. Don't assume that silence means weakness. There's a monster that's lurking under the surface. They about to know. To doubt me, that's a tragedy. You end up just counting the casualties. Victory is my anatomy. Go ahead, battle me. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. I gotta do what I gotta do. No one or nothing can stop me. And if you don't think that I can, just watch me. Move. Get out my way. Out my way. Get out my way. Move. All of that talking stops now.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
We'll see. You've already got On in the control ward inside the pit. Whippo's gonna be the front line here. There's your Pop Blossom, but it only finds the tags. A lot of damage there with Whippo as he flashes back over the wall with a bullet time. Looking to cut him down a little lower. Quad fires back. Inspired to the rampage, and On's already down. Elk and Knight firing into Inspired as Ben has to flash away. Knight wants to go between worlds, but Inspired's dancing all around him. Whippo on the front line, and Quad gets another kill, and BLG are falling to pieces. Masu kills out, and Knight goes over the wall. Ben's dead body won't get anything, and FlyQuest just killed 3 for nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025. We are in the middle of our best of 5 elimination series between BLG and FlyQuest. BLG wanted to come out swinging with On's undefeated Nico, which has now been defeated. FlyQuest up 1-0 in the series.
It's a strong start to the series, but Kobe wisely recognized that we've seen this a few times this tournament.
We have indeed.
We'll see how things pan out in game 2, but I think that FlyQuest came in with the right approach, and The first thing I said coming into this game was I don't want to see FlyQuest get sucked into the play style of BLG, which is that they love to fight, they love to skirmish, they love to brawl. But the moment that they got 2 early kills by making a gank happen in the top lane, and then they responded to a gank in the bot side of the map, they started with 2 kills, and Inspired said, screw it, we ball. And immediately it's just skirmish, fighting, non-stop action. And I think that they handled the pressure beautifully, because as a spectator, it's stressful going from objective to objective to objective. But FlyQuest navigated it very well. And we'll see now how BLG adapt as we go into game 2.
Yeah, FlyQuest have always been a team that are really on the same page with how they want to play the game. And a lot of that view does come from Inspired as a big leader within the team. And both him and Whippo, you know, attacking the enemy flankers, attacking the enemy, you know, on and night, constantly looking for those advantages and then setting up the team fights. Definitely was a very promising looking game number 1, but let's see about the changes here as we go into Fearless and we start to get a little bit deeper. The Galio ban, quite interesting, is going to raise the value on that Rumble.
All right, that's exactly what I'm thinking. They're over on blue side now for the side of BLG. They're going to ban out Quads Cassiopeia. They're going to ban out Azir just as a general ban. And the Galio tells me they probably want to slam a Rumble first pick there for Bin in the top lane. And immediately FlyQuest picks up what they're putting down. They'll ban the Rumble alongside TF and Varus.
The Vi and the Pantheon. Going into this game too, I said to Kobe, oh, you got to really be careful about Pantheon. If you give that to BLG, that's a really scary thing to do. And now BLG have got their hands on the Pantheon. I think it's the best jungler on the patch right now. It plays with pushing lanes extremely well. And it's just such an incredibly good AD jungler at getting onto the AD carry specifically. And with Ezreal gone, we'll see how FlyQuest navigate.
Exactly. Trying to think of what sort of you know, carries can stay safe. Now, Annie Wukong is just one of those peanut butter and jelly combos that we have seen so frequently within the meta. Holy, let's go!
Kangas is here.
Kangas, the FlyQuest Hulk.
He told me that you couldn't see it because the graphic was in the way, but it didn't just say fly, it said fly 3-0. So he's got full faith here for the North American team.
Part of the reason, though, that Annie and Wukong, we don't even like talk about it sometimes because it's so good, is because it reduces the value of the Merc Treads. When you look at Annie and the big AoE stun, of course, coming through, then people are going to want to build Merc Treads and Tenacity to deal with the magic damage and the stun, and then Wukong just complements that so perfectly with the AoE knockup, and then of course the attack damage goes without saying there. So that's why that is one of the most potent combos there for team fights.
Now, Knight is known for a lot of champions throughout his career. Victor is not one of them. That's not to say that he's a stranger to the champion, of course. Like many top mids around the world, he is a very good Victor player, but relative to a lot of the picks that he is especially known for FlyQuest, I think they should feel pretty happy seeing Knight on Victor, because it doesn't quite have the same playmaking potential that so many other mid laners do. And by doing so, you're also opening up that blind pick Renekton that Whippo finally is able to get his hands on.
I will say it is definitely a bit of a rough matchup for Annie with the poke damage that comes through, and then the ability, like you said, when Pantheon jungle is threatening your lane and threatening Annie, if you have a Pantheon stun into a very easy gravity stun from Victor, that can pose some problems. So we'll see about that wave control mid. It definitely is set up here for BLG. As we see, though, there's that blind pick Renekton. You know, we're talking about it last time around. Very good for Whippo, very good for FlyQuest, and now they're just protection banning for it a little bit there with the Jace, you know, possibly a Gnar or something to follow it up.
Also, Jace works wonderfully with Pantheon, a split push threat that Pantheon can then come to assist in the blink of an eye with a Grand Starfall, a nasty combo. Since BLG already have their support and FlyQuest don't have theirs, it's double support bans from BLG in the second half of the draft with Rakan and Alistar banned away, as FlyQuest will go ahead and levy their second ban up towards that top side as well, removing the Cassante option for Bin.
It's likely looking to be a Gnar to come through from the side of BLG. I mean, they've already got great engage. I'm curious as to what AD carry. They could consider something like a Kai'Sa if they want a little bit more dive. If they want a little bit more protection, they could go in the direction of the Xayah. I like that they removed some of the engage.
Ah, but that's been such a bait.
0 wins, 8 losses at MSI 2025. Last game, FlyQuest gave Ons Nico its first loss of his career, but this game they would have to do something even more impressive and give Kalista her first win of MSI.
I gotta be honest, Flowers, that is the single champion in the entire game that I wanted to see least.
We were literally talking about.
Okay, but they can still try and look to stack Drakes with it. The idea is, of course, why the teams still have been going for this Kalista Renata lane. You do have a lot of all-in potential, and you do look to stack Drakes and try and use your Annie Wukong core that you drafted for early on. So while it does give a lot of people some worries, as we have seen the Kalista get poked out, part of the reason they pick it here is because the Rel was picked so early, you at least know that there isn't going to be some super oppressive double range lane that you're playing into. So even though I have that first visceral reaction, we stabilize, it actually could be fine.
I think BLG's composition scales well. They've got a good late game team fighting comp. When you've got both Corki and Victor, you've got a lot of poke at your disposal. You've got great backline threat as well with both the Pantheon and the Ornn. And so they have a lot of ways to approach these team fights, which we know is the current meta. For FlyQuest, I think that they spike really hard in the mid game. And if it is going to be a super skirmishy type of game, then this composition really thrives, because in the 2v2s and the 3v3s, Renekton, Annie, Wukong, Kalista, Renata, these are champions that all really succeed in those skirmish environments. So as long as FlyQuest can take the fights at the right time and place, then they definitely should have the edge.
And that's exactly why, Vedius, I say dragon stacking is the name of the game for FlyQuest here. So they can utilize that to draw in BLG and try and play to that mid game.
All right, let's do it. Can BLG's traditional powerful scaling comp outlast FlyQuest's big mid-game spike like you're talking about, that wants to scrap, that wants to skirmish? Last game, we saw both teams ready to skirmish constantly. We'll see how adept BLG might be at trying to slow things down here in this one.
All right, how cursed is Kalista?
So
Let's
0
see.
and 8. I mean, the main reason is that we're in a meta of team fighting, and I think she does terrible into tanks. And so especially a champion like Ornn, it's hard for her to have an impact.
All right, while we're waiting for the action to start, we've got Laura standing by for an interview with I Will Dominate.
Dom, thank you so much for joining me. Tell me how it's been the first game, the atmosphere, the FlyQuest win.
It's been amazing. I mean, I think Inspired literally played like a perfect Sejuani game. I don't know the last time I saw Sejuani just take over a game like that. Like, he just didn't miss an ult, and even if he did have an ult that like somebody had to flash, it was always good. So it was quite literally a perfect game from Inspired, but FlyQuest in general.
We have been used to game 1 and this so far from the West. So do you feel like they showcased enough so far to take the series?
I think so, and also they got a lot of champions out that BLG is particularly good at. Like BLG plays more MF, they play more Aurora, and those are champions that I think could be crucial for BLG later on in the series. So they got those out and they won. It's like a perfect situation for FlyQuest so far.
All right, what about the draft? Do we like that Kalista? I saw your reaction.
No, I don't like the Kalista. I don't like the Renata. I wanted to see Bard. I thought that like Busio Bard could have been really good in this game. If they picked like Jhin and then Bard on 5, I would be really happy with that. I'm a little bit scared for the Kalista, not gonna lie.
All right, let's hope it goes well. Dom, thank you so much. I'm gonna enjoy your stream, and casters, back to you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you all very much. Dom, I'm right there with you, buddy. I think most people are concerned about Kalista at this point, given her performance so far at the tournament, but we'll see what Masu is cooking.
Just a general uncomfortable feeling when you see this champion on your screen.
I would describe it as, ugh.
Okay, though, we'll see about these the dragon stacking, though. Okay, so. Of course, as well, when you have the Wukong jungle, Wukong, of course, is going to be much more scaling than the Pantheon has a lot better early options. So FlyQuest also have to worry about some of the early jungle pathing there. Should just be the full clears for both of them, but definitely some options for Beichuan.
Yeah, and you can see the ward that FlyQuest put in the enemy jungle. They could see that Beichuan was starting on the top side, pathing towards bottom, so Bwipo had the confidence to go between the turrets and proxy that wave.
Yeah, and they know, he's probably going to be looking around the bottom lane and mid lane. So they should have Inspired Shadow and be just fine.
Okay, so as we find ourselves in a bit of a slower early game, no crazy ganks just yet. I think it's important to recognize how FlyQuest have even gotten to this point. I know coming into this tournament, one of the things that both of you gentlemen talked a lot about domestically was how unified this roster was, how long that they've actually been playing together. And just as I say that, they engaged.
Yeah, immediately, Masu and Busio got to deal with some aggro from On and Elk down here, with Beishwan also hanging around, Inspired nearby too. This could turn into a big battle very quickly, as Inspired going to use the Scryer's plant there, but he takes a ton of damage from Beishwan very quickly. Pantheon just such a powerful jungler, whether he's playmaking or skirmishing.
Yeah, and that's the bottom lane visit that we were looking for from the junglers. So BLG will use that to get double Scuttle Crabs for him. Currently, too, you have a proxying Renekton on your screen at the moment. So Whippo loves to do this because you get an extra 30 seconds when you get the minion wave ahead of time. And so he's moving in for a little bit of a timing advantage. Puts down his ward and...
Oh, immediately though, On and Elk going in, Masu in danger, the Callista, the bailout could proc here as Elk tries to get away over the wall, and the first blood is there. FlyQuest can't bail Masu out in time. Busio needs one more hit to make it a 1-for-1, but now On hits the Shattering Strike. Busio levels up to 4. Rel versus Renata, this has to be the lowest damage 1v1 in League of Legends. I don't think it's going anywhere else.
I think people are feeling even more uncomfortable, Vedius, looking at that, because Masu tried to use his flash to be able to go for, you want to get the bailout and then you use your rend to burst for the kill, but they were unable to actually get that kill. So big dub there for Elk because he actually got credit for the kill. Meanwhile, Busio had to clean up on the other side, so the Callista didn't get the lion's share of the gold.
Couple things happened there as well. I think we saw Inspired steal away the blue buff. It didn't track if he actually took it away or not, but also Quad rotating to the bot side of the map to catch this wave. Oh, just beautiful engage from On. Connects the stun, gets the crash down as well. And as you rightly said, Masu's thinking to himself, if he can just get one more spear in, maybe that would be enough to secure the kill and come back to life. Whippo forced the flash.
Yeah, wow, Whippo taking a beating there from Bin's Ornn, and you can see that the teleport cooldown is still a very, very long way away for Whippo. Bin level 6 on the Ornn, has the Call of the Forge God ready to go. Whippo knows this is dangerous, so as much as he doesn't want to, he's got to channel the recall.
I want to note the lane assignments as well. So because of the death timer, they actually rotated Quad down to the bottom side, as you can see.
Yeah, Quad now taking a ton of damage himself as Elk valks forward, and FlyQuest mid laner now down to 200 HP. He didn't have to flash, but again, that's both solo lanes of FlyQuest being forced out of the lane they currently occupy without a teleport to get back.
And I blame Callista. That started the rotations out. Now they're going to rotate back, but it is going to mean Quad goes back to base first. And you look at Knight. Knight is already level 6 on that Victor, and BLG are already taking over vision control, leading up to the Dragon and the Dragon itself.
I think there's a number of cascading things as well. The fact that the Wukong path bottom mirrored the Pantheon, and then Beishwan just said, no, I'll fight you, steals away both the Scuttle Crabs. You can see that he's built up a pretty healthy jungle camp lead, and then even though FlyQuest, the Wukong is continuing to clear camps, the cost of that is the Dragon. Bot wave control converted into jungle pressure. Oh, ulti drop just for a bit of trade damage.
Yep, tempo tibbers.
Yeah, Quad suffering a bit in the CS because of the little rotations over.
But ultimately, FlyQuest find themselves in a kind of losing a little bit of control in this early game. Now, it's not the end of the world. We talk about these first items being big spikes for these champions, especially Blade of the Ruin King on Callista, and ideally the Trinity Force on the Wukong as well. So I think that FlyQuest are still looking towards that second dragon, maybe even the first grub spawn, to find a window to force some good fights.
Really good use. We were just seeing on screen too, on using that brush and the burst threat that comes from Hex Flash Rel on positioning far up. You can see some of the CS getting denied from Masu. He has to be very safe, just sniping from afar because Corki here, with so much burst damage to fall off the CC and the engage from On, really is threatening.
All right, FlyQuest, we'll see if Callista and Renata can bounce back and find what they were looking for early on here.
Plus, they also have the ward on blue buff, so FlyQuest are communicating right now, hey, Beishwan is not taking his blue buff. He might be looking bottom side, so FlyQuest have it in their minds.
There it is, Beishwan arrives, and Busio's about to die. Masu wants to get away. Busio thrown back out on top of him. A nice handshake. Masu and Busio escape the play.
So I say they have it in their minds because the blue buff is warded and he's not on it, so they do act accordingly. It cost them their ultimates though, Vedius.
It certainly did. The cleanse also expended. Whippo looking to continue his proxying ways, and Bin, he holds the wave in a nice spot, making it harder for him to cross past the tower. But we're seeing another one of the weaknesses of not only Kalista, but also giving over the Pantheon. Pantheon is just the strongest jungler on the patch, and Beishuan, regardless of what you think of him as a player and his performance at this tournament, he knows how to operate this champion. He plays around his lane priority extremely well. You're seeing it on your screen right now. Knowing that they have the push in bot, they move into the enemy jungle, they steal away those camps, and BLG mounting a small gold lead here 9 minutes in.
I will say though, that time FlyQuest here had Inspired on the grubs, Inspired focused on the objectives, and that extra bit of experience is really nice for Wukong, collecting those. Looks like they should be able to steal away the blue as well, since Quad is rotating over. He's got that mid push.
Yep, Quad's rotating over, and you can see that Whippo is already in the enemy jungle here as well. Bin, of course, does have a farm advantage here on the Ornn, and if you're out farming Renekton early with this powerful late-game scaling tank, I feel like Bin's loving the current state of things. Busio taking a ton of damage on with the big engage. Magnet Storm as Elk Falc's in. Busio's about to die, but he barely stays alive. Now Beishuan showed up. Masu and Busio trying to get away. Masu flashing to try to survive it, and somehow FlyQuest lives.
Not even close. The FlyQuest bot lane live with slivers of HP. The coordination from BLG just slightly missing the mark, and FlyQuest bot lane escape death once more.
And even though they keep escaping, the plan from BLG here is to just shut this bottom lane down.
Inspired using the clone early to get up to the tri-brush, see if he can catch anybody, but On has way too much health. There's no way for Inspired to find a kill there.
But BLG know, because of their strategy coming into this game, they're confident in scaling Victor, in scaling Ornn here. So as long as Beishuan uses so much of his focus and this global ultimate you're talking about towards the bottom side of the map, if they shut down this bottom side for FlyQuest, then BLG do have a very good route in this game, especially because they were able to get that early dragon.
Feels like the game state feels great right now for BLG with this powerful scaling. Look at the scoreboard. You've got blue numbers, blue leads, BLG gold advantages in 4 out of 5 rolls. Yes, a lot of them are very small, but the 2 biggest leads are for Knight and Elk.
I will say on the 1-item power spike as we see Whippo going in.
Yeah, we do have a couple of problems here for Beishuan. Gets stunned up by Quad, and Whippo calls the meek. FlyQuest find their 2nd kill of the game.
A bit better for FlyQuest now, getting some extra gold. And I will say, the 1-item power spikes haven't even come in for FlyQuest yet, so they still have plenty of time to actually operate as far as this big burst damage that they do want to go for and use their Annie-Wukong combo. Whippo, of course, starting that one out himself and getting the job done.
Okay, so all 3 of those Void Grubs, like you mentioned earlier, went over to FlyQuest, but BLG did get that first Drake with the early control that they had. 2nd Drake going to spawn here in about 10 seconds, as Bin had his hammer in the air to try to stop Whippo's recall, but just a fraction of a second was enough to allow the FlyQuest top laner to complete his recall, complete his purchase. Black Cleaver online now as we check in on the status of teleports with this dragon about to spawn, and critically, BLG have both, FlyQuest have neither.
I also just want to take stock of these items because Knight with an 11-minute Rod of Ages, really nice timing on that itemization. The fact that we're seeing the Trinity Force Corki come out as well, I'm happy to see it return. We've been seeing a lot of Black Cleavers and Shoujins. I just like the spike that it gives you. BLG already melting through this dragon. It's going to be uncontested. Like, coming into this game, something we talked a lot about in the draft was we want to see FlyQuest looking to contest these dragons, but BLG have done such a good job in the early laning phase of putting pressure and delaying these item spikes from FlyQuest that naturally they're hesitant to contest for these neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean, BLG's focus on the bot side has given them so many rewards thus far. Let's see what FlyQuest can still do, though, as, again, we're looking at the Trinity Force for Wukong to get completed, as well as first item for Quad here, and the Blade of the Ruined King that you've been looking forward to so much, Vedius. So once you get those items in, then we'll start to see FlyQuest make the calls to set up their vision, try and get their approach, and the most critical thing there is going to be Quad's flash. Sometimes it can be, Wukong getting into a really nice Fog of War play or something out of vision, but a lot of times the combo does hinge heavily on the anti-flash.
The lane assignments from BLG really efficient here. They've already got Knight on the bot side of the map. They already reset Elk into mid as well, so they've gotten their AD carry and support in position to allow On to start roaming, working with Beishuan, and also chipping away at these towers already. That bot tower is getting incredibly low. And once we get that 14-minute mark, it should be an easy tower to knock over. Now FlyQuest are responding, but of course BLG are going to have that opportunity to get another reset up through and start to be making plays on the map with a minute and a half until the Herald.
Yeah, Knight also collecting that fourth plate down there. Just more money in his pockets on this Victor. This is the guy, when you look at BLG's lineup, you expect him to be a top performer. You expect him to come in clutch and be able to carry the games if given the resources. Just ticking over to level 11 now. He'll have the level 2 Chaos Storm for the next big fight. Quad, only level 9 on the Annie. Of course, about to tick level 10 as soon as he kills 1 or 2 minions here. But Knight definitely getting the better of the mid lane matchup in this second game. Beishuan versus Inspired 1v1. Inspired's ready to commit the Cyclone. Meanwhile, over in mid lane, Masu's going to be under pressure. Inspired putting the damage into Beishuan. He's already found the kill there. Now Busio and Masu going in after out. Plenty of damage here into the Corki. The bailout for Callista saves her life, but Ben's made his way into the fight. BLG turn it around, and Inspired's got to try to run. Busio fires off a hostile takeover, and Inspired's running for the hills. Busio's going to try to flash to escape, and BLG fire back.
Yeah, the teleport means they do get a kill back. Quad, though, teleports right back out, loses a bunch of HP. The key is that Bwipo did not answer and also teleport in, and so he stayed on top side, still pushing to get that tower.
I mean, that was still a 2-for-1. Beishuan just straight up died. Inspired said, sure, I'll take this 1v1 with pleasure, and he knows that the extended fight, Wukong gets the better of the Pantheon. Utilizing the up-empowered E was not enough damage. Beishuan flashes early. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, it's a bot lane skirmish.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Inspired had just finished his Trinity Force, and he wanted to use it. But there you go. The Ornn call in does get there, and they get a counter kill.
I mean, if you think about it, On also got the kill there, so in terms of gold gained, FlyQuest is very happy.
Yeah, I mean, plus Bwipo did finish up that topside tower, as we said, and he's going to have the extra teleport.
I'm killing him. I kill him.
He did.
He knew it. He called his shot, and then he shot.
Yeah, so yeah, Trinity Force power spike for Wukong obviously is huge, and the Malignance now does make its way into Annie's pockets. Here we go. Now is the time where they can actually make some plays. Remember, they do have Bwipo teleport ready, but Knight is in the bot lane matching him.
Okay, plate gold plus 2 extra plates, 250 gold there for BLG over FlyQuest as Quad and Inspired going to find Bin here in this tribe rush. Inspired jumps in, the Herald still the focus for BLG. TP coming in to try to bring everybody here for the fight as Bwipo's already popped the dominance. Massive damage back in the Quad, and he's already down, but Knight's about to be the same. Mid laners into the picture. Inspired still spinning here with the Cyclone as he tries to get away from Elk. He'll survive for the moment and still stay alive. Busio hit by the call of the Forge God, and now the Renata is down. Bwipo's already lost his ultimate, and BLG bury FlyQuest in the river.
In the extended fight, BLG get the better of FlyQuest. They go a step too far, and they get punished as a result. On's engages continue to be incredible. He finds such a great angle onto both Inspired and Quad on the backline to set up for BLG to start off on a really good fight. And even though FlyQuest got Knight in exchange, it wasn't enough to win out on the fight.
And both of these control wards here make On know that he is not on vision, plus he has perfect vision for his engage. And he got that big wombo. Quad instantly goes down. Then FlyQuest actually try and chase a little bit into the Ornn ultimate, and Bin just turns it, and you get that re-engage from On. So CC stacking here. Very nice from BLG on the re-engage.
And you could see Bwipo pop the dominance early so we could have the Fury building. But right there at the end, when they try to re-engage after the Ornn ultimate, the Croc shrinks back down.
The overstep, the ever so slight overstep from Busio, because you're right, like, I guess they just didn't anticipate the Ornn ultimate to come out, because that positioning, that they just didn't really have the resources to continue that fight. The result of that is it's 5-5 in kills. The gold lead largely sits on the top side of the map in favor of FlyQuest, but look at this Dragon. FlyQuest now immediately forced into another fight.
BLG about to hit Soul Point, and FlyQuest are not anywhere to try to stop it. They're not rotating towards this. BLG are going to be in a great spot with this Drake stacking going forwards, working towards a potential Ocean Soul 5 minutes from now. And I do have to point out, it is a 1-level lead, a full level for Knight over Quad, and the Rod of Ages has not yet procced. Mid lane is about to go from bad to worse here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, trying to do a little bit of cross map there for FlyQuest, but definitely losing out even more on the play. Quad is just so far behind here on the Annie. This is dangerous to hold.
And we're seeing a very similar story to what we saw in game one in terms of the gold right now. Quad in some danger, trying to play to the side to use the flash if he has to. Remember that the Tibbers is already down. He does not have that big team fight mechanism. Trying to step up and see what he can do. Busio's thrown in the middle of everybody. The hostile takeover fires out, but On's got a massive counter engage coming out with a Magnet Storm. Inspired, double knockoff here with a Cyclone. As On's taking a ton of damage, and Masu's already got the first kill. The bailout's not going to be enough, and Beishwan might just be croc food. Nice kill for Bwipo, but Bin's in the middle of everybody. Inspired flashes to try to stay alive, but Elk guns him down. Double kill to the Corki as FlyQuest are hurting and stumbling away.
It's a battle in the jungle once more as it ends up being a 2-for-2. FlyQuest are the ones that have to limp away. The mid tower does end up falling, and BLG, you can feel that their control over the map just continues to grow.
And it actually starts out here when you see the duo lane for FlyQuest walking down lane. Masu's gonna throw Busio in to get an ult combo here with Kalista ult into the Renata ultimate to lock up 2. And then he actually handshakes Beishwan out of his stun right when they go for it. So the opener there was quite good for FlyQuest as they get the early lead. But Masu is right there up against the wall and just gets slammed down. So they lose out on their Kalista damage very early on. And then you see Elk and Knight, the two big BLG DPS carries here from the backside, just get to walk forward.
I will also say that once Quad has spent his resources in the fight, like, it was very difficult for him to contribute that much more. And again, in these extended fights, BLG will just have the advantage. We talked about the scaling edge that they will have the longer this game goes, and with the lead that they currently sit on, with no dragons to their name, FlyQuest will find this game only harder and harder to play.
I said earlier that Knight was up 1 level without the Rod of Ages proccing. He is now up 2 almost full levels without it proccing. He will be a level 14 Victor to a level 11 Annie here in just a moment. But one thing that I want to draw your attention to real quick is the fact that the gold advantages for individuals are the same state that they were back in game number 1. It's Knight and Elk ahead for BLG. It's Bwipo and Inspired with the gold leads for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Bwipo and Inspired trying to be the bruiser threat to pull them through these team fights, but it's going to be so difficult, and that's part of the reason Knight has gone for this tanky build with a lot of the extra HP in it, because he knows he's going to have to deal with some level of Wukong and Annie burst, as well as Renekton into the back line, and so he's kind of that tankier version of the control mage up there.
Level 15.
Yeah, this is kind of a nightmare for Quad. Knight just needs the slightest amount more EXP to be those full 3 levels ahead of his counterpart. Quad's Annie not hitting the levels that FlyQuest was hoping for in this game. Otacon has spawned down in the southern half of the map, which is going to make things very interesting. It's less than 2 minutes until what'll be Ocean Soul for BLG spawns. If FlyQuest tries to fight to defend that and lose, not only do you give away the Soul, you'll give away the Otacon, and it feels like already 2,000 gold down, that's giving away the whole game.
BLG in a commanding position here in game 2, with full control over the early dragons and just a very effective early game plan.
FlyQuest teleport first as well here with Annie. Wonder if they're trying to make some...
Knight did commit his TP to mid to catch that wave. I wonder if he just wanted to secure a bit of extra gold. He's going to go back to base and spend what he can. Dragon going to be spawning in a minute's time, so he's going to have plenty of time. And there is that upgrade, along with a needlessly large rod.
Yeah, we came into this series expecting Jungle to be the biggest point of power over his counterpart for FlyQuest. We expected the same for mid for BLG. Game number 1, we got to see the Inspired Sejuani masterclass really taking over the game and being that win con. This time around, I feel like we're getting the other side of the coin. Knight's Victor just so far ahead of Quad's Annie, 2,000 gold ahead individually on this champion, and he's making his way over towards this bottom side river now. BLG in position, setting up the vision for the upcoming Dragon Soul fight. Inspired immediately popping the clone to walk away there before he takes any more damage. The dragon spawning in 20 seconds means FlyQuest don't have a whole lot of time.
Plus, they've got the advantage here for BLG. Knight is able to push mid lane, so Bwipo has to show and catch it.
Elk and Ben just going to go ahead, get this wave pushed up, try to clear this out, but immediately Busio and Masu are ready to go right after Elk. The Corky's in danger, but he hasn't been killed off yet. Now Masu and Busio are going to be in trouble. FlyQuest is split up. Masu's going to die here at the very start unless he gets bailed out, but Ben's already killed him. FlyQuest are scattering, but BLG are also low. Knight's here on the front line, as Inspired can't find a whole lot else just yet. Goes in for the Cyclone, two-man knockup, and On is down. Inspired trying to keep the fight going as he flashes away from the laser of Knight. The Victor with a flash follow as Blippo heals back up and takes out Beishwan. He might just be able to bail out, but just at the very last second he doesn't. Busio still gets the shutdown, but FlyQuest will be aced. Knight and Ben finish off the last kill, and BLG gets a 5 for 3.
It's Knight level 16 on the Victor, cleaning everything up. The start actually from FlyQuest, trying to use the surprise onto Elk in the backside here, but Elk makes distance over to the rest of the team, and then you see the Avengers assemble, Vedius.
The tippers just missing onto Elk was so massive as BLG respond with a beautiful engage from On1 again, and the ultimate from Bin. Immediately he TPs, but just look at Knight. Full HP, he can see the angle where he can kill absolutely everyone. Credit to Bwipo at the very least taking out On. Inspired is forced to flash. They think, quick, we can get on tonight. He flashes forward to get that last hit onto Inspired. The laser takes out Quads, and Bwipo does what he can. He comes so close to getting that kill, but the extra damage from Knight protects his AD carry for a little bit longer before he falls.
We're already back into the fight as Inspired's exhausted here in the front line. Ben's just juggling him around, and FlyQuest have already lost their jungler. On is low, and Whipple's in the middle of everybody as Beishwan has to try to retreat, but Quad dies to the laser with a Chaos Storm. Boostio's the next to fall, and Knight is a hurricane in this team fight. BLG tear FlyQuest apart.
Is that Knight from Arcane? He's not even done, boys.
Masu gonna try to get away from this one, but that's Callista versus Knight's Victor, and it's not gonna look too good. You'd have to think. Masu falls, and Knight secures the ace.
Knight is a monster. Regardless of the game state, he always finds a way to have an impact. And in this game, he is the raid boss that FlyQuest cannot take down.
Here we're going to see in our priceless moment presented by MasterCard at the complete wombo combo that deletes Inspired right at the very beginning of the fight. And that allows BLG to grow this Chaos Storm through the jungle.
I mean, Knight just faces no threat. They can comfortably play the front to back. And with the Pantheon and the, I've forgotten the champion in the top lane, the Ornn.
The big fellow with the horn.
Yeah, that guy. Their backline access is so strong that it makes it even harder for the Callista to play. And Knight, when you give him this much space, he just takes over everything.
Yeah, I love it. They call him the golden left hand of the LPL, the left-handed player. He's got a full 1,000 gold if you can kill him, though. So you got to always think when you're behind like this, hey, let's set our goals. If we can kill Knight, that is a large amount of money. That's a very tough job.
I was going to say, usually you want to start with small, achievable goals.
The operative word is if. And that is a big if in this game. Knight is absolutely tearing through these fights. He has his Zhonya's Hourglass now completed on top of the already tanky build that you were mentioning earlier, Kobe. Killing this guy is going to need to be a perfect engage from FlyQuest, completely catching BLG unaware. But BLG have not been playing like that in this game, too. They've been coordinating very well. They're having a much better game, and now they're going in after Bwipo. Inspired's already here as well, and Beishwan has jumped in. He's already lost his shield. Inspired is low from Knight's damage, but Masu's about to die instantly. Knight's already gone like Inspired and Masu are both down. Bwipo's got Asterix, but it won't keep him alive much longer. BLG are so far ahead, and they're making sure FlyQuest knows it.
BLG with another fantastic collapse. Beishwan starts off the fight in what seems to be a very scary way for BLG, instantly losing his life. But on the top side of the fight, both Bin and Elk catch out the bot lane of FlyQuest, removing them before the fight can really be turned in FlyQuest's favor, securing a bunch of kills. They've set their sights on the Baron, and they're looking to equalize this series 1-1.
I mean, Knight is going to be 5,500 gold ahead once they take this Baron. Yeah. Every player gets 300 gold for the Baron. With the Baron buff, they're going to go and they will look to siege the FlyQuest base.
That siege is not going to take very long to accomplish its objective. BLG, they've got the Dragon Soul. They've got 7,500 gold lead. They are locked and loaded to end this second game.
My only disappointment is Knight. He is a man who is well read. He loves reading
Magi
books.
he want?
And he's got no Magi's in this game. 8-1-6 is the scoreline.
He's a team player. He's got his control wards, Betty. He's got to keep your control ward slot.
That he does. BLG now with the Baron buff. Surely you would expect them to set their sights on the base of FlyQuest. They're looking to get control over the bot wave. Top and mid already pushed in. But really, you just need to let Knight do the work. Keep chipping at the HP bars of FlyQuest, utilizing that E. You've got to be cautious about leaving him isolated. There's always the possible collapse of the Wukong, and he wisely playing around his vision.
Yeah, I mean, with this Ocean Soul, the siege is insane. They have so much range on BLG. They can constantly be proccing it, and they can siege up at these towers over and over and over, and slowly whittle away. Not slowly, quickly.
No, that's
they
a
can
wrecking
quickly
ball.
whittle away at the FlyQuest base.
FlyQuest has hit that point where it just feels impossible to deal with the power of BLG's composition at this stage of the game, at this stage of a lead. BLG smashed through the first line of defense here in the bottom lane. That inhibitor's already gone, and Knight is escorting the wave up mid lane right after. FlyQuest trying to deal with the empowered minions. Bin's just staying close enough to keep them all enchanted with the Baron, while the remaining 4 players on BLG make very short work of the tier 3 turret in mid. Now the second inhibitor is already down, and FlyQuest are experiencing the same scenario they put BLG through in game number 1. Now, FlyQuest will have to try to make their last defense, and BLG will make it a quick one if they have their way. Elk firing some poke. Masu's already at half HP. First Nexus turret about to die as Whippo goes into Dominus, and BLG happy to just wait it out and continue poking. The minions still alive. FlyQuest struggling even to clear these away. Whippo is going to lose his ultimate before the fight even starts. Beishua goes in for quad. He tries to get away with a flash. Chaos Storm still burning him down, and Knight is legendary. FlyQuest, blink and you'll miss him. BLG, wipe him off the rift. A triple kill to Knight as Whippo gets away back into the fountain. He'll stay alive, but the Nexus won't. BLG, even the score.
BLG come back in a very big way. Controlling this game, really good game plan. They identify the bottom lane, they attack the bottom lane, they keep mid lane down so much and accrue such a large advantage that they honestly had an iron grip on that game.
I saw some comment or interview from Whippo where he said sometimes you just give a team a super comp. I feel like this was one of those super comps, you know, like the Pantheon early, the way in which the Victor outranged everyone, on with his engages was spectacular. BLG with a dominant performance here in game 2.
All right, we're all tied up. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down game 2.
No more Callista.
FlyQuest couldn't exactly keep it going the way they had in game. What did they say at the tail
No
end?
more Callista.
That is the best part about game 2 is that we cannot pick it anymore. Thank you, Fearless.
Did they not watch our segment in the beginning where you said, I don't want to see this? Actually, to be fair, you did not get Callista off that board.
I threw it off.
You
I threw off Callista and TF. Those were my first 2 targets.
He was quick with it too.
So can you really boil everything down to a consequence of that or not?
No,
What do we see?
never. To me, draft is never, you know, where the game is fully decided, but I do think Callista really struggles to get value, and I think BLG did a really smart job of putting early pressure onto the Callista, making sure that it could not snowball. We could actually just watch the reel, because to me, the way that Callista succeeds is that you get advantages in the 2v2, you use that to stack dragons, but BLG was going right at them non-stop here. They're able to get first blood. It was traded back, but it was multiple ganks as well. Even when FlyQuest bot lane was escaping, they're getting put off tempo. They're going down in CS. They're being put further and further behind. Callista needs to play with a lead. Otherwise, it's going to really struggle.
0, 9, 0, and 6 for that bot lane, by the way.
Just to support the claim that you already had made. Yeah. And so, like, if we move back and take a look at the composition, you're completely right. Like, if you look at Callista, Annie, like, Renata, a lot of it is we are taking early fights. We're not going to scale as well. But the idea is that if we muck it up at the beginning of the game, then we're just going to be losing on sides because we can't match the Victor and we can't match the Corki.
Exactly. And I mean, BLG, both games, you know, they dominated the objectives early on. This time, though, FlyQuest didn't have the luxury of a big advantage and a scaling, you know, comp to actually be able to scrap with them later on. We talk a lot about the Callista and Renata, but I also have to say mid lane was absolutely a problem. Knight had a huge gap in mid lane. He outranked range as the Annie, and Quad was 3 levels down.
Yeah, and I think in game 1 we saw where BLG will try to skill check you, but they never really had the damage. Here, because of that, I mean, that hole in the mid lane, Knight was put so much more forward and he could put so much pressure on those skirmishes specifically. That makes it very hard to play for FlyQuest.
I mean, that's very true. I think like BLG as a team was on point about the fights and the engages that they were going for. And a lot of the times when you looked at FlyQuest's side, they were either like a little bit too late to the step. In fact, we can just talk about the replay that we'll bring up, the HyperX Reflex replay, because it was a Rift Herald fight that Kalista wasn't really there for. She based so she could be able to get a Blade of the Rune King. So she was really late for this. And already you can just see like the initial engage that they had on Tribush to be able to like try and trap and fight BLG didn't work. Then you just have On sitting in the Rift Herald pit waiting for an engage, catches 2, and the rest of them just get rolled over by BLG.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is the struggle for FlyQuest is if the initial part of the fight is not incredibly dominant, then you don't really have much of a punch afterwards. Inspired had a great early game again, but he goes in, they all put pressure on him, they have to use the bailout on him, and he has to run. Masu is having trouble getting in there, Quad dies quickly, and then you're all eyes on Masu to be able to make something happen, but the front line of BLG played it really, really well. The Orinol comes out, the Pantheon is in his face, as they know as long as they're putting pressure on Masu, no one's going to kill Bin. It's just not happening.
And that's the thing. The focus for me, whenever it comes to FlyQuest, is the setup. The setup for that one that we didn't see at the replay was the fact that, like, you're right. Like, I think that Inspired had a really good game in general at the beginning of it. He was in the Tribush alongside Annie, but Kalista and the rest of the team was at base because they wanted to take the fight as late as possible because they didn't have a Blade of the Rune King because how the early game went. Everything kind of bled into each other.
And on that rally, you know, 1,000 career international assists. He just knows how to pull the trigger, and I think it all came together beautifully, not in the least because of Knight. I think he couldn't effectuate kind of what he wanted to in the first game. I think for all of BLG, though, they needed a confidence game like this after how game 1 went.
Honestly, he even played really well in the Aurora game. So, like, I think he just had 2 great games in a row. This time, he just had a team around him, and a lot of the fights just looked really dominating because they could not fight into the victor.
And also say he had a great matchup. I mean, I think Quad held up really, really well. You know, in game number 1, he had the Talia. That's absolute comfort. Not that he's not comfortable on Annie, but Annie can struggle into some of these long-range control mages because you're just getting whittled down, poked away at, and it was this big experience advantage that was opened up by Knight. I mean, Masu, I think, piloted the Kalista well, played the fights as well as he could, but it is so incredibly difficult when you are this far behind. Knight was so tanky, had the early Roa. I mean, look at the build. It's Bloodletters, Roa, Zonias. He's putting out so much damage. He's 3-4 levels up on people, and he is just in your face. You cannot knock him down quickly.
They absolutely shut the door on them. We're going into game 3. Do you want to bring the board back? Because we talked before the series about a lot of things that maybe we wanted to see or did not want to see.
All right, well, Sion has been picked. That one's out of there.
That one's gone.
Pantheon's out. I don't know what we
just lost. Wukong is gone. Let me see. The Trundle's still there. That's important. I'll bring it back up.
Busta's gone.
I like Trundle.
Annie is gone. Victor is gone.
Karma.
We have played
Nico's gone, Renata's
Karma.
gone,
We
Rel's
have played
gone.
Nico. We have played
Renata.
Renata. We have played Rel.
Yo, see what's rising in priority. I'm looking at it.
I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Okay,
Doesn't hurt
buying
anybody.
what you're selling.
Yeah?
Busio Bard was looking really, really nice. Honestly, like I said before, I don't really want to see TF. I think it can work, but I think TF is so hard to execute on that I don't think it's worth it. Play towards simple win conditions. I think both games, the team that won was one that had kind of a very straightforward idea of how they wanted to play. I think prioritize getting some forms of engage and then being able to make it happen.
So, FlyQuest, they're on the red side for this next game. We just laid out kind of what they can do. What do you think they're reserving that R5 for?
I think the fact that they're going to go to red side, I would expect to see a Bwipo special. It is interesting to me that Bin comes in here. Bin in the past, we'd be expecting him to be going in on Camille, on Jax, on all these kind of picks. Game 1 Sion, game 2 Ornn. I feel like Bwipo is going to see that and say, he's not feeling as confident. Give me something here, and I'm going to try to slam him.
Yeah, and I mean, that's pretty much what it is, right? Like, the super counter pick is always what I feel like Bwipo has been great for, seeing the entire composition. That's why I didn't take away the Cho'Gath. I love that Cho'Gath. See if he goes into a Yorick or something, and he just plays the insane tank.
Yeah, let's see what Bwipo has cooking for us in game 3 when we come back.
face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step. I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bets. Cause we know where we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see profit here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you flex. Win, and I'ma do it again. Watch me win, then watch me do it again.
All right, guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX. Bring League to your browser. Lock in with LoL Esports. Customize your setup with champion-inspired themes. And unlock new designs inspired by Arcane. Only on the browser for legends. Download Opera GX.
Of all my hard work, them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me.
He's a beast, he's a monster, he's a force with the man. I scanned the room, forming up the plan. Fire in my eyes, got him stuck quicksand. I don't play to lose, I just play to win. It's that hard work, effort that I'm putting in. I don't play to lose, I just play to win.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Welcome back to MSI 2025 here in our elimination best-of-5 match between FlyQuest and BLG. FlyQuest had a strong start winning game number 1, but in game number 2, BLG looked so much better. They were coordinated, they were clean, and they earned themselves a tied series.
Yeah, Pantheon is quite the champion, and now he is gone, along with the Kalista that I'm sure many are excited about. So as we get into the draft powered by Omen and HyperX, let's see how things shape up. FlyQuest electing to be on the red side. So they're targeting towards quad. They're trying to limit that pool a little bit by removing the Casio, taking out the Azir in response to the Varus and the Twisted Fate coming through.
these are the exact same starting bans from game number 2. BLG, again, all 5 going to be the same now as they continue banning out the standard Azir, the pocket pick Casio for quad, and the Galio that can be used as the counter pick to a blue side first pick Rumble from FlyQuest. Now, last time around, FlyQuest immediately banned the Rumble here because they're saying they know what Bin wants to do, what BLG wants to pick for the top lane. We'll see if they do it again now.
Well, that's a good question, because also the Vi is available too. And you have to imagine that Beishuan's going to want to get his hands on that. When we think about Pantheon, Wukong, Xin already being removed, this champion naturally rises in priority. And guess what mid lane champion pairs nicely with the Vi?
Do you want to break up the Ahri Vi? Do you want to break up Knight's Ahri? Let's see.
Well, that's the question, because think back to the top of the day and what the analysts were talking about in terms of win conditions for FlyQuest. Quad having a bit of a rougher showing this tournament, wanting to put him on more standard control mages versus more of those skirmish style mages like the Ahri. We'll see if FlyQuest want to go for it, because immediately they're going to lock Senna for Masu.
Yeah, straight from the bottom side here, wanting to remain fairly safe. So you're thinking of the other things that are going to pair with the Senna, like Tom Kench or something like that. To try and keep yourself safe. I'm thinking of Poppy right now too. Poppy is pretty good into Vi. Wukong is also good, but of course because of Fearless is not an option. So maybe if they see a couple more champions here, it might be a Poppy angle.
So there's quite a few layers here with this Rise pick, because firstly you'd think, okay, you want Tom Kench and you want Poppy. Why? Both fantastic champions into the Vi specifically. But at the same time, mid lane has been pinched extremely hard. So you want to make sure that Quad can get something that he's comfortable on. And so by locking in the Rise and by removing both the Casio and the Azir, you're also getting rid of some matchups that are pretty good into the champion too. So I quite like the approach. The problem is we know what's going to come out from the other side, and it is none other than Knight's most played career champion, that Ahri, sitting at around a 78% win rate career all time.
That's crazy. You could say he's pretty good at Ahri. Let's see what they complement, because they also were hovering over the Gwen for Bin, which was banned out every single game by T1. But he does have some other options here.
Yeah, we're looking at the Ambessa being hovered right now. Remember that Gwen and Ambessa were the bans from FlyQuest in the second half of that previous game. This time around, BLG are going to lock Bin's Ambessa before the bans continue.
And the reason I like this is because you have 2 solo lanes that both benefit greatly from Vi lockdown. Obviously, everyone's very well accustomed to Vi plus Ahri. You line up the other skill shots for the other person. Same thing with Ambessa with your ultimate. Vi combos, people really like doing assassination plays with Vi plus Ambessa. So you have a lot more options to go for. And I was going to just blow a gasket if they didn't go Poppy after that, because guess how many dashes are on the side of BLG? We said it after said it after just the Vi's picks, but once you add an Ahri and an Ambessa on that, that is probably like the highest value you're going to get out of a Poppy.
Yeah, there is so much value in Steadfast Presence. Ahri's ultis, Ambessa's everything by trying to enter in with the Vault Breakers. And now we'll get into the second half of the draft. FlyQuest are going to ban out the Ziggs. This is another pick. I like seeing them ban this away. We go back to the analysts at the top of the day talking about how it's not that Masu is bad on Ziggs, it's just the fact that he's such a mechanical player. He's such a huge part of their DPS. Generally, I think a lot of people don't want to see him on something like this, so you ban it away to make sure that BLG can't pick it, and it's not really the ideal situation for you either, so you don't feel bad about it.
Love the respect towards the Bard ban. We heard Azael talking about it in the last post-match. He was kind of expecting it to come out in Game 2. BLG aware of the possibility of this pick and how effective Busio has been on the champion. Its ability to punish flashless champions. Once you use that mobility, you become easy to lock down. It just has so much flexibility in how it can be used.
And it completely shuts down Vi engages. So when they're showing Vi plus Ahri and Vi plus Ambessa, they do not want that combo breaker of defensive Bard ultimates coming in. And there's the other one that we mentioned as far as the combo breakers and those defensive champions that pair well with the Senna and can shut down what BLG are showing.
And FlyQuest started off by banning the Ziggs, long range, mostly uninteractive lane opponent there for the bottom lane. They're going to ban away Caitlyn for what I would assume is a similar reason. They don't want to have Senna constantly suffering under early pressure from long range. They want to allow her to farm up those souls and become a late game super weapon.
Now, the traditional combo that we would normally see from a BLG comp like this would be the Kai'Sa. You double, triple down on that dive idea. And with the gangplank coming through from Whippo, I mean, back in EU, this was an old school favorite favorite of his.
And we've been waiting for this champ with the changes on the patch. Who was going to bring it out? Whippo literally has a Gangplank tattoo on his arm that he got when he was over here in North America. He loves this champ, as you say. Ben also has some famous history with this champ, too.
You're going to traumatize him.
I didn't say that. But there's the Kaiser that we were talking about, just double tripling down on the dive. You've got so much backline threat. Busio's going to need something to help keep Masu alive, because if he thought he struggled in game 2, I can tell you right now, all eyes are on that AD carry's head moving into game 3.
Honestly, okay, well, compared to last game, I would like a lot of things way more, but I really like this, what FlyQuest are cooking here, because they have so much counter engage. They have the ability to play side lanes with the Rise plus Global Ultimate of Ascena, and they have Poppy for defense, another defensive champ here, the Alistar picked up, so they have defensive Gangplank ultimates, barrel chains coming through, Poppy as well as Alistar to try and play bodyguard. So FlyQuest have kind of built a comp to receive the aggression from BLG. The question is, can you actually do that carefully? Or can BLG just get their kills anyway and just fully dive and fully snowball and not care about your defense?
Yeah, it's a pedal to the metal composition from BLG in this one. Knight on his nearly 80% win rate. Ahri, he was the far better mid laner in game number 2, having a 3-level lead over Quad, having such an impact on the Victor and on his #1 champion. I feel like BLG is going to have eyes on him with this great jungle pairing to really accelerate this game and stop FlyQuest from the infinity scaling.
We only have to look at the T1 series, where we saw even in the loss, Knight's Ahri was crazy good. He was still finding incredible angles. He was saving so many team fights. And I feel like that this game has to be about this mid lane, because on the side of BLG, they have so many playmaking tools. When you have Vi, Ahri, Nautilus, the lockdown, the pick potential, the follow-up, it's all there. But for the side of FlyQuest, you've got Poppy, a lot more about the disengage, as Kobe was just talking about. Rise has some potential setup, but they're going to have to rely along on these objectives, and they have, with Ascena, they're going to need more time. So they're going to have to weather the pressure from BLG early if they want to stand a chance here in game 3.
Ooh, it seems, I've just been informed we have a pause. There is some sort of a peripheral issue on stage. We'll see. Hopefully that can be resolved.
There was some
quickly.
Callista still stuck on his mouse.
Oh, yeah.
So they have to go clean the Callista off.
The
I think is
Callista
what happened.
You gotta make sure you scrub that away. You don't want any lingering remnants of a 0 and 9 champion on your mouse, keyboard, monitor, anything.
I just got the technical update.
Yeah, that's good.
Sure
that's very important to know. We got to make sure that we have no Callista
So many of
left.
these signs that I just read. The first one is Masu the Bossu just doesn't rhyme. Okay, that's that. Just want to get that out of the way.
You shut your mouth. He's the boss.
Okay, he can be the boss, doesn't rhyme. Okay, second one.
We got the U at the end.
I've been living in Berlin for so long. When I saw Wide Whippo, I actually read it as V-Day. Started reading it in German. Anyway, a lot of great signs in the audience.
That one's a U problem.
That is a me problem.
For sure.
I don't know how to speak any German.
I like that sign. Masu the Bossu.
Actually, you can say it in a way that
with an
rhymes.
American accent, I can hear it
with an
now.
American accent.
It's a U problem.
So that's 2 Vedius problems out of 2
Thank
problems.
you guys, I've learned more. I appreciate that.
We're here to help
Learning
expand your
American day by
horizons,
day.
my friends. We're locked in. There we got Whippo the goat. We got a jungle gap.
Now that doesn't rhyme, surely.
No, I don't think that one's meant
That's
to
just
rhyme.
a nice thing to say.
I don't think that one's meant to have some.
We're gonna need a medic up here. Can we get someone to check on Vedius? Something is wrong with my Vedius.
Okay, we'll have to make sure Vedius is firing on all cylinders. But now we are into the game for game number 3 here in his best of 5. We're tied up 1-1 so far as FlyQuest again. Even after the loss last time, they're choosing to stay on the red side. We'll see if that ends up favoring them as we check out our runes. It is a Summoner's Spellbook for On compared to the Aftershock for Busio. Some more combat power for the FlyQuest support.
As BLG make their way into the enemy jungle, they do a tried and true strategy of just getting clear information of the early game plan coming through from BLG. And while there is a bit of a response, oh, actually not much response, very little vision invested on the side of FlyQuest. But as we jump into game 3, I think it's important to acknowledge Bin 144 international games played. He passes both Maple and Peanut for the 7th all time. The man has become a staple of international competition.
Oh, no.
We run into another pause.
This Kalista is very tenacious.
It's still in there. I swear, it is so hard to remove. You got to get it out of every little crack.
Use one of the
0-9.
Yeah, use one of those like compressed air duster things. Just get Kalista out of the game. All right. Hopefully we can get this fixed here real soon. Get back into game.
Yeah, and we'll see. You know, we'll see if Bwipo on his Gangplank here. If you didn't hear during Champ Select, like he actually, I don't know if we can see it. There, right there, the Gangplank sword with on fire, by the way, with the passive is the tattoo that he got on his arm. Of course, Kiaya had the previous really good Gangplank game in the tournament. The only one previously that we had here at MSI, but that one was a beauty. So we'll see if Bwipo can do the same.
Looks like we are having, I've been informed it is the same peripheral issue as before. So we are now trying a third option.
I told you, it's still in there.
It's the Kalista referral.
Same one.
We don't want those.
Oh, look at that, it's all tangled too.
Yeah, that Kalista did that. She hopped in too many circles.
You gotta rend the mice cords apart.
Make sure that you get all of it out. Everybody seems pretty relaxed mostly though. Hopefully this should be pretty quick as we try to find exactly where we're going to plug that in.
While I may not be a pro player, I can say with confidence that having a functioning mouse, quite important.
Does it help at all? Oh,
I would say that it does, in fact, help quite a lot.
Help a little bit, okay.
Yeah.
You know, when I used to play back in Season 2 with one of my buddies that I got into the game with, he only played Darius and he only played on a trackpad.
I mean, he used famous for, we had a guy like that.
I was gonna bring that up, but I couldn't remember his exact name.
I wanted to say it's Kurt, I want to say, but I
that sounds correct.
Yeah,
we would mention it like every single time.
We did. It was like his one thing.
Like, this guy uses a freaking trackpad. It is crazy.
Some people just have the skill to get it done, but luckily we have our league ops to get this fixed so nobody has to play on the trackpad.
I can tell that I am old as a gamer because these days most people use wireless mice and I just don't trust them. Because when I started adopting them, that lag that they used to have, I just couldn't get with it. But these days, apparently they're very good.
Catch up with the time though, they're great now.
I just got to plug in. That's what I trust. The tried and true, plug it in, it works like a charm.
You are the perfect, like, quintessential grumpy old man for sure though. I think you became a grumpy old man at the age of like 22.
Not wrong, not wrong.
It's pretty young to be a grumpy old man.
Yeah.
So what do you ascend to after that then? If you're already grumpy and old at 22.
When you guys are all like, you know, excited when things happening after a cast, everyone's had a great day, and we're like, let's go out and have drinks. I'm like, how about we don't, and we go inside and we just not talk to each other.
Uncle Vedius is back at home playing Lost Ark.
Not wrong.
Okay, we've.
All right, how many mice did we have to clean though? Like,
I was informed we were on number 3.
Because that's, I mean, I guess it just like splattered across all the.
What if we just get a box of them, dump it out on the table, and just start plugging them in until one works?
I'm down.
Sounds like that sounds like an efficient solution. Just keep plugging mice.
Yeah, we just keep.
Have we tried a joystick?
Oh man, yeah. What if we use some old school arcade controller or something? Might make it a little bit more difficult. I have been updated.
I think it would only work if they were playing Yumi.
We could go to the
rumored
WASD. That's what we need.
Oh yeah, there you go. Well, we have an update that the third mouse did not work. So it seems like it's not just a mouse issue. Kalista has still infected the computer itself.
The third mouse? I love how you guys have just both collectively agreed Kalista was the problem. Okay, guys, we have to find a way.
I don't know what else it could be.
She's gone, guys. I don't know how to tell you this. She's gone.
We're not bitter. You know, we're not scarred. It's fine. It's totally fine.
I have no lasting mental scars from Kalista gameplay at MSI 2025.
We could easily let go of that right now. If we wanted to, we could just let go right now.
All right, cool. So from moving forward, that champion will no longer be named.
But what do you think about 3 mice in a row all had problems? That's like
crazy,
a
computer issue.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be more than just the mice at that point. There's no way all
the
the
USB
mice
plug is broken, or fortunately, we're not responsible for troubleshooting. So.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't know.
I mean, I'm pretty good. I just take it out, plug it back in,
turn it off, turn it back on again.
I mean, that's the tried and true. That's what works for everything that I usually try.
I mean, my PC has like 8 different USB ports, so I'd be going through all the different ones.
Oh, you just check and see?
Yeah.
Sometimes if I have some piece of technology that doesn't work and unplugging and plugging it back in doesn't work, sometimes I'll just smack it. Like you just give it a good thump, and sometimes
I'm the unk, really?
And sometimes it'll work.
You know what? You can have multiple unks.
Something just is like a little bit out of place.
We might be an unk trio.
We might
actually.
Wait, what is your uncle?
Everyone on this cast.
I am just actually old.
Okay, so you're actually old.
Okay,
Vegas wants to stay in the hotel room.
You know, I'm in my 30s too, right?
I hit stuff to fix it.
You know, did you guys ever wiggle the antenna on your TVs? Did you ever have to do that?
League of Legends tournament in 2010.
Oh yeah, World Cyber Games champion right here.
Got a gold medal for North America. Okay,
do you still have it?
I still do, yeah.
Hell yes, that's what I like to hear. All right, I'm being told that we are now getting ready checks. Whatever the problem with the mouse was, whether it was a physical problem, whether it was a software problem, we know it was a Callista problem, and now it's fixed. Okay. We are into the game.
I let go of it.
No, Kobe said if we want to let go, we can, and I don't want to.
I would like to make a personal request. Let's get someone out there and buy 10 more mice right now, just in case.
Yeah, go to the mouse store. Make it 20. Make sure that we're ready, as we are ready to finally get Game 3 underway as the minions are about to collide. Masu on this Senna in this game. This is a huge scaling pick, and we'll see how well FlyQuest, can protect him.
He's got some in his mouth now.
Because remember, the whole BLG comp is dive, dive, dive.
Now, we have to talk about Masu.
No, Sean. No way. No way. I swear, if they get in my ear and tell me this is a mouse.
Oh, no. Yep. We're. Yeah, we all. They don't even have to tell us, man. We can just see by the image on our screen.
Up my order. I'm buying 50 mice right now. Somebody get online.
We're gonna need more than that.
Does anybody in the audience got a mouse for me?
Does anybody have a spare control item?
I signed someone's mouse pad earlier. Maybe they also brought the mouse.
Why would they bring the mouse?
Why would they bring
we don't even have a mouse on this desk.
Why would you bring a mouse pad?
What, to get people to sign it? A mouse pad is just a really thick piece of paper.
They may have bought the mouse pad here.
All right.
Yeah. Well, what if it's merch? Wait, do we have?
Right,
do we have?
to go to bed, all right?
I actually don't know all of the stuff that we have. I know there's a bunch of stuff.
I surrender. You know what? I haven't seen them try and change Inspired's mouse though. I think he's got his on lock.
Yeah, it seems to just be. It looks like it's just Quad's mouse over and over again that refuses to cooperate. Yeah.
So you guys controller guys or mouse guys?
Oh.
You play a game.
Keyboard and mouse all day.
All the day.
All day, every day.
Yeah.
I even play like Dark Souls games with a keyboard and mouse.
If
and that's
I could
considered
play
sacrilege
League with a controller, I would do it.
Wait, are you saying if you could also get auto aim? Because auto aim is what makes the difference.
Vedius is trying to hack.
I believe it's called.
Uncle Vedius wants auto aim.
I believe it's called aim assist.
Okay.
Okay, we've got some player comms of the mouse moment. Let's listen into what's going through the players' minds.
Can I change my mouse? I think this mouse have like this one is, I don't know how to explain, but when I hold, it's like up and down, so it's
it's jumping.
Jumping mouse?
Yeah, Callista jumping. It's
oh my goodness! You did.
How does that even work?
It was literally Marshall Cadence mouse.
Oh no, you're right. It hops.
No, he's not right. Don't name it.
He's right.
I am right.
Okay.
I successfully moved us off this topic, and somehow you two find us a way to bring us back onto it.
Okay,
you're right.
Because of the technical issues that she's obviously responsible for, the only reasonable response is to disable Callista for the rest of the tournament. All in favor?
I vote yes.
Okay.
Everybody in chat, vote.
Vote now. If
she's already gone for the series.
How about then we return to the topic of Vedius needing auto aim in League of Legends?
Okay, it's called aim assist.
Okay, whatever.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know, controls are just more comfortable. They were designed for gaming when you think about it.
I mean, it is nice to do like relaxed. Do you sit on the couch when you're going?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, I am.
That's chill.
Grew up on consoles. You know what I mean? I was first and foremost a console gamer before I
when you grew up
the way
400 years ago.
Yeah.
When you were when there were dinosaurs.
Built my first PC with rock and firewood.
Oh, nice. Must have been good out there.
I do not see a single no in Twitch chat. Everyone votes.
You got the chat up?
Yes. Yeah. Because we're trying to see if they vote to ban Kalista.
I believe you said I. If they don't say I, then does it really count?
I.
Deal.
Okay.
One guy pressed F for Kalista. I don't trust him. Oh, there's one no.
Oh,
There's
I'm
one
getting
no.
an important note. God, they're in my ear right now. They say, anyone have a Twitch Prime in chat? Yeah, I just got this
selling out right now.
Just got this weird message.
The weird message.
Yeah, that was crazy. Anyways,
that's crazy. That's the message that you got at this critical junction of
any
our
gifters? Whoa,
competition.
What's going on, guys?
Okay, well, as Kobe, Vedius, and I lock in our Kalista hunting techniques to finally solve this problem, we're going to toss things back to the analyst desk while the issue gets resolved.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all,
they've lost their collective minds.
Disgusting.
Yeah, he is.
Not mouse and keyboard gaming. That is absolutely filthy.
Oh, I thought you just mean in general.
Yeah, no, come on. We all, I'm sorry.
The man can't defend himself,
That's the best part about it.
Honestly, I see you too, Vedius. It's
You know, some people say
disgusting
don't kick them while they're down. Raz is like, that's when they can't defend themselves.
Exactly.
Hey.
Don't look back behind you, Vedius. The North American backstabbers are there.
They're hilarious, but obviously they have to cast maybe 5 games today. So can we be as hilarious? I don't know. Let's talk about maybe some stuff.
Sure. So the comps are actually inverted. So it is FlyQuest team is on the right and BLG's is on the left. I was really happy with the draft for FlyQuest. You know, a lot of kind of what we were talking about. Sure, it's great to be able to execute on an incredibly, early game focused comp that is really kind of tight win conditions, that is hard to pull off. But also, you could just draft a comp that has incredible counter engage that outscales your opponents and make it a lot easier for yourselves. This game, the pressure is all going to be on BLG. Again, they are the comp that is listed on the left. They are playing the Ahri, the Vi, the Ambessa. It's full send.
Yes.
But you are trying to full send it through a Poppy, through GP ult, through Alistar peeling, through Senna ultimate. There are so many tools I think that FlyQuest have to really absorb that initial engage.
On is looking at his
He's looking at his mouse too.
What if my mouse is messed up?
No, don't
we
even
must stop
think about
inspecting
it.
mouses.
He's getting
guys.
Don't even
incepted.
think about it. Does it smell good?
Maybe it smells
Maybe,
nice.
maybe.
Is it lavender
It is blue.
smell?
What if it's blueberry?
It could.
It's like the scratch and
Wait.
sniff.
That's the next evolution of mice.
Scratch and sniff mice.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you may have just come up with a generational idea.
There you go. I want 10%, whoever makes that.
All right.
No, I don't think that's happening.
Anyways, you were going to say something, Raz.
But on BLG side, I think it's really good at being able to play through sides. Like Ahri, Vi, Ambessa, Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa can always join those fights. So yeah, in a larger team fight, if you allow FlyQuest to scale, it's going to be pretty rough. But overall, especially if you give Ahri his best pick historically and allow him to be able to just pick off members, and FlyQuest has made mistakes throughout this tournament, especially in this series, then it could really get tough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they have
oh my God.
the ability to execute on this comp, clearly, right? BLG are a very good team. They're all hands. Bin is going to be on a completely different style of champion. We had Sion, then we had Ornn, now we have Ambessa. So it is all about
cast
the execution.
I want you to cast this, though. I don't care about any of it. Like, how many people does it take to replace a mouse?
Well, we have a backup just in case. You can see behind him right there.
Yeah, there's a few. I will say I feel him, though, because you know how it is to change mice?
Yeah.
If you're used to playing with them, you gotta adjust. So he wants it to be perfect, which I think we can respect.
Absolutely. I mean, it has to be. When you're trying to play at this level, like one misclick in a team fight can be the end of your entire tournament.
Especially after that last game, he's like, no, I need my mouse to work. I need it to be good.
Yeah,
gotta be on point.
Especially if you're talking about your mouse like bumping up or something like that, that just does not sound good at all.
Hey.
But I just want to say, respect to the crowd that's been out here for the time that we've been here in Vancouver.
Sir.
They have been incredible. Every single one of you guys, even the last person we saw on camera, like a big ball of energy. So shout out to you guys out there in the crowd.
And if any of you,
it is good to be back in Canada.
Yes, sir.
We got a couple of good old Canadian boys here on the desk. Let's go, brother. Let's go. Give me that energy.
Yeah. Let's go. Let's see, indeed. A lot of fan support for FlyQuest here, and regardless of how you twist and turn it, you feel that when you're on stage.
And I just want to make the point, because yes, they've been chanting FlyQuest from the beginning, especially after game 1. A lot of these guys, I've asked a lot of fan members like where they're coming in from. The thing that I've heard consistently is like this is their first league event. The last time they were here in Canada was 2017 in Vancouver.
Yep.
And for a lot of people who've been like either flying in from Saskatchewan or Toronto or like coming in from Calgary, like these, it's crazy that people are coming through all around Canada to be able to watch their first league event.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the first ever international in Canada for League of Legends, so definitely really exciting for people to be here, and the crowd has definitely been showing out. We have also been treated to such a good tournament, I do think, because...
Yeah, you would say that.
Well, but also a lot of teams, I would say that, yes, our teams are still here and playing on stage.
Bit superior.
But also... the fact that we had teams like Furia and like GAM and like CFO, I think surprising and overperforming where people were expecting them to go, really made a lot of the series less predictable, made them more competitive, and it meant we have had very few blowouts at this event throughout all the way through. Has been a lot of fun to watch, really competitive. Of course, we still do have a number of days left in the tournament.
We do. I don't want to be serious, but I also don't want to really laugh at the situation because this is tragic, right? At this point, he just wants to get back in the game, and you're sitting next to him, and you're like, yes, I also want to get back in the game, but it's got to be perfect. Hey,
you just want comfort. Like, you don't want to go into a game like being regretful about like trying to play through a mouse problem.
Let's talk about, you want to talk about Bridesmaids?
I can talk about Bridesmaids. I don't know where you're going, but I'm down.
BLG, always the bridesmaid.
True. They're not going to like the sound of that, but it is a fact.
It is something that they're fighting up against also this tournament, right?
Yeah. I mean, especially since like they went through a number of roster changes throughout the years, like going from Shun to Wei to Beitron. Like, you want to come into this event.
He's looking locked in.
And perform.
Yo, this is looking promising.
I like
they're all kind of wiggling their seats in. You can see the seat wiggle.
BLG members also
locked
sitting
in,
up.
making sure.
It
the
looks
belly
good.
has to be to the desk when you're playing.
It looks good. So let's head back over to our, well, 2 who play on PC and 1 who is not very good at games.
That is a cheater. The one that is a cheater. You can say it.
But we look good too, right?
Yeah, we're chilling. We're having a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the caster desk, as I believe we are just about ready to get back into game. Quad's mouse should be fixed. It's time to play. It's time to lane. It's time for game 3.
All right, let's get into the action.
What happened, Vedius? 20 minutes ago.
We picked some jumps. 2 minutes in, we've got some cool drafts. Knight on his Ari.
Yes.
Beitron on the Vi. We're expecting pressure around the mid lane on the bot side of the map. Center stacks. That's what I was about to talk about as the hook connects.
Okay, Busio immediately disengages it.
And Inspired right now is counter jungling, so this is actually one of my favorite things to do in solo queue that we've seen actually a couple times, even at the tournament already. But he did cross over vision when he went to go steal that away.
Oh, Bwipo versus Bin. The 1v1 as both are down to about 100 HP. Bin drinking the potion as Bwipo does the same. Those cooldowns early on. Bin, quick burst onto Bwipo, but then without anything to fire back with, Bwipo traded back aggressively and now has a slight HP advantage. Bin, though, just going to cast another round of spells as Bwipo eats the orange.
Yeah, the Gangplank Trial Bot Fire, the passive is a lot of your early power, so Bwipo trying to utilize that here against Mbessa before she has too much of a chance. He's running a little bit low on mana now, though. That is the main problem there with Mbessa being resourceless.
Okay, Beitron, you can see as soon as he saw that there was a ward there in the enemy jungle with his sweeper, he immediately decided against actually going for the blue buff. Did not want to be caught and punished as Inspired is looking at the top side. Bin could walk up to this Pixel Brush to try to ward it, and as soon as he does, he finds Inspired waiting, but immediately ready to dash away.
Yeah, Inspired going to clear out that ward too. And Bwipo's got the wave in a nice spot, so without the ward vision, he has to be very, very careful with the positioning. That's going to be a bit rough up there for Bin. Bwipo goes to harass him a little bit, but Inspired could just do the crab. His jungle is just getting pilfered for this, though, completely pillaged for denying Bin's Mbessa.
I mean, remember that Inspired was stealing a bunch of camps on the top side of the map, and after revealing himself,
very good.
It now just makes it very easy for that bot side to be invaded. Bwipo's lane state is in a fantastic spot right now. Inspired going to continue this split map.
It's a full split, and he can go right back top side too after Wolves. He looks like he's going to finish off the Wolves before going back. I was wondering if he was going to visit there again, but since Bin still has his flash, he wants to still keep up his income. So takes the Wolves, is going to go back, visit once again, camping the top side.
Okay, Beishwan, though, going towards bottom lane. Busio, 300 HP on the Alistar, but he's far back enough that there's no play for BLG to try to make. Now Ben
used,
trying to get himself away, but Inspired has already jumped in here. Ben trying to flash out. Steadfast presence from Inspired, but Ben already has the distance. That's the flash down from Mbessa.
And you see there, if you have 4 ranged minions is enough to freeze a lane anywhere up there, so it's a really good spot still for Bwipo. I believe he had like, oh, no, there's only 2 left.
Time to shove.
Time to shove.
It was pushing back. It was building up, pushing back.
Okay. His mid lane is going to return to their lane as a trade comes through. Hook connects once more.
Yeah, Busio still in some danger down here. The Ignite's already been used. Busio with the counterattack, headbutt pulverize, but there's not a lot of power early on from Masu Senna. Busio forced to use his summoner spells defensively to get away safely, but no! Masu drops instead, and Elk and On are running the 2v2 in game 3.
Very nice punish from the BLG bot lane. As Inspired on the Dragon.
Inspired's jumping in, and a teleport's coming in from FlyQuest side as well. Bwipo's making his way down, and since Bwipo shows up, Inspired forces Beishwan to flash back out over the wall, and this will be a Dragon leashed for FlyQuest as it's secured by Inspired.
Yeah, FlyQuest already had their reset in motion to send their bottom lane up to the top side of the map, so they still get the objective, although the early gold lead here will remain for BLG off that kill.
This wave state is also very nice for Bwipo. Again, the wave is pushing into him. TP response will come through from Bin as the bot lane of BLG try to match. Small advantage gained for BLG as the Dragon is secured for FlyQuest. Overall, still a very even early game.
Nicely for Bin, though. Remember that once Ambessa hits level 6, that is the ability that the passive vamp is tied to, so we'll make it easier for him to try to continue sustaining through some of these trades back and forth with Bwipo. Gangplank, very annoying, especially with the grasp and the oranges. Doesn't have the grasp, excuse me, the fleet footwork this time around, but still plenty of healing with that keystone alongside the W to keep his health topped off. As we take a look up here in the top side, Masu and Busio giving away that kill in the 2v2. Masu sticking around. We know that when he's at his best, this guy plays the limit, walks the line so well, and that time he stepped a little bit too far over it, and Elk and On were immediately ready to punish.
I mean, the average center stacks at MSI that we've seen is that at around 14 minutes. Normally it's about 33, and then at 20 minutes it's normally been about 50. Whereas for Masu, I feel like that on average, he's been getting way above that. He's been kind of overperforming in terms of the center stacking, and I've been super impressed with how well, even when he's put behind, he's been able to still have huge impact on the champion.
Yeah, they're definitely big fans of the champion. And we should go back over, because it was so long ago that we did talk about it, but the champion combinations here for FlyQuest are really built to scale and kind of lean into that center stacking and scaling as a team overall. You know, Gangplank trying to farm up as much gold as possible, extra gold, using the passive, and eventually they're going to have so many answers here for what BLG are showing. But BLG, they're showing a lot of hard engage. And so we'll see in the next, 5 to 10 minutes when BLG start to turn it on and they start to go very aggressive for their kills.
Like they're doing right now. Beishwan, level 6 on the Vi, immediately engages on Busio. Dawning Shadow from Masu can't save him. It's a 1-0 for BLG as On gets away with 100 HP. Beishwan, level 6, first here in the jungle, and it pays off for BLG.
BLG's comp just has so many playmakers on it. The hook CC that's provided by the Nautilus. Oh, Inspired has found Vi.
Yeah, Inspired jumping in there for the slam into the wall. Meanwhile, bottom lane, the Realm Warp coming in as Ben has to run towards the FlyQuest side. Bwipo drops the ultimate down for the Cannon Barrage to slow the Ambessa, but now Bwipo's got to be careful. Quad with the flash to guarantee that Ben doesn't get an outplay. FlyQuest are finally on the board. Up here on the top side, Masu cancels his own recall, and with Inspired jumping in there and forcing Beishwan away from the Void Grub pit. Now, Beishwan has made his way back towards it. With the control over the top side from Elk and On, they can rotate down, Knight can rotate up. It'll be all 3 Void Grubs for BLG.
Yeah, BLG going to collect them all. Yet, it is going to be some scary stuff there. If Ryze is able to get a lot of early income, that can be devastating for BLG as well. So Quad getting the kill to help fund his double stacking build here for Ryze, plus then getting a turret plate afterwards as well to really fund that split push that he wants to be able to build into is very good for the game plan that FlyQuest have set up.
I think FlyQuest are utilizing this pressure well. They immediately move into the bot side jungle, knowing that all this top side was just invested by BLG to secure that grubs. Bin is now in a very scary position, and On wisely looks to try and cover him, knowing that he's at the threat of a dive. This bot side jungle is a very scary place for BLG to inhabit, and so On is looking to clear out some of that vision and give Bin a little bit more information so that he can still gain access to that farm.
Yeah. I think the onus is on BLG to make their plays, to force their kills and get their money, because FlyQuest are going to be looking to play the entire map, really spread out here with Ryze, Gangplank, and Senna all having really good wide map options. And then, of course, the Poppy and Alistar, as you mentioned, trying to play that defense and keep their towers up. Let's see, though, pushing out here for Bwipo against Elk, even though they do have the rotation of the Nautilus coming up. Bwipo should be fine. He's a Gangplank, and he has his flash up. Well, it's pretty deep.
Yeah, he's very far forward now. TP's coming in for both sides. Bwipo going to tank some damage here at the start, down to about half HP. Flashes away from the hook, but Knight's ready to follow. Dawning Shadow for the shield onto Bwipo. The charm hits, but the orange won't save him. Now, On, stuck, rounded, rooted up, and he'll be burst down next. Inspire grabs the kill as Busio jumps forward, but Knight's already cleared the distance. FlyQuest making a 1-for-1, but Masu's going to drop if he's not careful. BLG successfully get their carries away to the safety of the tier 1 turret.
That was actually quite good for BLG, because now they're the ones with the split push. They're the ones with Bin getting fed on the bottom side of the map. FlyQuest, they tried to assemble the Avengers. They tried to get everybody there, and they only got 1 kill back for that death. They spent so many resources up to the top side of the map. So BLG, they just get the bottom side money for Bin and the Dragon for themselves.
Exactly, Kobe. It was just such a huge investment for very little gain. And so BLG took that opportunity to get so much on the map. Great awareness from BLG. They've now amounted a 1.2k gold lead, and it's just kind of evenly spread across the side with a bulk of it sitting onto Elk. That bot lane already getting a 2 versus 2 kill early. They got the gank from base run as well, and now more resources spent towards the top side. I was expecting this to be a mid-focused early game plan from BLG, but no, they've been funneling everything into Elk, and he's looking to carry here in game 3.
Yeah, with all this extra money here for BLG, the threat behind their engage and their pick opportunities is going to be massive.
And you already said, Kobe, that the onus is on BLG. It's up to them to drive the pace of this game forward and make this dive comp work. And you've got the best diving AD carry in the game with 4 dive buddies ready for that lead as Bin just continues scrapping with Bwipo's Gangplank. The shield's making it so Bwipo doesn't even get any valuable damage in return. Perfect execution. Bin jumps in. Bwipo about to fall, and Bin gets the solo kill.
Bin getting rich is a very dangerous thing for FlyQuest. The solo bolo, after he just got so much money in the previous bottom side exchange, getting turret plates for himself, that funded his Eclipse, and he goes right in, nails the ultimate onto the Gangplank.
I mean, the Eclipse spike versus the components. Bwipo has now finished the Trinity Force, but Bin with great awareness of not only do I have more levels, so I've got now more CDR, but also I just have more damage than you. Takes an initial trade, fully commits, and now it's Busio in danger.
Busio pops the Unbreakable Will immediately as BLG engage on him, and now he has no powerful defensive tool. Quad's in danger as Knight uses the Spirit Rush immediately, going point blank with Quad. He lands the charm right into the vibe follow-up. There's the dredge line too. BLG have so many tools, and they're beating FlyQuest to death with them.
And this is what we talked about in the draft. BLG don't have to slow the game down. They have so many ways to force skirmishes, force collapses, and this was another fantastic collapse. They got control over the mid wave. They moved into the top side jungle. Quad doesn't respect the potential collapse, and now Inspired gets hooked.
Inspire just going where he has no business being. Onsee's free money presenting itself, and he is happy to collect.
BLG, they are not slowing down at all. It's going to be a steamroll here. They're getting out of control with the amount of money. That's going to be the tower as well.
This is almost a 4,000 gold lead with that first turret falling. 14 minutes into the game, by far the most one-sided early game in the series. Here in game 3, BLG are absolutely dominating FlyQuest.
They get the flash out from Quad as well as a nice charm comes through from Knight. Pick after pick, pressure across the map. BLG is continuing to mount advantages, but they need to get the reset off. 30 seconds until the Herald spawns, and BLG will want to take everything.
Bin. He is going to be a terror. Bottom side pressure is relentless there. Teleport's available as well for the mid laner, so they can answer. I believe we'll just send Knight up to the top side to answer for now. And Quad has to be careful because look at how deep those wards are. Whenever BLG take over an area of the map, you can see leaving behind a bunch of vision right here. That just enables further picks for them. So FlyQuest, their goal of trying to farm up and play the map, well, they're going to go for that bin.
They've got to try to get this here as Bin wanted to use the perfect execution on Quad, but a nice sidestep means no way out for Ambessa. Inspired picks up the kill. The lead for BLG back down to 3,000, but that's still a commanding advantage. Busio looking for even more, but a TP from BLG on. Flash Dredgeline finds Quad. The Rise, the immediate target, and BLG has found another kill. Now FlyQuest scrambling to keep the fight going as Knight is ejected. Keeper's verdict might try to save him as On's about to drop next. FlyQuest are going to find On. FlyQuest are going to find another on Beishuan, and FlyQuest win the fight. The gold lead drops from 3,000 down to 2. Masu stepping away from the Spirit Orb, and FlyQuest will finally stop the fight.
In the extended exchange, FlyQuest come out on top. Just a few seconds ago, it was a 3.9k gold lead for BLG, but FlyQuest have brought it down to 2. Getting a couple of shutdowns, getting that kill onto base 1 was massive, and this is what we needed to see from FlyQuest, finding picks on the map. This engage looks very suspicious. A quick TP comes through from BLG, a nice engage from On. Once they've used all their resources to take out Quad, the collapse from both Whippo and Inspired with a beautiful ultimate on tonight as well allows the FlyQuest to create a numbers advantage and get themselves 2 kills in exchange.
Yeah, huge poppy value there, Vedius, as you point out, knocking him out. Also, they fought on the Gangplank ultimate too, so a bunch of value there, and FlyQuest bringing this one back to within reach.
It might have been a stumbling point there for BLG, but they are definitely not done yet. They're going to keep this going forward with Beishuan starting up the Rift Herald. No interference here from FlyQuest because Knight is already on the tier 2 in the top lane.
Before that fight has started, I was about to talk about how there are still some bright spots for FlyQuest that they can keep their eyes on, and that's in particular Masu. With the static shift completed, he has access to a lot more wave clear now, and his stacking continues to be on point. We're getting closer to 20 minutes, and he's well on pace to get above the 50 stacks mark. BLG, though, they're not going to slow down their aggression. They know they're in the driver's seat. They've set their eyes on the top side of the map, and they want to contest this tier 2 tower.
Meanwhile, you're going to see Inspired working on the next Drake. BLG, though, happy to trade Dragons for gold here as they'll secure the tier 2 in the top lane. That is BLG grabbing their second turret of the game, both of them here in this top side.
Now they have to have Masu be a little bit careful in mid lane, and they are just going to back off, push the wave, steal the Raptors, take that gold for themselves. Yeah, BLG pushing it forward, though, getting a secondary one. I think FlyQuest, honestly, are still kind of okay with the situation, getting, again, more focused gold onto Rise here for Quad to be able to put that pressure up.
Yeah, obviously the goal difference still important, but it's important to recognize where it is, and it's 1.3k gold in favor of On. Now, of course, having that extra support item, always a nice thing to have. But in terms of carry itemization, Knights takes a bit of damage. In terms of carry itemization, FlyQuest is not that far behind. The 2 mid laners are pretty evenly matched. The Herald will drop in mids as BLG do not want to slow this game down.
Yeah, important to note, though, Elk is on the 2 fully completed item power spike for Kai'Sa. Very, very threatening here on this 80 carry pick to dive in with everybody else on the team. Beishuan clearing out some vision.
BLG down 1 Drake to 2, so it's not like they'll be able to use those to force FlyQuest to come to fights anytime soon if FlyQuest don't want to. But BLG have been forcing plenty on their own without needing the objectives to get it done. Speaking of objectives, it's only 1 minute until Otacon spawns, and with BLG still sitting on a 3,000 gold lead, I feel like this is probably going to be our next battlefield.
Look at Knight sitting in this top lane. He is so deep, but he's playing with so much confidence because of that control ward that he has. He feels very safe with his ultimate and his flash available. And on a side lane, hook connects.
Yeah, On just finds Busio though, not really super worried about it.
Yeah, Busio and Inspired been doing their jobs. These two body blockers, they are the bouncers on the FlyQuest composition here. The Poppy and the Alistar so critical in interrupting a lot of these dashes and these aggressive BLG moves. We're kind of at a little bit of a tipping point here, though. BLG, they can tip over and get a couple more big objectives for themselves. They already are taking over a large area of the map, and more area means more possibilities of picking off FlyQuest members and getting that gold. So 2 more outer towers going the way of BLG means they can set up this vision kind of deep in your jungle and look to pick off FlyQuest when they rotate.
Yeah, that's another turret. It's back to a 3,500 gold lead. Bwipo trying to respond and get something in the top lane, but Knight is already here. He's immediately clearing out the wave, and Bwipo doesn't have a chance to find any sort of a counterattack. Remember that both top lane turrets are down for FlyQuest's side. There's nowhere really for Bwipo to retreat to, which is why you can immediately see Busio and Inspired both making their way up here, guaranteeing that Bwipo has a way out. If anybody gets picked on FlyQuest, you're already down so much gold, it's instantly free Otacon. If BLG can find a pick, really, really scary stuff here right now for Fly, as BLG are just not letting up. Relentless now, as you can see, all of those second item power spikes starting to come online. Spear plus Eclipse for Bin's Ambessa. The Black Cleaver now done for Beishuan on the Vi as well.
Now I want to see, will FlyQuest go for one of these trailing split push plays? Because they have so many options with their global ultimates, with Gangplank, with the Senna here, and the Realm War possibilities. Nobody right now. They are looking for a mid push first to finish off this objective. This tower is already fairly low. Flanks come in from Vi though.
Serpent's Fang on Bwipo to counter the shields of Bin, of Vi, of the Kaisa as well. The Killer Instinct could be the difference between cutting that shield in half, could be the difference between life and death.
Good job there by FlyQuest not getting baited in by the low health turret. They actually do get one of the teleports out for themselves, and they escape up to the top side.
Right, BLG, control over the top side river. Otacon spawned. FlyQuest gonna have to try to make sure that they can at least have some information in the area. They do not want to give this away to BLG. On creeping his way up here, keeping an eye out, seeing if maybe they can set up a pick onto Bwipo. They know this Gangplank wants to keep farming in the side lane. They know that he wants to keep scaling.
And that Gangplank is providing a lot of value with the Serpent's Fang already, because there's so many shields on the enemy team, but Otacon's already started up, Flowers.
Yeah, the Otacon's down to half HP. On's not going to hit his dredge line. FlyQuest is on the approach. BLG backing up a little bit here as Masu tries to enter in. Cannon Barrage already used, forcing BLG back. Now Otacon down to 3,000 HP. FlyQuest still thinking about it, but Keeper's Verdict was already used. West! Stolen away by Beishuan, absolutely massive there. But what about the rest of the fight? BLG backing up now. They've lost On, but they claim the Otacon.
The tower is still standing in the top lane, so BLG have a nice sentry to fall back to. BLG, surely they're not fishing for a fight here. They're a man down. An exchange of their support for the Otacon, I think, is a worthwhile trade for BLG.
That was quite big. The power behind it could be huge, especially because their comp is built to get a kill very quickly, so you can get that on-kill effect from Otacon pretty reliably. Rotation over for Dragon's Soul Point, though.
Exactly. FlyQuest trying to use the opportunity with On's death timer just now ending. He's got to make his way back out onto the rift the long way. Nautilus forced to walk all the way down here as FlyQuest hanging out in the brush. Busio goes in for the two-man knockup. Bin and Elk, though, not under a whole ton of pressure. Dawning Shadow. Busio still alive as Quad has to be careful here in the front line. Beishuan's in the back. Pressure onto FlyQuest carries as Masu stays alive, but Quad is already down. Beishuan dies next. On tanking on the front line as Busio dies to Elk. The Killer Instinct from BLG is there. Knight tries to escape.
escape. Inspired needs more damage, and he finally finds him. Shut down over to Bwipo, though, but Elk hunts him down. It's a 2v1 left on the map. 3 dead on BLG, 4 dead on FlyQuest. It's a Bot River bloodbath.
It's an insanely close fight between the two, but Elk was the difference maker. Patient with his ultimate. He does not go in too early, recognizing and waiting for his right opportunity. He gains access onto the backline. He collapses onto the rest of FlyQuest, and he turns the fight in their favor. We're going to go back all the way to the Adakan fight, starting on the top side. A beautiful steal will come through from Beishwan. He's going to flash in range. He's going to land the smite just in time. Oh.
Yeah, and before that, he queued backwards to dodge the Poppy ult. He queues backwards, dodges the Poppy ult, comes back, flashes in range. Honestly, huge by the BLG jungler.
Then the re-engage comes through. Masu in a good position to start, but then Beishwan sets his sights onto the AD carry. The fight becomes split on 2 fronts, but keep your eyes on Elk on the left-hand side. Busio tries to get away to safety, and now Elk is behind them. It looks like a winning position, but because Masu in the 1v1 against Elk cannot win, it ends up going the way just barely of BLG.
Yeah, Bin and Elk up on that top side, getting so much power there, collecting the kills. That was a very close one, and now it is going to be pretty heavily towards BLG. They pick up their second dragon, so they relieve some of that pressure there, working towards that dragon soul and use the extra gold. FlyQuest, though, defense is still possible. Just gets much more difficult because these extra kills are giving over more empowered Otacon flowers as well. That means more burst damage that comes from BLG.
BLG, 4,000 gold ahead, even Drake State. Now trying to see how much more they can force here as FlyQuest still critically, though, have control over their own side of the map. They can still secure their own buffs.
I want to take a moment to shout out Beishwan there because that was such a big play up by Otacon. And he's only been on this BLG team for a couple months, and there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders considering the star players that he has joined on this team, especially on Knight and Bin. You look at these names, and to have a clutch moment on the international stage could bode well for the future.
BLG have developed quite the history now when it comes to junglers, and they've been trying to find that one piece that can help bring the team together, and that's what Beishwan was able to do. So you want about his ceiling, potential play, what he's been able to show. What he does do is he helps bring this BLG team together, and he's doing it in this game 3.
Right now, Nasher's Tooth completed for Elk. 3 fully completed major items. A maximum 700 gold extra bounty. 4, 0, and 6. A 2,500 gold lead as an individual. We were talking earlier about how a lot of the BLG gold lead is on the support, how that can be less effective than the gold being placed elsewhere. 2,500, almost 3,000 gold on a Kaisa in a full dive comp. Elk is armed and dangerous. He has everything he needs to carry this game.
Yeah, you could say that's effective. That is a very effective Kaisa right there. And we'll see if they can find their engage over the wall.
Gonna get jumped on here by Busio and Bwipo together, but now immediately Masu's about to die at the very start. He's barely hanging on as Quad goes into the stasis, but now he's dead. Masu's down too. BLG have cut everybody on FlyQuest to pieces, and Busio and Inspired have to try to get away. Ben goes in for the perfect execution as Busio drops. It's 2 for 5, and BLG are still standing.
That's gonna do it for BLG. They should be able to take the Baron afterwards and the tower at the same time. They just deleted Quad and Masu right at the beginning of this fight. Both of those big carries for FlyQuest down so early.
FlyQuest thought that they had caught on, but really they had walked into a trap of their own. Knight with an immediate engage over the wall. He gets knocked out of the fight, but being clumped up like this, with Elk's positioning fine and safe on the back line with the re-arrival of Knight, it just becomes the decimation of the FlyQuest roster as they find an ace and a Baron as well.
With the Otacon power, with the Baron power, BLG now have the tools to push in and close it up.
9,000 gold, the lead for BLG. They've got the Baron for the next 2.5 minutes. I would not be surprised at all to see them go for the kill shot. Why they still have this buff. Whippo and Inspired trying to defend here at the tier 2 turret, but FlyQuest is now so far behind. We're past the realm where FlyQuest can try to make a big move of their own. They're going to need a mistake from BLG, but BLG have all been sending it all together all game long.
And FlyQuest, though, they still have to remain with the game plan. They're trying to play defense while get resources by split pushing. You see Rise on the top side of the map, trying to push out, look for the objective bounty, while the rest of the team clears waves. Gangplank, very effective at clearing waves here. They're trying to buy themselves some time. They sacrifice that mid inhibitor. They have the Rise, accomplishing something with the split push, but it is a drop in the bucket at the moment.
On's going in immediately. Whippo and Busio going to take half their health, but On is dead. Keeper's Verdict knocks Elk out of the fight so that FlyQuest don't have to worry about the major carry.
Quad commits the TP. He was pushing on the top side of the map, but he wants to be here in the event that it could convert into a winning fight. Both Elk and Baseron got knocked out by the Poppy ultimate as well. So Knight went in, said, okay, I'm going back out again. And so FlyQuest will take the kill. They will, for now, hold on to their base, but with another Dragon secured, BLG likely will not stop with the pressure. A quick reset will come back, and then they'll be right back out onto the map.
And look at Elk's inventory. Seeker's arm guard on the Kaisa. This is the green light to fly into the fight whenever he wants to. BLG's next fight for a game that's already been explosive is going to be that much more.
FlyQuest are going to have to have an epic defense for themselves for the next 5 to 10 minutes. The Dragon coming up is going to be very, very dangerous. That Soul is super hard for them to approach, but they're trying to get as much money as they can, try and not give up anything before that fight actually draws them out onto the map.
Cloud Soul, always valuable for the movement speed, but you always think about the ultis. Ambessa, Ari, Kaisa, these are all so powerful with that massive movement speed boost. And FlyQuest, it's so difficult to try to hold on now. Knight is going to put in the last little bit of damage needed to clear out the tier 3 turret here in the bottom lane. Only 10 seconds left in the Red Bull Baron power play, but it's plus 2,500 gold thereabout, and one inhibitor down, one inhibitor exposed in the FlyQuest base as they have to try to scramble to hang on.
FlyQuest, when I think about what options they might have, I look at Marsu very close to 100 stacks. I think of maybe a quad realm warp if they could perhaps surprise a Baron. Maybe they can create some sort of flank angle. They've got 2 deep wards in the mid lane. Maybe they could use these to create a TP opportunity. Your best play is to just catch your opponents off guard. Inspired has been on point with who he's been connecting those ultimates onto. But if there's not damage or they're not getting a kill in exchange, then FlyQuest don't stand a chance of turning this game around.
Yeah, I was going to say the Poppy as well. That is one ultimate that can be game-changing, even when so much money is against you. If you can change the numbers in a very effective way, then maybe.
All right, On gets stunned by Inspired, but the Acathian Rain from Elk firing back. On very low on HP here, and Quad is going to get the kill. FlyQuest with another pop onto the support of BLG.
Sometimes it's just a brush camp as well. You put up your control wards, camp on your brush, get a pick.
Now Knight running away, trying to disengage. Busio looking for maybe if there was an opportunity to try to headbutt or flash over the wall, but they didn't have any follow-up firepower, so that means that FlyQuest don't want to go any further.
Nice pick from FlyQuest. Just a few more of those, and I'll reduce the gold gap.
About 25 more Nautiluses, and they might be back to some parity.
But hey, the more time you stall, the more time you give to your Senna. Maybe you can get another item, maybe even another component could be the difference maker. FlyQuest is looking for anything at this point in time. Remember that there's a decent amount of standing gold with all these towers still available. One good fight could swing the momentum massively. And BLG, they're not playing flawlessly right now. They are getting caught off guard.
I did say it as a joke, but even if you killed Nautilus 25 times in a row and he did not get a reduced death bounty every time, a BLG would still be up almost 2,000 gold. That is the state that FlyQuest are currently in.
I didn't ask.
I just got to make sure that we all understand how dire these straits are.
for FlyQuest as BLG drafted this comp that had the burden of execution on them. They had to push the pace of the game forward. They had to make the plays. They had to work together, and they have done it beautifully so far in this game. You look over at FlyQuest, you look at Masu, you look at the win con here in the Senna. Yes, he's stacking well. He's got 106. Elk has 4 fully completed items.
A wise man once said, if you don't have faith, why are you even here? Down almost 10,000 gold. Vancouver, do you believe in the defense? Do you believe in FlyQuest?
They seem to, as On tries to go in for the engage. Immediate keeper's verdict to knock Knight back out of the fight. FlyQuest again will find the Nautilus.
That's another Nautilus down, Flowers. We're racking up the kills. FlyQuest, they're holding strong for now, but look at those minion waves on the minimap. Bot is being pushed in, top as well. BLG still exuding that pressure across the map, and FlyQuest, they're funneled into the river.
Doing my best to invoke the ancient magic here. FlyQuest pushing in as 5 with the dragon only 9 seconds away.
Exactly. The dragon soul for BLG is about to spawn, and On's not even alive for another 10 seconds. But BLG is saying, all right, you want to take the dragon, go ahead. You're only on 2. They're going to start the Baron up themselves at the same time. They're not doing it particularly quickly, so FlyQuest are going to get the Drake and then Realm Warp up to try to stop them. It's the cannon barrage to start things off. Knight is trying to cover for the rest of BLG as they make their escape. The Baron starts to regenerate, and On is alive and back on the map. He's making his way up to the rest of BLG. Elk's at only about 60% health, but nobody seems to want any more, not yet.
FlyQuest, the defense is good for now. Bin was thinking of flanking. He actually calls it off, though. Minions are on the inhibitor in the bottom lane. They have to go defend.
Yeah, they're really problematic. FlyQuest, they're afraid to concede the pressure that they have on the map right now, but they need to address these waves. The Gangplank ultimate couldn't be used, but it's already on cooldown after the last exchange. FlyQuest, they're so cautious of this Baron dropping. There, Quad now responding to the bot wave, has the TP available, finally going to get that push out. He is so close to a death cap. And we talked about it as a dream, but FlyQuest are looking to make the defense a reality.
Yeah, the teleport's coming in from Quad, and immediately it's going to be On in some danger again. Inspired slams him right back into the wall, and FlyQuest is moving forward. Baron down to 5,000. Inspired into the pit. Base one's ejected. Bucio here on the front line. FlyQuest take the Baron. Now the follow-up fight slams Bin back into the wall. Base one's onto Masu, but it will not matter. There is no follow-up. Knight is crestfallen. There's nowhere for him to go, and Elk is hunted in the top side river.
Here on Canadian soil, FlyQuest will ascend at the Baron buff. They get the Baron. What can they get afterwards? They're going to immediately teleport out, start pushing.
Okay, FlyQuest grouped up here on the top side. BLG have lost their major weapon in the bottom lane. Elk dead for another 30 seconds. Realm Warp for the minions. FlyQuest going in.
Elk is dead for 30 more seconds. The wave, the damage is unavailable. This Senna is huge. FlyQuest
pushing for the first inhibitor. They're going to find it. 15 seconds on Bin, 15 seconds on Elk. FlyQuest making their way onto the Nexus turrets. Bucio here in the front line as On tries to defend. Base One's going to be the next target. Base One barely getting away. Bucio's still alive. Knight goes on a killing spree. Inspired down to 200 HP. A little bit more damage kills him off. Bin jumps into the fight as Base One's about to drop. They do secure the kill as Masu is still firing. Elk into the back line, and FlyQuest are aced.
The defense from BLG was strong enough to keep FlyQuest away from the Nexus. Knight did so much work. The arrival of Elk solidified it. They now have the minions, and they're looking to close out this game.
FlyQuest thought they had the miracle angle. They tried to go for the end, but BLG stand tall. Bin's got the minions, and On's gonna join him. BLG will have free firing time on the Nexus turrets. It turned way closer than they thought, but BLG will secure the win and move to match point.
FlyQuest at the precipice of a miracle are shut down by the individual members of BLG. They came so close to getting the lead in this series, but they just couldn't quite get it over the finish line.
Oh, they are going to want to look back at that one, but you have to do it later. You have to do it later. You are in the middle of an elimination series here versus BLG. They have to focus on the next game. What a game that was, though.
BLG ran it for 90% of the game. They almost slipped to the finish line, but close doesn't count. BLG are up 2-1. Let's head on over to the analyst desk to break it down.
Close never counts on the international stage. You have to dot your I's and cross your T's, or BLG will run over you. This is why we say from heaven to hell sometimes in games. This is unbelievable heartbreak for the side of FlyQuest. And BLG, they crawl through, they thread the needle. I'm stunned a little, I gotta say.
Me too.
I feel sad for them, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it's heartbreaking, right?
Yeah.
To be able to battle back in a game like that, you're down in what feels like an impossible position, and you're getting pick after pick after pick after pick, and you're being able to take the Baron. And we can watch this one more time. This is the base defense. FlyQuest looking like they were on the precipice of pushing themselves to match point, and they're going for it. They decide to make the call here. You know, we're not going to sit back. We're not going to play for soul. We're just going to try to go straight for the base here. Inspired, though, is tanking the tower. Busio goes a bit early, and notice the carries aren't really able to follow up.
They don't have the wave,
is caught
too.
in a CC. They lose the wave. On goes and just buys time, and he realizes that this spot, all he has to do is actually buy time for the respawning members. Bin comes back, Elk comes back, and that's where they take over.
There are times within this game they're getting so hypey. They had it, they had the kills, they just needed to wait for the next wave, but you're right. Like, if your jungler is tanking turret, if like Ari is just pummeling the Alistar, you just needed to take one step back, be patient in that moment.
Yeah, and I will say, it was unfortunately at the detriment of EU a couple of times. BLG specifically are very, very, very good at closing the door on you when you think that you have the game-winning fight. We saw it just in play-ins here as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, it happened against them, Koi, that final game. I mean, they really felt like they could have extended that series. If they see an opening, if they see an angle, if they see you jittering a little bit like in the play, they will take advantage.
And I think the thing that's so heartbreaking about this game for FlyQuest is I think they had a big compositional advantage, and I think they know it. Look how hard it was for BLG to win this game, even down so much gold. We can take a look at some of the early plays that BLG made to put themselves in a really good advantage. I think they pushed the pace of the game very, very well. This was a FlyQuest counterplay. Whipple was baiting on a ward here to try to draw them in. He does unfortunately get taken down. And then you have 5 members top from FlyQuest, and you're thinking, okay, they need to get multiple kills for this to be worth it, but they are only able to get the one. BLG with a great escape here. Elk ults out to safety. Knight has a great flash, and he gets out to safety. And meanwhile, they're taking camps, they're taking stuff on the bot side, and then Bing gets a solo kill, and it starts to really snowball a bit out of control.
And I think for BLG also, you see that they read the game a couple of steps further than you are at that point in time, because Elk and Knight, they already visualized how they were going to get out that fight possibly, because they know that their top laner is calling that he's got the advantage bot, and those are the kind of quantifiables when you're on the enemy team that you can't really blame FlyQuest for.
Yeah, and once again, BLG is able to continue to push their lead, and if we look at the next replay and keep it paused, like for me, the focus is going to be on the fact that you have a ward here, 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 like they fully see the side of FlyQuest, and it's going to be, and you roll the replay for me, just keep it going. They're going to see Alistar try and defend the play because Quad is under turret, he's going to be isolated, and so they just try and go on Busio. They don't end up getting the kill, but the main idea and purpose is to isolate the Rise as much as possible, so they end up pushing Busio away, then they just enclose on Quad, and so now you just have all 4 members from BLG that can just eliminate him. And this is when it was getting pretty frustrating from the side of FlyQuest, because you've already pushed Alistar, he's not going to be able to help out the Rise. You see the Poppy come over, and then she ends up dying too. It was just them going down again and again like lemmings with the compositional difference that they had. I just felt like FlyQuest, if they just played it a little bit more slower pace, not willing to take those fights early, they would have been in a fine spot.
I mean, there's a lot of fights that I think they really are going to want back. There was one in particular, around mid lane where, they had seen both Knight and Elk on a ward. They try to cross in front of them. They give them so many kills over there. I think that was, to be kind of the straw that broke the camel's back.
I think 23 minutes in, I believe it is, where Elk ends up getting a triple, and you're right in that, Masu Senna is also stellar, right? And is farming up those stacks, but then this happens. And this is where Elk says, no, this this is my chance to take over this game completely.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think he played incredibly well, and the Ghost got so much work done. Elk bides his time, is able to find an angle here. He ults in on the Busio, and then the Ghost is just getting extended, and he's chasing down Masu. Look at this. They cannot escape from this ghosted Kaisa, closing the gap. W flash in on a Bwipo, takes down another one, and even with all of the gold leads that they had, FlyQuest were still able to find opportunities. They punish on really effectively, but this series has been really interesting. We should check in on the top lane because this was our featured matchup here presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Yeah, I would say, and I think it's what the saddest part for me is that this is a comp that I really, really loved out of FlyQuest, right? And it's also for Bwipo. He loves this gangplank, and you see, what is the ideal scenario here? What do they want to do with this comp?
I mean, ideal scenario is to be able to play a front-to-back fight with GP ulti, like Senna ulti, and then like being able to buy time with Poppy ulti. Like if they can play a front-to-back fight so easily. But of course, we are focusing on the top lane matchup, and I felt like Mbessa did a really good job. This is the fight you were talking about.
This is the fight I was talking about that I thought was a backbreaker because Knight and Elk were actually clearing a ward there. They found a pick onto on, that's great, but then your carries are funneling through this tight corridor, and Quad and Masu take so much damage there that to me, this is really what put Fly kind of, so far behind that you started to feel like, okay, well now it needs a miracle. They almost found that miracle, but if I'm FlyQuest, I am kicking myself for that fight right there, because I think had they kept the gold lead, around 3K, 4K, I don't actually think it's that big of a deal. They were keeping competitive as far as the objectives were going. I think they heavily outscaled their opponents, and I think had they been able to keep it a little bit closer, this was their game, and sometimes you give these ones away, and that is the difference in a series.
Yeah, and I just wanted to focus on, we talked about the top lane. Sure, the GD at 15 was lower from Bin's side, but he's the one playing the matchups, like basically playing the poor side of the matchups. He's playing the Sign, he's playing the Ornn into, but I think he's holding out really well, especially this game where he was able to get the solo kill into him. Like, we wanted to focus on the matchup. BLG's matchups, Knight and Bin are having a great series. For me, this is going to be a problem. You are one game away from losing it all if you're FlyQuest.
Yeah, we'll be right back to talk about those implications. I will leave you with the information that FlyQuest is staying on that red side. We'll be right back.
What a car. Living the dream, huh?
Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I
Okay. I get it now.
Sweet dreams are made of this.
传奇该如何铸就？
The prophecy has been fulfilled. Never doubt Uzi. He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game. Uzi now reigns as king.
Level up, start my engine and I rev it up. Once I get the green light, gotta go, let them know they better step on up. Yeah, dog, I'm in that zone. While I grind hard while you at home. You talk about it, but I be about it, cause you all talk, no backbone. I'm on a 10, I'm on a level 10. I wanna win, then I wanna win again. You thought it was done? I'm hoping it never ends. If you wanna win, then I'm on a level 10. around on the daily. I'm running wild and I know that no one can tame me. Hall of Fame on my mind, they cannot contain me. I know that I can't stop now. There ain't no way I'm giving up, won't back down. I've come too far and I know I'm gonna act out until I'm standing on the top. They hear me now, they hear me now. Let them know nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. I'll give it all I got to succeed. Ain't no way of stopping what I'm destined to be. I'm here for greatness, I was made for more. I got my focus sure, heart is ready, mind is right. Take flight, watch me soar. I won't stop now, there ain't no way I'll ever quit. My life loud, they try to hold me back, but I won't bow down. This is something they can't deny, the truth's out. I got that fire now. Let them know nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. Try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back. Hold me back. You can try, but you can't hold me back. Nothing can hold me back.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around, and then dark and light.
And welcome back here to the venue ahead of Game 4 between FlyQuest and BLG. I have the most sane Nunu player with me, Keisha. Thank you very much. What are you doing here? Did you get lost?
I'm here to watch G2.
Okay, nobody tells him, nobody tells him. Okay, tell me, how has it been? How is the atmosphere here?
Oh, everyone here is beautiful, everyone here is happy, and everyone is amazing. I love it.
All right, it's not looking so good for FlyQuest though. What do they need to do to pull this together and lead us to Game 5?
I think we need to see some Nunu! Come on! No!
Let's see if we can see it happen. Casters, over to you.
No!
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Kesha. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our best of 5 elimination series between BLG and FlyQuest. BLG had control over almost the entirety of game number 3 with their powerful dive comp, but right at the very end, they stumble. FlyQuest almost come back to steal the game away.
Dude, move
but
on.
They can't quite do it. BLG at match point.
Dude, that, I gotta be honest, that one really hurt. That one really hurt. Vanius, we didn't have to do that!
I've been there! I get you, I know! It's like reliving a thing that BLG already did once at this MSI.
Okay, we gotta move on. We gotta focus up here, okay? They still have a chance. BLG here are on match point. They could easily end FlyQuest hopes, send them home after that Nexus defense. FlyQuest,
all right.
Focus up.
Into Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX for the 4th time today, and the bans look so similar. It's deja vu in draft as the Cassiopeia and Azir remain banned by BLG every time they're on blue side. The Twisted Fate continues to be banned by FlyQuest, but this time it's Lucian they're banning away instead of the Varus, while BLG maintains their first set of bans in their entirety, continuing to remove the Galio. FlyQuest will continue to remove the Rumble.
Yeah, BLG really want that Rumble gamble, and FlyQuest like, we are not giving it to you. But naturally, when we get to game 4, champions like Varus have to be let through the pool. And so BLG will grab that one for themselves. Should come as no surprise. We think about what...
Caitlyn Elise?
Potentially.
Bruh. What are we looking at here? Yeah.
There's also Sivir, Jhin. Yeah, Jhin, very common matchup. The Bard is available. I do like Bard into Varus. It could also be very early into the draft, of course. No need to prioritize the Bard now.
Okay, we will get the Jhin. Remember back in game 2 when we had the interview with Lore and I Will Dominate, Dom talked about how he didn't want to see the Kalista Renata, how he would have liked to see something like a Jhin Bard instead. We'll see if that ends up being the pairing here for FlyQuest, or if they'd rather go for something else here first. Inspired in the jungle, just so critical for this team every single time. Getting him on a priority pick early on could be what they need here, and that Trundle is very powerful in the right situations. They'll lock it in.
Interesting. Yeah, it does a couple of things, Blind Trundle. Obviously, it's going to dissuade tanks for top lane and a lot of like blind top lane champions there. Also, extremely good if you have winning lanes and to go for invades, because he just dominates so many jungle 1v1s.
Isn't Nocturne a common response into this?
Nah, you definitely can go Nocturne. I mean, you can do the like...
Because like the things I'm thinking of, like Jarvan. I mean, like, Jarvan's okay in a Trundle. Early on, you get really bullied. Lee Sin could also be fine. Nocturne is another possibility. Trying to think of, like, you could go more, like, Maokai I don't love. You just get super bullied out in the early game. Skarner, I mean, usually you want to avoid picking tanks into the Trundle. But, of course, if you connect with the CC, there's not much the Trundle can do about it. All right, they're going to go for the blind Yorick on the top side of the map. Been very well known for this champion domestically.
Yeah, very good at it.
Speaking of domestically, I know that domestically, Azael hates the blind Yorick. Talks about how the champion is very good in his good matchups, but also has some seriously punishing ones.
Okay, but we did see Whippo try and do Mordekaiser into Flandre's Yorick, and that one was a miss.
It's a little rough.
So I think it will be a different choice of counterpick this time around.
But we get Bard.
Sion is fearlessly banned, so Cho'Gath is one of the big ones.
I mean, do you reckon Whippo would play Aurelia?
No. I don't have that feeling. I think it's just Aurelia is too hard to operate later for the side.
I mean, Cho'Gath definitely feels like the front runner right now.
But they might just ban it.
Exactly.
Exactly. So now that you expect junglers to be pinched on the side of FlyQuest, I wonder if Nocturne will be considered for their bans. Syndra, oh, they're going to pick apart Knight's pool, try and limit what options he has available with Cassio, Azir, Galio, Twisted Fate, Syndra. That's an additional 5 bans on top of the 6 mid laners already taken out of this series.
So we're looking at like Orianna tier at the moment.
Well no. There that goes.
No.
Yeah, well,
so now we're looking at even like Ziggs mid lane. God, we're really getting deep in the mid lane pool now, aren't we?
I mean, Silas is still up.
Silas is a good one.
Is good.
In these comps,
Veigar.
Oh my, Veigar could be super interesting. I think it would struggle into a Bard. Oh, Akali, that's a good ban as well. One of the more mobile mid lane champions that we see.
We get a 4th mid lane ban in this second half from BLG. They know they need to target solo laners specifically. They'll ban out that Silas.
All right, so the mid pool is very narrow now.
Hui, if you want to go control mage, I feel like Hui has a lot of good range. Hui definitely needs like more structure than a lot of other champions though. Needs more combos.
I mean, at this point, we are just kind of throwing darts at a dartboard.
I mean, that is a wide Whippo.
Yeah.
Pull it apart, make him wider. Pull it apart.
Yeah, you got to add more in the middle as the series goes on.
Let's get that gap in the middle.
Find a third guy.
We were literally talking about this today.
I told you. Set into Yorick is the pick for Whippo.
Is this good? In my head, I could see how like you could use the ghouls to get the stun onto the Yorick, but like this is not a matchup I'm personally very familiar with.
Set is very, very aggressive. Whippo really loves this champion and wants to try and pressure early. So
Kindred is so good.
True. Their 2v2, their 2v2 is amazing. Set and Trundle just turbo blast anybody. And we have seen back in the first game, like when they were doing Bash Bros style for Bwipo and Inspire, just trying to take every 2v2, run into them, and try and stat check. Stat check, Trundle and Set are pretty good at that.
Well, we've also got a massively AD favoring comp for the side of BLG with Tristana mid and then the Varus bottom. Yeah, you'll get some magic damage out of the Maokai. I expect to probably see the Red Smite Leandries build at the very least on this to add some extra AP into the mix. And the final pick for FlyQuest will be the Hui that you guys were talking about.
Yeah. Trying to get that extra range.
I think that FlyQuest have a decent amount of range at their disposal. You think of both Jin plus Hui, a lot of potential poke. There's also just like great chase down potential. The Trundle and the Set are also just fantastic skirmishers. I think that if they're able to get Prio in the early game, this Maokai is really going to struggle to really fend off a Trundle that's just walking into his jungle and stealing away his camps. I'd love to try and see FlyQuest leverage the power of their bot lane 2 versus 2 to work with Inspired and gain access to that bot side jungle, whether it be early or on those initial reclays. Meanwhile, for the side of BLG, simple, straight front to back. They do have split push elements thanks to the Yorick and the Tristana being able to play effectively through side lanes, but when you got a Maokai that's just ulting, I would argue that BLG's composition is a little squishy because that Maokai is very likely going to go AP, which means that they don't have the easiest front line, and it makes it a little bit harder to face check those objectives. So if they are second to things like a Dragon, it can be difficult to approach a Set and a Bard.
Well, I mean, thinking back on the past couple of games, looking at the bottom lane specifically, remember game number 2 was the Kalista Renata that never really got off the ground playing early and aggro like they wanted to. Game number 3, Elk and On get a 2v2 just fair play kill at level 2, level 3 on Masu and Busio. Elk and On have been getting the better of their opponents in this bottom lane, and now with Elk on Varus, one of the most, if not the most powerful AD carry on the patch in a variety of situations, particularly powerful in the laning phase, I feel like BLG has a very sharp blade in the bottom lane.
Definitely agree, Flowers. We're going to get a little exchange early on, but shouldn't turn into too much. We do have a sweeper start for On here. So he's just going to go for his recall, though.
Okay. Now, gentlemen.
Vedius.
The last time we saw Bwipo set internationally, it was Game 5 versus Gen G. I remember being very excited at the start of that game. About halfway through the game.
I was going to say, how many minutes did it take?
Oh, no. I want to say about 10.
Yeah.
So, I have some experience because I did cast the series. How do you guys feel now that you see the set?
I also casted the series. I was there.
Oh, you were there with me.
It was you, Azale, and I.
Oh, it was, yeah.
I was also there.
How do you feel, Kobe?
I'm literally stuck in the last game at the Nexus and thinking, why?
All right, Bwipo's at least going to start off by giving Ben a couple of punches here in the jungle. Bwipo's happy to try to keep these trades going for a longer period of time, but remember that Ben does have help closer by, so Bwipo doesn't want to overstay his welcome here.
Yeah, Bwipo does want to trade really early on, though. Try and make use of his passive. Stacking up his Conqueror here.
Wow, he's just sacrificing farm.
Yeah, and he's just beating the snot out of Ben.
That's what you want to do on your set. Always just go fist fight them right at the beginning.
Literally.
Yeah, literally, exactly. Use your passive, use your OP autos there. Stack up your Conqueror.
Extremely well played by Bwipo. I love that level of confidence. Now Knight with some confidence himself, committing to the trade in the mid lane. Nice trade back from Quad.
Yeah, both mid laners now down to 200 HP, drinking their potions.
And a key thing whenever you are playing set or any champion like that wants to go for these really brutal level 1s, you want that vision on blue Gromp. So that ward key there, it does see the Beishuan start, does see that it's going to be top side down to bottom side for the Maokai. So that allows Bwipo to continue playing aggressively.
Busio walking over a ward as he makes his way into the BLG jungle, but now Beishuan, he's caught on the wrong side of the Pillar of Filth. He has to flash away to stay alive as Inspired and Busio try to invade, but On is here with a grand entrance. Busio down to half HP, teleport coming in from FlyQuest. They are committing to this. That teleport takes forever to channel at this point in the game, so Bwipo teleports deep into enemy territory, and now it's time to walk all the way back top.
I don't agree with that. that teleport. I understand wanting to be there to help generate the numbers, but you kind of just concede the advantage that you'd build. I mean, okay, the good news is that that wave state, he's probably going to lose that cannon, but he's not going to lose out on too much farm because the wave is pushing towards him. The race is on. Will he end up losing the cannon?
It's
get
still
there,
alive.
get there, get there.
Get there in time.
And try to get it. No, sniped down by
Got
the
the
caster
XP
minion.
though. He did get the XP. But this is exactly what we wanted to see from FlyQuest. Busio working with Inspired to move into the enemy jungle and steal camps away. This Maokai cannot contest the Trundle in these early levels, and taking away whatever he can just puts FlyQuest in a good position here in the early game.
Yeah, they need to use their early advantages with the counter pick, as well as, like you're talking about, constantly go for invades with Trundle, utilize the early power. Bottom side as well, pushing in does bode well. If you can push on bottom side, open up some roam timers there for Busio on the Bard. Busio loves going for early recall roam timers towards the top side of the map. And you could have angles towards either top or mid for.
Nice trade. E into auto Q to help get that quick reset just means you get a nice advantage. Bwipo not feeling the need to use that W. He probably wouldn't have got that much damage out of it anyway.
Busio is, like we're looking for, going for that top half of the map, open off of his recall. I did notice there were blue question mark pings, though, on that respawn. So BLG are very clearly calling the timer here for the rotation for FlyQuest, saying, hey, Bard is roaming right now. And so they make their swap utilizing the teleport from Elk. Wise decision here from BLG.
Of course, Bwipo's already committed that teleport, and Jin had already started walking towards the bot lane. So BLG guaranteeing the swap. Busio here to assist, though.
Now Bwipo wants to get this shoved up. Goes for the face breaker there. Haymaker will clear out the last bit of the wave. Gets that one ready to crash, but Elk and On want to freeze it. Busio's going to step up, try to harass him a little bit. Yes, you've got the turret clearing out the melee minions, but all three ranged, still alive, still auto-attacking. Doesn't really matter a whole lot. Bwipo wisely stepping all the way back a little bit extra for his recall to make sure that Varus can't interrupt him.
Now the Jin. Masu making his way towards the top lane. A bit of a freeze has been set up by the BLG duo. But you look at that top lane difference, Bwipo still holds on to a healthy gold lead. Quad doing a good job of farming in this matchup as well. And ultimately, a small gold advantage in favor of FlyQuest. That first dragon of the game is available. You can see both junglers heading towards it. I think Beishuan just wanting to get a bit of information. Whereas Inspired may want to start it soon. Bwipo, though, the jungler's in the area.
Yeah, but he's immediately going in for the combo despite that. Gets caught up in the cage here, takes a little bit of extra damage. Beishuan's nearby, but it doesn't matter a whole lot. Now Knight could be in some danger as Busio rotating over to the mid lane. Knight sidesteps away from that severing bolt. Remember, when you're isolated, the thing does so much damage. Bwipo finds another nice face breaker there onto Bin, forcing him all the way back underneath the tier 1 turret.
And they should pull out that dragon started up here because they Bwipo is able to win so hard here and push Bin back again, force Bin's actually, he's not even going to force the teleport. Bin's just walking back because the wave is pushing over there anyway. So he's going to take the walk over. Now, Quad still retains his CS lead from the early levels that we saw and that extra little fight that broke out around Raptors. It did draw Knight over on Tristana and using his rocket jump there. And so Quad also with his little bit of CS lead in the mid lane. But Masu is under fire. Masu has been in pain this one, and he's the one kind of suffering.
Exactly. Big gold lead there for Elk with 66 to 48 in farm. That's the cost of Busio roaming as much as he is on the Bard, affecting the rest of the map. Masu's just kind of got to eat the losses and deal with it as gracefully as possible. Bin level 6 now on the Yorick, made and available, but Bin is down 32 to 55 in farm. Bwipo really leveraging the power of this set to keep Bin away from resources in that matchup as Masu and Busio trying to get the wave shoved up here on the top side, but Beishuan's nearby. He's got the ultimate ready. Nature's Grasp could come through here as, nope, looks like FlyQuest will take their magical exit and get out of the way.
The swaps are the biggest reason that we see for these deficits. The fact that Bwipo is allowed to stay top lane and just catch that wave, on top of the fact that a freeze was generated by Elk, denying a lot of farm away from Masu, has kind of put them in this unfortunate position. Does mean that both sides have very clear strengths that they can look to try and play through. As Bwipo starting to lose out on these trades now.
Yeah,
nicely done by Bin.
She's so strong, especially when the only defensive mechanisms you have are health, considering she does that percent HP damage. Elk flashing away from the second shot, third hits, fourth misses. The curtain call ultimately not putting on much of a show as FlyQuest trying to move up, stop some of these grub takes. The third grub is the only one left, and all three secured by BLG. Never mind, FlyQuest did get themselves the one. Now Masu under pressure from Knight. Massive Maokai ulti coming through. Inspired taking a ton of damage here on the front line, but the first kill's already going over to Knight. Beishwan, 200 HP, trying to get away, but Quad paints a picture, and it's a eulogy for BLG in the top river.
Quad actually smurfing. He predicted Beishwan's flash there to get the extra kill. 2 onto Quad, and Bwipo going pretty ham.
Yeah, he's using the showstopper. He's already pulled out the haymaker though, so his health bar is pretty low. You can see him regenerating extra HP now as Busio joins up, but Ben has already taken Bwipo out of the picture. Now Busio trying to bait Ben in. Inspired shows up. He forces the flash back out of the Yorick, but Ben coming out on top.
Bwipo did not get as much damage as he wanted out of that W. Bin in the extended fight was able to win out thanks to the assistance of the Maiden, and even with the arrival of Busio, oh, that's 2 tower shots, Bin. The TP's gonna come through. He's gonna have to reset quickly as the Maiden picks up a bit of farm. But FlyQuest, still important to recognize, a huge team fight win on the top side. Quad being able to pick up 2 kills. It looked like quite a good fight initially for BLG. They get a massive Maokai ultimate. Knight is getting huge damage down onto Masu. And the poke comes through from Elk looking good, but then the damage just kind of runs out. Elk is landing a few auto attacks here and there, while Inspired and Quad just dish out non-stop, constant damage. And they end up swinging the kills in their favor.
Quad is going to be the hope for the FlyQuest team with the early CS advantage. Now he's on his first item spike here with the Ludens. Big burst damage available. But Bin getting money once again is always a problem. Bin on his Yorick.
Yeah, Bin is scary now that he's got the Maiden, now that the Yorick is really online. Yeah, he's down 30 farm, but because he got that kill on Bwipo, the gold is pretty much dead even. And you mentioned how Quad is the hope for FlyQuest. That's a different look compared to the games that we've seen so far today. Coming into the series, we expected mid to be a sizable gap in favor of BLG, in favor of Knight. And Quad has come up short in that matchup in these games so far, but this time around, he's the one with the resources. He's the one who got the early kills. Game 4 could be Quad's chance to prove himself against Knight.
Certainly could be. The bigger problem is being on the other side of the map. Yes, he's down about 15 CS, but another plate is going to get an extra one off the back of that. And look at that, a 500 gold advantage over Bwipo. These armor boots doing some serious work in the 1 versus 1, helping mitigate a lot of the early game damage that comes through. Quad, careful against On, won't fall prey as Masu gets engaged on.
Yeah, Knight jumping in here should be able to fully arm that explosive charge. Bwipo's matchup into Bin, he was dominating early on, but as soon as the Maiden was summoned up, the matchup just got turned on its head. Ever since then, Bin has felt like he's got so much more presence in the lane.
Yeah, and that kill going the other way, even with the roam down from Busio, is so big too. If he had been able to get that on the side of Bwipo and get to the Stridebreaker early, but Busio's back out onto the map again, just cruising around, annoying people.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to be able to threaten a real kill onto Knight here, but you can at least be super annoying as 3rd shot misses, so 4th shot won't matter.
Actually, some really good jukes right there. If they land the snare, then it starts to get a little bit dicey for Knight, but he's able to juke it out, and they'll continue on with their dragon stacking plan for FlyQuest, regardless of the extra money that has gone into Bin recently.
A very slow-paced early game here as Busio tries to go in for the Tempered Fate, but he won't land it onto Bin. A nice cage from the Yorick, but Bwipo's gonna be the one tanking the turret into the haymaker. It hits Bin square in the jaw, and FlyQuest claims the feat of warfare with kill 3.
Nice dive from FlyQuest. Bin was trying to respect the collapse that could come through. He did some nice movement, but it was not quite enough to get away. Bwipo was more than ready to dive. Just like that, he now has a level advantage over his opponent. But the problem with that is you leave top exposed. Elk gonna have access onto these plates, and BLG is doing a good job of cross-mapping where they can.
Yeah, a lot of minions dying to tower up there, but the same is true on the other side here. And again, Quad getting money, so much focused into this way. This champion now has the potential to put out large amounts of AoE damage in team fights. as long as you keep it safe.
All right. This time, last game, was about 2,000, 3,000 gold lead for BLG with their hyper-aggressive, very divey, very engagey composition. This time around, a slower start as On wants to go in here for the quickness on Inspired, but the engage immediately fizzles out.
Not sure what the game plan was. I was looking at the minimap and Maokai was in the top river. Maybe they wanted to try and get his flash out. Maybe if they threatened the Varus ultimate as well. But the moment that that initial engage was interrupted by the Pillar of Filth, he couldn't really convert it into much. Stride Breaker now being completed for Bwipo means he's got a little bit more wave clear, pushing Bin underneath this tower. And that gold difference between the two top laners now disappeared.
And as we get further into the game, the amount of gold that Elk has gotten here for this poke Varus is going to be very troublesome, because you look at the hard engage on the side of FlyQuest, and it kind of has to come from Bard playing really well. If Busio is unable to force a lot of summoner spells and be very accurate with all these Bard attempts, both with his own spells as well as maybe with creative magical journeys, but we're going to see an attempt at Bin.
Yeah, Bwipo flashes forward to go in for the face breaker. Bin tries to get away there, but Showstopper right back into the wall, and a haymaker isn't even needed. Inspired gets the kill with the damage over time from Subjugate, and now with Set and Trundle together, they've got the one Void Grub too. They'll knock down the turret in the top side.
Yeah, the Stride Breaker we were talking about completed for him. He tackles him into the wall again.
But now a play being made in the mid lane. Busio's in danger, but the Tempered Fate stops Elk before he can do the last little bit of damage. Busio gets himself away. Beishwan and Knight going for the dive in the bottom lane at the same time. Quad's going to be the target. Spiraling Despair back to Beishwan. He gets away, and BLG get the dive done.
A nice dive from BLG, but the counter response from FlyQuest. These Bash brothers are just bashing their way through the top towers. Nothing stands in their way. Is Masu now in danger?
Yeah, Masu way too close to danger here with On and Elk ready, but immediately the Bash Bros are ready to back him up. The haymaker won't hit the target of the curtain call is open. On gets away.
That's a close one. On just barely able to escape. But to the surprise of no one, Bwipo and Inspired, they're not done bashing, so they'll make their way towards the Herald. And there's no way in which BLG can respond.
Yeah, Masu there actually goes up so far that he's trying to bait in Elk and On, but it costs him his flash. We'll see if that is an important summoner spell later on, because now he's going to have to stand very far back. Of course, you know, Jin does have that option a lot of the time, but it was a pretty deep investment there. FlyQuest not done though. They're going to use that investment to take away even more jungle resources.
All right, FlyQuest will claim that blue buff. And I do have to point out, I think that FlyQuest claiming the feats of warfare, the extra move speed on the boots, is critical in this game, because Bwipo, Inspired, Quad, Masu, Busio, that's all 5 of them. Nobody has a dash. Nobody has a blink. Yeah, you've got the ability to go on a magical journey for Bard. Set can use the Showstopper, but it needs to be right next to you. That little bit of extra move speed could be so critical for everyone.
Yeah, definitely agree. You know, the positioning on a Set ultimate could change an entire team fight. His flash cooldown critical as well. Nice.
On. Gonna get chased down now. The magical journey looking after him. Nice Tempered Fate there on Knight. On's the first to die. Knight's gonna follow. And FlyQuest just murdered 2 of them.
Run them down, Flowers. That's what you said. And they do that. FlyQuest back out into the jungle. They interrupt him at first over the blast cone. Follow the chase. The magical journeys here have been true to their name from Busio.
You know, the expression, the bark is worse than their bite, but I'm telling you right now, Inspired's bite hurts really hard. He chases down 2 BLG members, finds some quick picks on the top side of the map. Bwipo is going to respond, but this Dragon now alive. A bot tower is going to be secured by Inspired. And earlier we talked about how Quad was going to be the carry for this team, while Inspired has taken the spotlight right away from him. 1.4k the gold lead for him. The Trinity Force finished on this Trundle. And we talked about how BLG don't really have much of a front line. Inspired is going to be primed, poised, and ready to fight any foe that runs into his path.
All right, Chains of Corruption hit him, but he's already underneath the Tier 1 turret. A TP coming in for both sides now as FlyQuest bring Bwipo in. He's behind enemy lines, but he's very tanky. Bin can't say the same. He arrives only to die as BLG have to try to scatter now. Beishwan's caught by Spiraling Despair, and Bwipo's on a killing spree. BLG runs straight into the meat grinder, and FlyQuest are happy to turn it on.
They're going to chase them down. They're taking nothing from BLG. They're going to be able to get the Dragon. That's number 3. Dragon Soul Point achieved on top of the 3,000 gold lead, Vedius.
BLG are just collapsing in terms of their coordination on the map, getting picked everywhere, moving into areas of the map that they just don't control. And that pillar from Inspired, I mean, forgive the pun, but that was filthy. The way that he positioned it made it so difficult for Baseron to escape. Beautifully done by him. Lucio sees a TP. Okay, they're not going to convert much off the back of that.
Yeah, it's just the Rakan. On flies in there, but he's not under any immediate threat. And here's where I'm going back to the draft as well. There's so much physical damage on BLG that when these Bash Bros on the front line get fed and they start being able to itemize armor, you got a problem. Knight is caught in the middle of his rocket jump, and FlyQuest will drown him in the river. Quad with another kill as on's the next target. Whippo chasing after him, shouldn't be able to get a whole lot here. Rift Herald summoned up by FlyQuest in that topside river. Tier 1 turret next in their sights.
Lucio is having an incredible performance. We knew his Bard was good, but FlyQuest are chasing for more.
They'll immediately take that Tier 1. If they can escort this Herald in, they could try to get another slam into the Tier 2, but it's going to get smoked down by Beishuan instead. Whippo flashes in for the face breaker. Double kill for Quad. FlyQuest are hungry for a Game 5. They are 5,000 gold ahead.
They are grinding BLG into the dirt right now. It's only under 20 minutes still, and they've just taken over.
Inspired is just running rampant on the map. He takes the Herald, he throws it down mid lane. BLG are just trying to wave clear. They think they're safe, but keep your eyes on Whippo. He knew who his target was, and it was Elk. Look at the positioning of the Varus. Gets stunned up. The combo comes through. On tries to provide peel, but he just makes it easier for Quad to get a double.
That was so perfect. The combo into the Hui damage. Let's listen in.
Big. Up, down, okay, okay, nice. Huge, guys, huge. Big, indeed.
That's the code word.
Perfectly done there. And now, Whippo up 1,500. Inspired 2,500 gold lead here on this Trundle.
And you can tell because of the double 80 carries, focuses in on the early Randuins for himself. He is just going to be so tanky. Can we go one game without Glazing Inspired? I don't think so, because he is that good.
He's running the show here, man. He is having another phenomenal performance. You remember back to Game 1 in the series, his Sejuani. You heard it from Dom. He called it the perfect Sejuani game. And now, here in this game number 4, his Trundle showing up absolutely huge. Otacon is live on the bottom side of the map. BLG are around, but you're 6,000 gold behind at 21 minutes. BLG got to be careful about every play they try.
This jungle support synergy is just on point right now here in Game 4. Inspired, FlyQuest know that they are stronger. They want to try and force BLG into an uncomfortable situation. Knight is split pushing on the other side of the map, trying to get some gold back for his team. Whippo applies the slow. He's hunted Knight down.
Yeah, Whippo wants to at least force Knight to use the Buster shot, and there it'll go. But now, another point of pressure for FlyQuest. Another beautiful deadly flourish off the back of Busio, setting it up, and Elk is dead. Enemy 80 carry down. Enemy mid laner under pressure. Whippo looking for a little bit more as Knight has to flash away just to rocket jump. And he teleports to guarantee it too. That's both summoner spells from one carry. That's the life of the other. And all the tempo belongs to FlyQuest.
Whippo looking like David Goggins out there, running him down. The determination, ever so slowly, walks him down, forces him out. That is double summoner spells off of the Tristana, and FlyQuest own Summoner's Rift.
All right, Quad just trying to keep the wave pushed up down here in the bottom side. There are 3 BLG players nearby as On and Beishuan try to step up, try to establish some little bit of vision control. Omasu though, Knight jumping in, forcing the flash. Knight with a massive shutdown there to kill off the FlyQuest 80 carry, but it will cost him severely as Inspired jumps in and beats him to death with the club. It's a 1-for-1.
Beautifully done by Inspired as he punishes the aggression from Knight. Knight is doing what he can on the map. Really the only point of gold advantage on the side of BLG, but now the Soul is alive in 20 seconds and BLG have lost their mid laner. Meanwhile, Inspired with a 3K gold advantage is poised to secure the Soul for FlyQuest.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of that gold still to spend. Bwipo, meanwhile, did spend his, and he had that very early Sterix come in for the last couple of plays that we saw. Objective bounties are on the map because of the giant lead that FlyQuest have, but really it comes down to the soul as the breaking point here. Do BLG have any magic of their own to extend this game, or will FlyQuest just claim it?
14-3, favoring FlyQuest with the Hex Soul at about half HP. BLG looking for some kind of an angle to try to approach, but immediately Bwipo already starts it up and Beishuan's under pressure. Nature's Graph fires out. Bwipo's still here on the front line. On goes in for the charm onto Inspire. They've already got him low, but it ain't gonna be low enough. Masu with the first kill. FlyQuest one more. Bwipo shielded up, but he finally dies. The soul is claimed by FlyQuest, and we end up getting a trade of kills.
BLG will be given no purchase, no space, no opportunity to steal the objective away. Masu throws the ultimate out just to clear out the wave, get a bit of chip damage onto Elk. Nice sidesteps from him, but the soul is secured. FlyQuest is looking to bring us to Silver Scrapes and Game 5.
Yeah, with the Hex Soul, you can constantly throw out Jin long-range abilities just to set up for the Hwei damage, but the Otacon force here from BLG, it is desperation.
It's a Hail Mary from BLG, but the Tempered Fate is already connected on to Knight. Deadly Flourish, but he buffers through it. Been in some danger already here on the front line, and he dies. Inspire dominating as the Otacon is left at half HP for FlyQuest. BLG still seeing if there's any chance for an angle here. Otacon at 5,000. FlyQuest with control over the pit, but they got to be careful to not tank too much. Deadly Flourish won't collide on a target, and now Bwipo is still looking. The Otacon goes over to Inspired, and BLG will lose another objective. FlyQuest back up to a 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, On tried to go in there with his Spellbook Smite. You know, anytime you see these supports jumping around, it can get really close and dangerous. So nice one there to lock it down for FlyQuest, for Inspired. And now they can just reset back to Baron side of the map. Bwipo does not have his teleport though, so he pushes the wave and starts to walk over.
My goodness, Inspired.
You want him back, don't you?
Of
Sorry,
course.
sorry, no deal.
Oh, the interrupt onto Knight.
Knight in danger. Immediately the Deadly Flourish. Masu's got the kill. Vengeance for Knight's earlier play in the mid lane. 25 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Knight dead for the next 40 seconds. Baron is the call for FlyQuest. BLG don't even look like they're going to try to respond.
An uncontested Baron. BLG are running out of options here in Game 4. The ulti comes through.
Tempered Fate finds Beishuan. On now, very low as well. Spiraling Despair connecting onto the jungler as Quad's got a flash to make sure that he doesn't get killed by Elk. Nice max range, Chains of Corruption. Quad is sniped down, but it buys enough time for the rest of FlyQuest to claim their Baron.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that one still. They have so much pushing power here. That plus Hex Soul and the range that they have on this team, BLG are just gonna get pushed in over and over and over. The siege will be inevitable from FlyQuest. So BLG, they have to look for a Maokai angle on the side to just get some sort of dream ultimate and like a very quick pick with Rakan. But I don't think FlyQuest have any reason to expose themselves to an overload play, so.
Quite frankly, I think you don't overcomplicate it. You get Bwipo, you get Inspired, and you go forward. I think you put the push music on and you start pushing.
Magical journey!
There it is, Busio and Bwipo going after Bin. Deadly Flourish from downtown, and Bin flashes to try to live through it. That haymaker, it's a 5-knuckle sandwich for Bin, and Bwipo's eating good.
Busio has done so much work for FlyQuest. Yes, of course, the star of the show, Inspired, has been doing all of the damage, getting all the kills, but Busio, the supporting cast, has been setting up all these plays, and now BLG look to respond.
Inspired flashing out of the way of Nature's Graph, trying to make sure that he doesn't get blown up here at the very start of the fight, drops the Subjugate and turns on. Tempered Fate to buy Inspired time. He heals up with the King's Tribute, and BLG have already lost 3 men across the map. Knight flashing away, but the curtain call is open, and the show is over in Game 4. Triple kill for Masu. Elk is the last man standing, and he at least gets a kill into Busio, but now he's got to try to escape. Quad and Masu ready to fire. A Spiraling Despair misses. Masu with the proc on the Hex Soul to slow down Elk. Guaranteed He's the kill. Only Bin standing. FlyQuest are moving to the Nexus turrets. It's Yorick against Masu, Quad, and Bwipo. On finally respawning as well. Maiden to the Mist wanting to buy some time as FlyQuest have made it onto the second Nexus turret. The Nexus open, vulnerable. Bwipo forcing his way forward as Inspired puts in the work on the Nexus, and FlyQuest bring us to Silver Scrapes.
FlyQuest may have stumbled at the Nexus in the previous game, but they get right back out there and they blast BLG.
The Bash brothers worked out. Last year at Worlds, Bwipo's set did not bring them the victory, but this time round he made it work. Beautiful from FlyQuest.
The Bash brothers and the Big Bard bring it to Game 5. Let's head on over to the analyst desk to break it down.
BLG wanted to close it out here, but FlyQuest have a date with destiny. They left it all on the Rift at Worlds, and they do not want to make that mistake again.
Vancouver, I have one question for you. Are you not entertained?
Dude, Busio and Inspired were insane this game, but first we should talk a little bit about the draft. Bwipo,
no, don't calm down.
Flexing about the set. I mean, this was just such an insane performance. I think Inspired straight up best player in the series, point blank, period. I will not be listening to arguments.
Okay.
This guy is
I will
going
not be providing
crazy. And the way that him and Busio played together this series was absolutely remarkable. It's chef's kiss. It's back-to-back Bard games for Busio. Brother, you said that On was the better Bard.
I may have been a damn liar. I'm taking it back. I'm taking it back. Oh my God.
You see the picks here now. Zale, I do want to talk about this a little bit, right? Because we saw R5 twice for Bwipo. He picks his set, and we were a little bit scared in the beginning. But you know what? He does that often. He will give his lane opponent false confidence and then quite literally smack him into the ground.
I mean, this man is playing his own game. It is not League of Legends. He is playing the wide Bwipo special here. Locks in the set. Absolutely gaps him level 1. Bin was not respecting level 1. He zones him off XP. He forces his flash. Then he decides he's going to TP bot, try to make a hero play. That allowed Bin to kind of get back into it, but he stays true to himself. He continues looking for big plays here, and I think that is the beauty of Bwipo. You know, you have to take the good with the bad with Bwipo, because he's going to have these games where he's going to absolutely dominate, and sometimes he's going to be the 0-10 Bwipo and the 10-0 Bwipo in the same damn game.
I love it. We also actually had from Quad an advantage early. He's on the way. I mean, I don't think he had to carry as much in the end as he maybe should have in that point in time, because his team was just so firmly behind him in the rest of the game. But this was a great start.
Yeah, I mean, just the team fights have been so easy for him. He's just providing a ton of AoE, and so you could see the side of like Knight trying to take an angle on the left side, but realizing he's just getting completely pushed out. They cannot take a front to back against this team, and his way was just getting stronger in these fights.
And to me, you know, Quad's job in this series is not to carry. It's to make sure that Knight does not carry, and he was absolutely accomplishing that in this one. Knight and Bin, you know, these guys are some of the best solo laners in the entire world here that you are going up against. They have at times been considered the best in their role, and so for you to come into a series like this, it is a Herculean task to just keep them under wraps.
They look mortal. They really do, and a couple of things could have to do with the man on screen.
You know who does not look mortal?
Now. Inspired. It's unbelievable, and I think we've learned his name many times over at this MSI, but also in the past, right? And he's making it his mission to make sure you remember.
He went topside. He punished Bin. They got 2 turrets off of it. Just basically him and the Bash, bro, and they just got so much gold off of it.
Yeah, I mean, I love the play from them. They were everywhere. He was even finding perfect pillars to actually cancel some of the jumps. Look at this. Knight gets interrupted. The split second he started his W there to rocket jump out, Busio tags him with the ulti. This happened multiple times, by the way, where Busio was able to set him up, and it was these two running the map. It was an absolute map kingdom. They were everywhere. They were preying on BLG members at every turn as Knight jumps in here. Yes, he gets that kill, but again, Inspired shows up. And this is becoming a legacy series for Inspired. This is one of those series that you will point towards and say, this guy proved his class on the international stage against some of the LPL's best. He has gapped them.
Yeah, Absolutely, and if you talk about kind of the two versions of Whippo in the same game, let's talk about on and off. I know it's something that sometimes follows him when it doesn't go his way, but more often than not, you have to blame the entire team for that because they're not putting him in a position where he can do anything, and he feels like he has to do everything.
Yeah, they just look scattered because they kept getting picked off and they didn't really have an answer to it. Anytime they were looking to, like one person was getting picked off, like going for a ward, then like Tris was trying to help him out, then he's getting canceled like as we saw in the last replay. They were completely scattered and never reset mentally.
And one of the things I will say, you know, to give some benefit of the doubt here to On, is everyone I talk to who plays against FlyQuest talks about how hard it is to play against their vision game. How you're always feeling suffocated, you're always feeling choked out, you never have wards where you want them. Guess whose job it is to get those wards? It is On, and FlyQuest are denying that vision, setting traps, and punishing On every time he is looking to step forward.
And if you want to talk about pressure, if you are the first seed, the second seed, the third seed, the fourth seed coming out of the LPL, you are expected to win these matchups. In fact, NA hasn't beaten you in a best of 5 since 2019. You already have that chip on your shoulder that you are the second seed, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, and now you're up against match point against FlyQuest with buckets and buckets of confidence in their own house.
They've been in this position before. FlyQuest have. They don't want to lose from this position again, but if you're looking from BLG's perspective, you said it like perfectly. This has to be as much pressure as you can possibly have. Don't check Weibo. Don't check. Just don't check any social media because like the expectation is very clear, like you've said, and they have to remain focused.
And for the side of FlyQuest, I said they have a date with Destiny, and they do, right? To be in that conversation with the big dogs last year, they couldn't make it because of one game versus Gen G. They now give themselves a chance at redemption and at immortality.
Absolutely. This is what they have been working towards every single day since that best of 5, losing the game 5 against Gen G. They wanted to prove that they can not only compete, but that they can excel, that they can take them down. And BLG is selecting blue sides. No subs happening. It's game 5, Raz. What is your prediction looking like? Are you going to flip, brother?
Oh, God. Should I do it? Should I flip? I don't know.
I think it might be time. It might be time to come on over to the side.
Oh, to hell with it.
Bottoms up, brother. Tastes like freedom.
3, 2, FlyQuest. I'm changing up one last time.
Let's go.
Let's go. One more game stands between BLG and FlyQuest and Victory Vancouver. Are you ready for the goddamn best silver scrapes of your life? Let's go.
Herald, summoned up by FlyQuest in that topside river. Tier 1 turret next in their sights.
Lucio is having an incredible performance. We knew his bar was good, but FlyQuest are chasing for more.
They'll immediately take that Tier 1. If they can escort this Herald in, they can try to get another slam into the Tier 2, but it's going to get smoked down by Beishuan instead. Whippo flashes in for the face breaker. Double kill for Quad. FlyQuest are hungry for a Game 5. They are 5,000 gold ahead. Nice job, guys.
Nice.
Nice. Well played, team.
Well played.
Nice.
It is Game 5 yet again here in Vancouver, and it is FlyQuest doing it, taking BLG to Silver Scrapes once again. And what a series so far.
Crazy series. Inspired is once again going crazy. He canceled so many pillars, we might have to start calling him K-Drill.
What did you think about the series, the game, whatever they've been able to? We have K-Drill here on the other side, of course, reacting to this, but what do you think of the energy they brought, the draft that they brought, the fact that they're pushing BLG here maybe to get eliminated?
I really respect the fact that they're still picking their champs, right? Like, they're picking the set. That's something that they haven't played into Yorick. Normally they play Cho'Gath into Yorick, but they could feel in this series they needed more aggression and they went for the set. So I feel like they're in the right headspace to actually tackle BLG here.
Whatever they did before does not matter. What matters is what they're going to be able to showcase here. What do you want to see and who are we looking at?
I want to see FlyQuest win it for North America in Vancouver. It's only right. All the fans are here. Everyone wants to see it. I can feel the energy in the arena. So let's go FlyQuest. Let's do a FlyQuest. It's time.
Vancouver, are you not entertained? It is FlyQuest versus BLG. Casters, over to you one last time.
Thank you, Lore. Thank you, Dom. This is the 6th Silver Scrapes of MSI 2025. This is tied for the most all-time BO5s in an international event, going the distance, tied with 2021 Worlds. And now, this is it. Everything this afternoon comes down to one last game. FlyQuest take the first one, BLG take the next two. Game 4 is a dominant performance by FlyQuest, and now only one of these two teams gets to stay here in Vancouver and keep competing after the next game.
How you feeling, Kobe?
We were already getting so deep in our Fearless Champion pools.
Yeah.
This last game is going to be insane competition.
Yep. Yes,
we're going to go so deep, especially on the last few picks here, that you really have to lean into those creative minds that they have. FlyQuest, they're very well known for having super deep champion pools, trying to always get very creative, and really focusing on team fight as like the theme that is always going to bring it together, because this season has so many objectives and really focuses on that. So I'm thinking already things about like the Ivern that hasn't been playing in a really long time. Like we mentioned Nunu before. Like we could get really deep here. Fiddlestick's got some buffs.
That's what I was gonna say. Last year, in Game 5 against Gen G is where we saw the set and the Fiddlesticks come through from FlyQuest, and that time it didn't pan out. But we have only seen FlyQuest learn, develop, and evolve as a team in this situation before, at the precipice of making an upset happen, at the chance to get revenge against the LPL. 2019 was the last time they took down an LPL team, or a North American team took down an LPL team. Let's see if they can do it today.
All right, hopping into our last champ select powered by Omen and HyperX for the day. And the bans from BLG who have elected to stay on blue side remain the same here in the first two. Cassiopeia and Azir. Orianna, though, becomes the third. The Galio remains unbanned. Will FlyQuest now decide to continue their Rumble bans? They've already banned Nami and Skarner.
If they do, I'm kind of scared of a Camille Galio comp from BLG. Bin's Camille is exceptional, and they definitely pilot Camille Galio well.
Yone. I think that's smart. Just remove it from the pool. As you mentioned, we're so deep in the mid lane pool specifically. Yone gone, Orianna, Azir, Cassio with all the other 8 you can see on your screen. You have to imagine that mid lane priority rises pretty significantly, and there's that first lock-in for the Galio.
It's going to be a Camille Galio game, isn't it?
It's flexible, of course. It can go into both mid or the bot lane. They can potentially play it top. We don't typically see Bin on a champion like this, but in the hands of Knight, in the hands of On, it could go either way. The Caitlyn, at least, was something we've even seen from BLG before. Right now, of course, this is just a bit of a hover. But I wonder if the Caitlyn priority is going to rise. We've been seeing it banned a lot on the second phase from FlyQuest. Lucian Braum, perhaps, from FlyQuest.
Yeah, FlyQuest banning out the Nami, the most common traditional pairing with the Lucian, but we know that Braum and Melio are the other two that teams will often try to pair alongside Lucian specifically. Inspired, just the man of the day for FlyQuest, you would have to say. Very curious what they're going to lock for him in this one.
Yeah.
I was about to say Nocturne, Jarvan, Lee Sin, the kind of the main junglers you're thinking about.
Lee Sin for Inspired in game number 5.
All right, a lot of pressure on his shoulders to make some magic happen. He needs a mid laner that can facilitate this. LeBlanc is one that kind of comes to mind, but into Galio already, you're a little bit put off by that pick.
And then you're looking at a comp that has Lucian, LeBlanc as the carries.
Yep.
Not a lot of late game scaling, requires a lot of heavy focus on execution.
Ooh, I like Nocturne.
Lots of globals here,
so
BLG layering it on.
You can feel the Camille coming.
Gosh, I felt it at the very beginning, even before they locked anything in. Okay. Honestly, I'm less scared of this, because if they could save their picks, so. Okay. So this does have tremendous side lane pressure as well as team fighting. So lots of flexibility and options here for BLG.
Lot of dive. Again, assuming this Galio is being played in the mid lane, has the possibility of being switched into support.
Yeah.
But now I'll have to wait and see is what we assume is the top side from BLG. A lot of dive at their disposal. I think the possibility of a Braum could be good into this amount of dive, but I guess FlyQuest is worried about the amount of engage that they have. Leona, the last engage support really available.
Exactly, this deep into Fearless, game 5, your options start to dwindle. You can see the Alistar, the Rel, the Rakan, the Nautilus, all of these traditional engage options off the table. So FlyQuest will prioritize Leona.
Yeah, and Leona Lee Sin is an amazing jungle support combo. And with the way that Inspired and Busio as well together have been playing, that is...
I feel like Braum Caitlyn is super high priority. There's always, I'm thinking of Sivir as well, things that fit nicely into this composition. They're going to agree with the Caitlyn. I mean, they've been consistently banning it away from Elk so far in this series, so that shouldn't be too much of a surprise. The question is, what do they ban alongside it? I feel like the Braum is super high prio. On the other side for BLG, I think they should continue to just pinch this mid lane pool, but I'm strapped for really what mid laners there are left.
We have seen a lot of the popular mid lane options. The Taliyah, the Ahri, the Aurora, Annie, Rise, Victor, all removed by Fearless. Gragas will be the choice instead, removing another one of those potential engage options.
Also just a good safe top lane pick for Bwipo as well. And weirdly enough, I thought like Kiana is even stuff I'm thinking about in mid lane. Like you could have like AP top, AD mid.
We'll see. It's always so fun when you get this far into Fearless, seeing what the teams will come up with all of these extra bans.
Syndra is still available too. What else of the more common ones?
There's that Braum ban, kind of as we expected. Yep. What is BLG even going to go bot lane? I guess like Sivir. Sivir's kind of the one that stands out.
Yeah, I mean, they've...
Ashe is a possibility as well.
Jinx. They could go for resets.
Jinx, yes. Could go for a lot of long range. Jinx in these late game 5s has a lot of value just because of the lack of backline threat that often exists. Like a Jinx Lulu could be a possibility.
The crowd's getting... Masu loves baiting the crowd with these Teemo hovers.
Let's see, what else? There was a sign. We just had an Urgot sign for Bwipo.
He's nodding.
That man's prayers have been answered. It's Bwipo Urgot into Bin Rumble in game 5.
Bwipo has so much confidence in his Urgot, talking to all the Urgot one tricks for a long time, investing so much time in on this champion, liking to scale with it.
But this is the thing, there's always the possibility of that Gallo being flexed. Right now the Shen is being hovered. Could be sent towards the top side of the map. Yeah. See what the final lock-in is here. And it's going to be the Shen. We don't know where this is going.
Either one could be support still.
Oh, and a Xayah to round things out. How could I forget about Xayah? A lot of independence. A very strong laner as well. And honestly, I think that FlyQuest composition is quite short range. I think both an Ashe and a Xayah would work really nicely.
It's just so much global pressure, and the extra engage from an Ashe arrow now does look very good there for the BLG side.
We'll see if they lock it in. They've already got semi-globals from Nocturne and Galio. Now 2 true globals from Shen and Ashe. Only the Rumble doesn't have a semi-global or full global contributor
long range,
for this comp.
Damn long range on that ulti.
Yeah.
What will be the final pick here for FlyQuest? That mid laner. Question marks surrounding. I don't think you can afford the Syndra. It's too low mobility into this composition. Oh, Game 5 Zillion!
North American Magic!
Oh, Game 5 Zillion!
Somebody get Bjergsen on the phone!
Is Bjergsen here? Where's Jensen? Get North American Classic! The Zillion locked in for quad! The revival, the speed!
Wow! When you have this much dive, the revival can be the difference maker. Wow. And when we think about the range of FlyQuest, the bonus movement speed that FlyQuest is going to get, the question is, have they cooked too much? Do they have enough damage? Because I look at this BLG composition and you can see how it all fits together seamlessly. Yeah. The wombo combo, the pick potential, the globals, the attack possibilities on the side lane. For FlyQuest, you've got a Zillion with an Urgot and a Lee Sin, and the pick potential is real, but it's definitely a combination of all sorts of jams.
BLG went for power picks that were still up, higher tier champions. FlyQuest have gone for pocket picks. Can they make them work?
The final fist bump between the coaches after our Game 5 draft is done. BLG, like you said, Kobe, they're going for the best stuff they could still see based on expectations.
Tier list.
I'll tell you what, if you told me that I would get 10 guesses to pick the mid laner this game, none of them would have been Zillion.
Do you believe in the tier list, or do you believe in the magic? We shall see.
I mean, I feel like the crowd believes in the magic, but BLG, they are a resilient team. They've been pushed to Game 5 many times before.
And speaking of those Game 5s, throughout international competition history in LoL Esports, North America and China have gone head-to-head 7 times. Of those 7 times, North America has won once, and only once. You mentioned it earlier, Vedius. It was the MSI 2019 semifinals, Team Liquid versus IG 3-1 Team Liquid. This would be the first time in 6 years, the second time ever, if FlyQuest clutch this. But for BLG, a team that has been pushed to the brink many times against many opponents and proven their mettle, if they can stop FlyQuest here, they make a convincing argument as they move forward in the lower bracket.
They certainly would. Brush, he goes out of the brush.
He's not in vision.
What in the? Masu, what are you doing? He has to pop the cleanse. He takes a ton of damage. Half his health bar's already gone and the minions are here. He has to pop a potion. He can't recall.
A misclick in Game 5 costs him half his HP. The pop will be gone as well. He starts with the E. The BLG bottom lane already finding an advantage. A minute and a half into the game. Oh, and the zone denial.
It's so tragic for Masu there as On dashes in immediately for the taunt. Masu and Busio down to half HP.
Look at the XP. Busio has gained access to XP, but Masu has not. He's yet to get a drop of XP.
Oh, that is so painful.
I talked at the beginning of last game about how games 2 and 3, you saw so much domination from the BLG bottom lane in the games that BLG won. And now at the start of game number 5, things are starting absolutely rotten for the FlyQuest bot lane duo as Elk and On are in total control.
This just completely warps the lane. This is domination. How far can BLG extend this advantage? I mean, the wave is now going to push into them slowly, and they did invest the flash from Shen, but he's got Hex Flash.
There he goes again. Hex Flash taunt. Busio still only level 1 on this Leona. Gonna take even more damage here. Finally, that wave is gonna be shoved forward, and you can see Elk will hit 12 farm before Masu has a single minion.
This is absolutely brutal when everything comes down to this game on the big stage. But under pressure, under the push on this tower, we see Nocturne coming over.
And the good news is that Inspired is in the area. He can look to defend, but of course BLG using this pressure to put the pressure onto Inspired.
Yes, it's Mike.
Exactly, Inspired in danger, but it looks like he does secure his blue buff. Beishwan ready to try to flash. But his first blood over to Knight! He solo kills Quad underneath the turret and he gets away!
What is happening? We need a replay. I was too focused on what was happening in the jungle. Inspired loses his flash, and Knight on Galio gets a solo kill in the mid lane.
BLG, when all the pressure is on, they are outstanding, getting advantage after advantage here in just the first 4 minutes.
So a good trade, and the 1v1 has the level advantage, doesn't get the level 4. No, he does level up.
Just walks up and taunts him. Full combo.
Oh my, just full combo.
Easy.
Phase rush to get him to safety as well. Well played by Knight. If the bot lane damage wasn't enough, the mid lane just adding insult to injury.
And if we check in top, Ben's doing just fine against the Urgot from Bwipo here. Remember, Bwipo did have the counter pick, had the opportunity to choose what he wanted in this matchup.
But it's going to get even worse for ours, because when we look at this bot wave, oh, Knight's here!
Oh, Knight's already made his way in with a Justice Punch, and now Masu and Busio, they aren't fighting in range of the turret, so immediately BLG try to get as much as they can. The heal from Busio spent there.
I mean, Zilean has very little wave clear early on. And so Knight is just taking advantage of that, pushing him underneath this tower. The engage from Bwipo.
Yeah, Bwipo's going in after Bin. The Rumble is overheated as Bin tries to escape. He's still got the flash. Now Busio and Masu in the bottom lane looking to go aggressive as Bin gets away. Busio down to 100 HP, flashes in for the shield of Daybreak. Elk is about to die. It's a 1-for-1 trade. On gets the kill on Busio as now Knight's looking to make a play in the mid lane once again on a Quad, who's down to 250 HP. On versus Masu in the bottom lane at the same time as Inspired's also coming towards mid, but there's no play to be found.
Yeah, Inspired after getting the flash out on the top side, just going to go back to his camps at the moment. Quad is too low. The Zilean early on does not do a lot, and Knight has really been flexing his muscles.
I mean, Masu getting a kill in that bot lane 2 versus 2 was really important for FlyQuest. The fact that he was able to get the kill on gets the kill in exchange means that he gets a huge influx of gold, and after all of that pressure, he's been able to get the experience advantage. Hopefully we can have a look at that bot wave as well. I'd love to see that it's state that it's in. I hope that it's actually, I think this is a fine state for FlyQuest, which means that he's now going to come back to lane. He's spent some gold, and he should be a lot more comfortable in this 2 versus 2.
Yeah, we'll just have to check on the jungle pressure here, because Beishwan does move on over. Inspired finishes his clear to the bottom side.
Okay,
that tribe rush vision.
Busio wants to make sure that he's got some information in the area, but the only information he's going to get is Nocturne is here. If he's not careful, Beishwan does shoot the Dustbringer back at him, and with On right beside him, there's no way for FlyQuest to contest this Pixel Brush control ward.
Yeah, the wave should be slow pushing towards them anyway, though, so they can collect there. But the CS builds here for Elk as they build up their minion wave. And then once you push that big wave in, you can rotate over to the Dragon. FlyQuest are forced to collect their wave at their tower, so should be a BLG objective.
Yep, BLG with total control over the bot side river. Level 6 now for both of our mid laners, so big playmaking for Knight, big counter playmaking from Quad. It's been a while since we've seen Zilean, so for anybody who forgot, remember, you're only going to get the heal from the ultimate if you actually die. So the big challenge here for BLG will be to get someone low enough that they force Quad's hand, but not actually kill them, to prevent the heal in these chaotic fights that we've seen the whole series long.
Keep your eyes on Inspired. Something he's been doing super well throughout this series is moving into Beishwan's jungle, stealing away camps, just tracking what Beishwan is up to and looking to punish him where he can. He realized that Beishwan still had camps to clear on his bot side, so he's going to steal away the wolves. Nicely done there by Inspired. Gets to level 6 first and will get away to safety.
Exactly. Huge that he gets the big wolf there because it guarantees he has level 6, but just the tiny wolf was enough to get Beishuan to his ultimate as well. We could end up getting a pretty big fight here in the top side if Bin wants to try to go in for something, but it's not going to happen. Recall for Bwipo instead. Down there in the bottom lane, the 2v2 continues as On and Elk are going to be forced back. Busio jumps in for the shield of Daybreak onto Elk. Immediate follow-up from Masu, but now he's got to be careful. Elk is focused firing, and BLG is ready to try to turn it around. FlyQuest and BLG both at about half HP. Knight on the Galio, not anywhere nearby to try to use the ulti to come in here and interfere. Elk ticking level 6, arrow available.
Yeah, it gets a little bit dangerous here, especially with the extra globals available on their side. Of course, Beishuan is on the top side of the map, but he hasn't revealed himself in a while. As they go over for grubs, though, these wards leading up, we'll see BLG taking their objective.
I mean, this should be uncontested. Inspired can't really do much when he's got a Zilean mid lane this early on into the game. Easy objective secured by BLG. Extend the gold lead that bit more with 1.2k gold lead, 8.5 minutes in. But Inspired, once again, on the invade, trying to deny as much farm away from Beishuan as he can.
Yeah, sees the red here, leashes over, also sees On.
I think this is ambitious. Knight has the ulti, remember?
Okay, immediately the invade from Inspired, gonna get punished! BLG collapse on him.
The global's not respected there. We just mentioned, again, the Nocturne and the Galio have their ultimates available, and they close the trap shut on Inspired's invade.
A bit of desperation there as Inspired is trying to do what he can on the map, stealing away camps where he can, but as you rightly said, not respecting the collapse. Quad has the support of Busio.
Yeah, they jump in, they try to do a little damage onto Knight, but Zilean may as well be a support at this point in the game. No real damage threat there. Knight can back away.
See here. Quad is building up here with the tier. Maybe he goes the same build that Nemesis went with Los Ratones, with his Seraph's Cosmic Drive and Imperial Mandate. But it's going to take a bit of scaling for that champion. FlyQuest trying to weather the storm. BLG's continuing to build their gold lead here. And with when the globals come right back up, they could just force again. The Ashe Arrow plus Nocturne ultimate and Galio ultimate will be close together.
It's a huge combo. Shen can jump in with the Galio there as well. Elk forcing Masu all the way back. The very end of the volley hits him, but now Busio and Inspired looking to move bot side and make a play. Elk has his summoners ready and immediately drops the cleanse. Inspired looking for something else, but Beishuan's also already here. On's the target, but he's not the right target. Elk with the slow on Busio as BLG decide not to overchase. Beishuan still with 1/4 of the cooldown left on his ultimate, and BLG do not want to overplay.
They spot Knight on the roam. BLG get the taunt connected onto Inspired, but he's too close to his tower to really commit to anything. They have good pressure and they have great setup around the Dragon. Beishuan considering starting this one off. It's hard for Quad to roam again on the Zilean. He doesn't offer a huge amount outside of that ulti, and yeah, FlyQuest don't feel confident enough to fight. The arrow connects.
Beautiful shot from Elk, and the follow-up is just as good. BLG have found the heart of FlyQuest, and they're tearing it out. Inspired, second death this game. Busio might just die here again, as Quad drops a very early chrono shift, and it looks like BLG are ready to wait it out. Quad gets taunted up, he has to flash away. Busio surviving at 100 HP, only in time for the Nocturne to show up, and Beishuan to get the kill. On's ready to block the culling. BLG are up 2,500 gold at 11 minutes into the game.
Beautiful coordination. BLG keeping up the pressure, invade the jungle, assassinate the jungler. As soon as the Ashe Arrow was up, the cooldowns, we were looking at these ultimates, BLG immediately using them. Bwipo here getting roasted under the tower as well.
Bwipo chose this matchup. He wanted to play the Urgot into the Rumble, and now, with no kills on this top side, he is down almost 600 gold to Bin's Rumble.
Inspired.
Finds On, but the support Shen making some distance for now. Busio jumps in there with a Zenith Blade, but here comes Knight! Equalizer ready to make this fight go BLG's way. Inspired is dead again. BLG have low health bars, but FlyQuest don't have the damage. Quad makes his way over, but he's just killed instead. A double kill for Knight as Bin's protected by Stand United, and the taunt's ready to find another. BLG get 3, and FlyQuest just look lost.
A house house that was filled with hope is being put to silence as BLG decimates FlyQuest. 8-1 the kill score, a 4K gold lead. These globals are stopping FlyQuest from doing anything on the map.
BLG are relentless. They win the top side fight. They're getting free money on the bottom side, and you can see the FlyQuest staff know it. Everyone can feel it.
This event has been an event where champions with globals, with semi-globals, have been very powerful. And this is just showing it once again here for BLG.
FlyQuest tried to get a pick onto On, but Knight is in range. He always has that prio. The arrival of Bin just melting through Inspired. He's first to fall, meaning the BLG still have a numbers advantage. But then the Nocturne arrives, again guaranteeing that numbers advantage. Quad gets taunted, so he can't even use his ultimate available, or feared rather, and then the taunt with the Stand United to finish things off. BLG gets so much, and FlyQuest get nothing.
BLG. In the organization's history, they are 9-6 in Game 5s. FlyQuest in organization history are 8-6. Very similar records, but here today, it's BLG with a commanding lead. 13 minutes in, Knight goes in to cut off the escape route for Bwipo, and now he and Bin are looking for another kill. Beishuan shows up just to secure it, and BLG are almost 5,000 gold ahead.
And BLG's organization history at MSI is finals, both past 2 years. Let's see, on the road again. They do mount a little bit of a defense. You see the Zillion coming over to rotate as well, but there's no real threat there. There's no real damage for FlyQuest, so it's not much of a threat.
And I thought to myself after seeing this draft, in Game 5, Knight, arguably your best performing player, you want to put him on a Galio? Wow. You can see what this man is capable of regardless of the champion that he is playing, the impact that he is constantly able to have. A 1.6k gold lead over Quad, a solo kill in the mid lane. His presence has been felt across the Rift.
Yeah, his Galio has always been so incredibly good, and they're just showing it here. BLG, honestly, it is going to have to be a mistake from them at this point, Flowers.
Yeah.
Only 1 kill for FlyQuest, that one that they got back in the bottom lane.
The Zillion has been invisible early on. We know the champion struggles early, but it's had no impact. Now, again, BLG making another play. It's Beishuan and Knight, the arrow, ready to join up and guarantee they've got a little extra firepower, but they still don't have the kill secured. Beishuan with a Dustbringer on the very end. Bwipo alive with just a little bit of HP. The caster minions, oh, they get him low. He was down to 20 HP, but he lives. Inspired's not gonna, and that's another kill for Knight. 11-1, BLG slamming Game 5.
FlyQuest are just being suffocated. They can't respond to any of the proactivity coming through from BLG. Anytime they try to make a play, the globals just come through. These picks are working wonderfully for BLG as they completely shut FlyQuest down.
Masu's Lucian trying to get something back here on Elk, but the calling just mostly fired into a minion wave. The Zillion has not done anything early. The Lucian Leona that was supposed to be powerful ends up losing because of a slight misclick early on that cost Masu half of his health. Inspired, who has been so critical for all of FlyQuest's success so far today, is off to a 0-4 start as BLG have focused him down, and Bwipo's counterpick has paid no dividends.
Credit to BLG. Their endurance in this best of 5 to go the full distance here, to clutch it back in the previous game. And here in game number 5, they're the ones with plenty left in the tank.
BLG, man, the caliber of this team. Kobe, you already said it. They've been to back-to-back MSI finals in a row, and they don't want to be stopping anytime soon. Inspired, trying to get away from Knight's heroic entrance as Busio throws a defensive solar flare. BLG still going forward. Inspired, trying to get away. Bwipo's in the middle of everybody, but BLG's too far ahead. FlyQuest lose 4, BLG lose nothing. A triple kill to Bin.
It's simple devastation. An admirable attempt from FlyQuest as they respond to the offensive plays from BLG, but it just isn't enough. They're too far behind in gold. The mid tower hasn't even fallen yet, and it's a 7k gold lead for BLG.
So deep in Fearless draft, and Looks like they're gonna start to get the rest of these towers. All these outers are so low. Dragon picked up at the same time. BLG know they have complete control of the map and they can take it all.
It's not a common sight that at 15 minutes into the game, you see a half HP 80 carry step up to finish a turret while the enemy mid laner with flash and ult is standing right there. But that's the reality this game. BLG are so far ahead. On just going to continue looking for opportunities here. He can easily escape from Busio. FlyQuest scrambled to defend, but the fights still look like this.
Yeah, let's take a look. They get the collapse. Inspired started it out, and BLG, once the Galio comes in, there's no escaping. Elf even flashes forward here to finish off the extra kill.
It's a good Leona ultimate, but again, it's just a matter of gold. They don't have the resources needed. They came so close to killing Knight. But you can see the frustration on Bwipo's face. They come close, but to be this far behind this early on makes every fight so hard.
It's nigh impossible at this point, right? We're talking 8,000 gold, 18 minutes into the game. You've got the 2 Drakes for the stat bonuses as well. Kobe, you already mentioned it, but I just have to reiterate, it would take a massive mistake from BLG to lose from this point. They have absolutely dominated the first part of this game. All of their lanes won. Everybody was locked in, and they've been playing this global comp together beautifully.
So, remember the quote that I told you when it looked like FlyQuest were down 9,000 gold earlier in the series?
Yes.
If you don't have faith, why are you even here? This game, that gold lead though, is like almost a full 10 minutes, almost 15 minutes even earlier into the game. And so that's why it just feels so much more suffocating, as well as the extra restrictions put on to the composition with Fearless mode coming in. You just look at the possible opportunities for FlyQuest, and they don't have a lot of these tools, you know, not a lot of range available to them, you know, not a tremendous amount of wave clear. It's really does feel like an iron grip here on the game for BLG.
The smallest individual gold lead on BLG. Beishuan up 1.2 thousand gold over Inspired. The largest individual gold lead is up there in the top lane. 2,500 gold for Bin's Rumble.
And even some of the tools that they do have for FlyQuest, like a Leona ultimate, long range, you know, maybe you can get a pick with that. Guess what? On already with the Mikhails will nullify the pick. He can Shen stand united to teammates, anyone who gets caught out here. So many members of BLG can cover each other because they have all of these globals. So let's take a look at this move from Inspired now. It's very dangerous territory to go deep, but he has the rest of his team here by mid-brush. Autocon's available, and objective bounties have been on for a long time, so yeah, maybe they can look to cash in on some objective bounty gold.
We've seen miracle fights happen at this MSI, and FlyQuest is desperate for one. Perhaps a Zillion revive could be the game changer.
Well, they're going to need the most valuable revive of all time, a 9,000 gold revive from Quad is the prescription here for what ails FlyQuest, because otherwise BLG have just been so much better here in Game 5. On does get tagged, tries to get away. Solar Flare slows him down, but no stun means On gets away. BLG still grouped up around this bottom side, around the Otacon. FlyQuest using resources there. Now BLG confident to try to step up a little bit further. Knight waiting off to the side on a control ward. Inspired hit with the arrow, hit with the Nocturne, hit with the Galio. Inspired's already gone. And now they're not ready to stop. Masu gets another early Zillion ulti from Quad, so they immediately change their focus and switch over to Busio. BLG 17-1, 10,000 gold lead.
Cleanly executed once more by BLG. The Nocturne combined with the Shen means the dive comp is just so effective. The amount of follow-up, the chain CC they have is ruthless. And BLG extend the advantage to 10,000, 17 kills to 1.
Yeah, this whole series had been close, back and forth, but this one is not that at all. Completely one-sided. Knight here, though, under attack, gets executed.
Finally a kill comes through for FlyQuest. 1,000 gold shutdown for Bwipo's Urgot as Ben tries to escape Masu's calling, but the firepower back from BLG is way too strong. Elk's on a killing spree. He flashes forward for some focused fire. Quad's gonna be his next target as he revives himself, and Busio's left to die. Masu's still burning, and Beishuan wants another Dustbringer. He's got the kill credit there onto the Leona as Busio drops, and now Inspired and Masu are the only ones left standing. BLG marching down mid lane.
BLG turning it up, and FlyQuest are out of gas. He even goes for the snipe.
The arrow was so close, and respect to Bwipo, doing what he can to get something back, finding a pick, getting that shutdown gold is at the very least some injection of resources. But BLG just respond by getting 3 kills of their own. They're gonna put themselves on soul point. And you have to feel that when that Baron spawns, they will not waste any time enforcing the issue.
Yep. FlyQuest praying now for multiple comeback angles. Hoping for some sort of brush play maybe, getting there early with the vision.
Okay, On walks into the brush. They are gonna find him here. Shut down to Inspired. FlyQuest get kill number 3.
Nice pick. These are the type of traps that FlyQuest need to be fishing for. Shutting down On, his first death of the game, bringing them to 3 kills. Of course, it's a very small drop in the ocean, but it's better than nothing.
Gonna need a lot of Nautiluses for this one.
Oh, yes. You'll need many Nautiluses.
Of course. Maybe even game number 3 running back through their minds right now. And how close that was.
Let's take a look at all the resources available here for the side of BLG.
Oh,
Seekers are guards ready to go. Stand united on Ben to bring On into the mix. Knight also looking here. Busio and Bwipo. The one's not close to the turret. Bwipo's gonna get taunted immediately. On dropping the Spirit's Refuge, trying to front line, but he's gonna be pulled into the grinder. Bwipo gets another kill.
I mean, On was the one that kept getting caught in their game 3, and that's the second time now that he's been caught. He was deathless up until about 20 minutes, and now back-to-back within the last 5 minutes, he finds himself with 2 deaths.
Every journey starts with a single step, Vedius.
That it
and
does.
Sometimes it's On stepping in to die.
I mean, I will admit right now with this kind of goal difference, it feels like that the trip they're taking is up Everest. But hey,
yeah, it's a long one. It is a very long and windy road.
They've taken their first step indeed. They just need to take a few more.
Well, unfortunately for FlyQuest, one of the steps that can now easily be taken by BLG is an early Baron. When you're up this much, when you're up 10,000 gold, 3 Drakes, owning the entire Rift, Baron's a pretty good play.
Yeah, hoping for some miracles here. These big epic objectives arriving on the map is actually the tiny ray of hope for some sort of crazy steal, crazy sort of action to pop off.
We're gonna need something really crazy for FlyQuest to have a chance here. On, grabbed there by Busio's Zenith Blade, but not under any real pressure. We'll see if they want to engage. There it is. Enchanted Crystal Arrow finds the Leona. Busio down to half HP. Forced to flee. Resurrected by Quad, but now the Chrono Shift is already down. Inspired dealing with Beishuan off to the side. On doesn't hit the taunt. Busio wants to go into the back, but he's already dead. Bin, godlike. FlyQuest, no chance.
I mean, the good news for FlyQuest is that a lot was just used by BLG. If Inspired can get within range of the Baron, there's a possibility of a steal, but BLG aren't even starting the objective.
The objective is kill FlyQuest, and BLG are happy to oblige. Beishuan unstoppable, Inspired dead. Galio with a grand entrance yet again, a double kill for the BLG jungler. Knight goes over the wall, but the taunt doesn't find a target. BLG's already got the minion wave, and they'll knock down the tier 3 turret. No Baron required.
They can go get it at their leisure right now. Turn around, collect the Baron. BLG just dominating game number 5. Over 12,000 gold lead, and they can turn to look for picks as well. They're brush camping in the jungle.
BLG just have to stop FlyQuest from getting anywhere near this objective. Busio. He has to try. What other option do FlyQuest really have?
Well, there's no solar flare available. Inspired just now respawned. Enchanted Crystal Arrow hit another target, and Quad's gonna die before he can even cast a spell. TP coming in from FlyQuest, but it just doesn't matter. Bin's got another double kill. Masu's got another death. Inspired wants an angle here. He jumps in after Beishuan and goes for Elk. Inspired with a shutdown, but it's just a drop in the bucket now. Bwipo's chasing after Bin, but Inspired's already been killed, and only Bwipo's left standing. Bin with a flash, another kill comes through. BLG with the ace.
It's a clean, at the cost of Elk, they're able to ace all of FlyQuest. It looks like they're not going to try and end the game, though. The resets are going to come through. They're still going to play for the Dragon. They don't want to push their advantage that much further. Instead, they're going to take their time as we look back at the decimation of FlyQuest.
Running them down here. Rumble ult goes down. They get the first kill. Inspired at least looking to farm some clips at the end of this replay, though. He's going to go for a tuber. Nice little execution there at the end, but BLG, they have this so heavily under control that they have actually set a new record in Game 5s. This is the worst kill differential in Game 5s. It just surpassed the 2014 World Semis between RNG and OMG. That was the previous record of a kill differential of 23. Oh, it's just tied now.
Okay, we're tied.
So they need one more to pass it.
Exactly. There's your priceless moment of the game as the Dragon Soul is claimed. Now they've got Baron for another 75 seconds, plus they've got the Dragon Soul, plus they've got 15,000 gold lead, plus they have twice the flowers their opponents do, plus they have all 3 Void Grubs.
Yeah, it's a rough one. And it's a disappointing way to end the series. It's been a very competitive back and forth, and BLG, a small mistake, exploded into an unbelievable gold lead. 15,000 is the difference. Knight pushes in the mid wave. BLG need another wave on this bot side. It's still a ways away. FlyQuest doing what they can. They get good damage down onto On.
And Knight just stays near that cannon minion, keep it enchanted with Baron, allow it to have the extra range, put the pot shots in on that mid lane inhib. Now the arrow fires out, but Bwipo doing a good job buffering through it, trying to use the disdain to get away, but the tier 3 turret is already about to die. FlyQuest have no lines to defend. BLG will claim the first inhibitor and move on to the second.
All right, second one picked up effortlessly. FlyQuest, they need that miracle with the Dragon Soul on top of it. I don't see any member of BLG going down unless they dive the fountain at this point.
Well, they'll move their attention up to the top side. Tier 2 turret the target. This is the only lane with any turrets left standing at all in it. As the other 2 inhibitors are down, Knight's going to be the target, but BLG are ready to back him up. Stand United plus Paranoia to reinforce the mid laner. The CC on the Bwipo. Busio stuck at the front line. He tries to get away and survives for now. FlyQuest trying to find any angle they might have, but they can't get anything.
Knight even dodging the ultimate from Urgot there as they try and engage on him. So many things to cover, and
oh, look at Inspired's health just melt. Elk with 3 fully completed items just tears through these health bars.
We don't have the Baron anymore, but that doesn't mean they need to retreat. It looks like with the HP bars, they are a little hesitant to continue this siege. Oh, I stand corrected. Knight going to interrupt the back. Beishuan trying to get a bit of health back from the jungle camps.
Okay, Beishuan's at half HP. Teleport coming in from On to join up with the rest of the team. Equalizer dropped as the final tier 3 turret will be killed. Bin taking a lot of damage, but he still has the stasis ready to defend. Bwipo gets the chrono shift, but it won't matter. Quad's gonna die first. Inspired with a Guardian Angel, but he's nowhere near the defense point as Bwipo's about to die. Elk flashes in, and BLG scrambles to protect him. Beishuan versus Inspired off to the side, but the rest of BLG is on the march. They were pushed to the edge, but BLG stand tall and eliminate FlyQuest from MSI.
in the final game, it is not close. Game number 5, BLG just smash it.
A frustrating feeling for FlyQuest and their fans as they had come so close once more. But BLG, with this global style composition, just decimate their opponents, and they execute it flawlessly. BLG will stay strong here at MSI as they look for a rematch of the LPL Finals against AL.
Going deep into Fearless best of fives really does become another game. Beautiful stuff from BLG when it matters.
BLG, they want another finals. They want another appearance on the biggest possible stage. FlyQuest gave them a hell of a battle.
What a show.
Here in North America on the home turf. FlyQuest obviously having so much support from the crowd behind them. And once again, it's the same excitement, but the same tragedy as Worlds just last year. Going to 5 games with a team that everybody is predicting to be far better. Taking them all the way to the distance, but not having enough.
Definitely gonna hurt so much in the moment, but they made the series incredibly exciting.
I mean, the potential of the roster is there, right?
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
so clear as day. They continue to level up at every competition we see them perform at, pushing BLG to the absolute limit. But BLG, they are a very difficult team to overcome. There's a reason why they make so many international finals, and now they'll get their chance at revenge against AL.
Exactly, BLG making top 4 with this win. The LPL Finals rematch to decide who then will move on and play whoever loses between the LCK battle in the winners finals between Gen G and T1. A final look at our final game, 31-31 on the clock. Also the kill count for BLG in this game 5. You don't even need to look who did the most damage. They all did the most damage together. It was an incredible performance from them to end this series on a high note. And now we've got Lore standing by with Ben for the Verizon post-game interview.
BLG advances to the next round and they will get the revenge against AL in the next match. And Ben, it has not been easy. FlyQuest taking you to game 5. After what was a shaky series, you showed so much dominance here in this game 5. Tell me why you thought this draft, the draft you chose, was gonna be the one bringing you the victory today.
首先，恭喜你们获得比赛的胜利。这一场比赛可以说也是赢得比较的艰辛，对面也是发挥得很好。特别是，但是你们第5局是表现得非常的亮眼。其实我们感觉可能前4局大家打的稍微有些不太稳定的时候，但是第5局你们是完全统治了战场。想问一下，来到最为关键的第5局，为什么你觉得你们选择的这个阵容会成为你们的制胜法宝呢？
我觉得我们前4局打得非常艰难，可能我们有点陷入他们的节奏了。我们需要在第5局找到我们自己的节奏，然后第5局选择一个我们比较稳定、比较适合我们的阵容，我们就顺利拿下比赛。
I do feel like maybe for the first 4 games, the opponent team, they just drag us into their tempo. So it's very hard for us to play our games. So in game 5, we try to have the drop we're very comfortable with and we really hold the confidence on. So after that, we try to snowboard a little bit for game 5. That's why we were able to get the final victory, I think.
Bringing in the LPL style here in game 5. Ahead of the series, I had a talk with Inspired and he was telling me, if there's one player we have to keep our eyes on, it has to be Ben. After playing against Bwipo, against the strange champions that he was playing, the Urgot, the Set, do you feel like you had a target on your back here during this series?
那其实之前的时候和 Inspire 的选手的采访当中，他有提到说，如果这一场 BO5 他们有一个必须要警惕的人，那一定是你兵哥。所以说也想问一下，可能今天和 Bwipo 选手打下来，他也是有些比较奇怪的英雄值，包括说瑟提、厄加特这些英雄都出现在了今天的比赛当中。所以说你觉得可能今天面对到他有没有感觉是什么样的一种感觉？同时有没有感觉好像有一种打得有来有回的那种？
我觉得最困难的地方在于他选的英雄，平时训练赛和排位完全就是练不到也遇不到，所以在比赛里面完全就是感觉就是有点进入他的节奏了，就是选的都是我不熟悉的对线英雄，所以整体下来打的有些吃力，所以我觉得他是玩得非常好，然后英雄池也很深，很难对付。
Definitely a big shout out to Bripo because he really picked so many kind of the weird champions or the unexpected picks. I have actually rarely to be seeing those champions in the solo ranks or in our normal practice or scrims. So it could be really hard for me, especially handle with those champions in the laning phase and kind of they just drag me into their tempo. So it's very hard for me to handle with his champion pools, and he's very experienced and really have a very wide champion pool in today's game. So a big shout out to him.
Big shout out to him, and yet it was not enough to take down Gigabin. Now, I remember that at the beginning of MSI, you told me, regardless of the teams, our biggest opponent is ourselves. What do you feel like you're missing and what the team is missing to get that excellence that you're looking for?
那记得可能 MSI 刚开始的时候，在采访当中的时候，你也说到，说可能无论我们面对到谁，最大的敌人永远是自己。所以说，比起你们想要达到的那种顶尖的水准，你觉得无论是现在队伍还是自身，还有哪些部分还需要进一步的提升、提高，才能够展现出更优秀的表现呢？
我认为我们现在来说整体的状态可能没有那么好，但是我们在一场比赛的，就是进步吧。我觉得我们状态会越来越好。明天我们会，就是后天的比赛，我们状态会更好的。
I must say we are not really on a high note. We are not have a very good momentum as a team, but definitely we keep improving and have our growth step by step. And we try to make more evolution and by every single game. So hopefully the day after tomorrow for our next best of 5, we'll definitely show you guys an even better performance on stage.
And looking at that next best of 5 is going to be the revenge and the rematch against anyone's legend. The LPL finals rematch actually. What gives you confidence that this time around is going to be different? And do you have a message to AL?
那下一场比赛，在下个 BO5， 你们也将面对到 AL， 也是 LPL 第二赛段的一个决赛的重演。所以说，也想问一下，你觉得这一次，也相信你们是想要尽力的完成复仇。你觉得这一次你们可能需要在哪里不一样，或者说是怎么样有这样的自信，在这一次会有不一样的结果？同时，有没有什么话想对 AL 说呢？
我觉得重要的不是复仇，重要的是我们自己也要打好。我还是非常想进入决赛，因为大家不要忘了，我在22年、23年、24年全部进入了 MSI 决赛。我觉得这次我们也可以进入 MSI 决赛。
To be honest, I really didn't focusing on the revenge this part, but I like to just concentrate more on own performance and try our best to showcase the talented one like on stage. And guys, don't forget, I was in the MSI final back in 2022, 23, and 24. So I like to just try my best to bring the team once again in the MSI final. That's our goal.
And looking forward to seeing BLG in the next stage. Xie, thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the translation. And BLG advances to the next round.
And with BLG advancing to the next round, that means we have 2 LCK and 2 LPL left in the bracket. It also does mean, we can talk about it later, that for Worlds, there's now 4 seeds out of the LPL and out of the LCK. A wonderful interview there with Bin. Okay, I'm gonna take kind of the approach from the FlyQuest side of things, and I think that is fair as well, because we've already heard from Bin. It is just, it sucks. Let me just say that. It sucks because they played so well for this best of 5. They give the blows back and forth. Their picks were on point. Their confidence was on point. What do you bring it down to this game 5?
I mean, I think it's just kind of mental errors.
Nerves,
a lot of mental errors, I think, in that 5 games. You know, clearly, FlyQuest has shown between the Gen G series and the series that they're capable of taking down a top LCK or LPL team, but they have yet to do it. And I think to get over that hump, you have to be able to get past some of these, mental errors. We saw, Masu recalling in Asili's place, losing his health at level 1. Even from that, they battled back, got a 2v2 kill. But then Quad clearly, just walking on tonight with the bomb under tower, letting himself get dove and solo killed. It's tough. You can't make those mistakes against a team this good and not expect to get ran
and
over.
As an analyst, do you need to be honest then and say, actually, they haven't shown they can do it? Because if you don't close the door 2 times in a row in a game 5, nothing counts but the Nexus in game 5.
I don't think so. I think from my perspective, like, you don't get these chances often,
That's
and
true.
it's in different circumstances. So I think, like, there's so many positives you can say for this team to be able to get to this game 5 point, especially versus a BLG that have such excellent players. And you go up against a player, in this case, Knight, and at Worlds it was versus Chovy. Like, You make one mistake and they'll run you down.
And look at this game, like how close were they, right? So to me, I will stand behind the statement that they are absolutely capable of taking down one of these teams at a best of 5. But no, you don't get the credit for doing it until you do it. Because to your point, you have to kill that third Nexus. You have to get the win. So they haven't been able to do it, but they've shown that they have the skill to compete. And it is going to be a heartbreaking loss for them, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely so. But you're right in keeping that perspective, because we cannot look at it in a vacuum of just this best of 5. We have to look back at the road they've traveled as a team together and those incremental wins they've gotten to move forward. I, for one, am extremely excited to see them at Worlds, right? Because that's where hopefully we'll see that extra step, and they will make chances for them again, because even when you thought they were against match point and down and out, they fought back.
They really did. And a shout out to just even watching that replay to Inspired. Inspired had a very good series.
Insane series.
Been saying it the entire time.
But, I mean, on the other side, you have to look at the winning team. You have to look at the guy that made the difference, I think, when it counted most, who did get them across the finish line. To me, it was Knight. He is the Oppo player of the series. This guy was insane. Quad was able to, in their wins, hold him somewhat even, but in their losses, it was Knight running him over. The Victor versus Annie game, he's up 3-4 levels. We see this Galio game, you're getting solo kill into your tower, and then to me, this was just a Knight 1v9. He was everywhere. He was not allowing Inspired to do anything in that final game. He took the series into his own hands when the team needed him.
Yeah, that Victor game especially was a masterclass. He can play any type of style. He is incredibly good, especially in lane. So even though we're looking at it from the perspective of like, sure, the Zilean getting killed level 3, but if there's anybody that's going to kill you level 3, it's this brother right here.
Yeah, if we look at BLG then going forward, right, you say, I mean, Knight had to be kind of a superhuman today, I want to say, because at times his team really, really let him down. And I know that many people who have been watching the LPL share this kind of doubt about BLG at MSI specifically. Versus T1, they drop it. They drop the advantages in the games here. They have to go all the way to game 5 versus FlyQuest. So I wonder where this leaves us.
It's going to be a hard fight for them. I mean, you kind of heard it from him on stage. Bin has been in an MSI finals again and again and again. For him as a player, he knows he can get there. It just takes him and the rest of his team being good on the day. They'll be disappointed that it even got to game 5 today, but when they go up against AL, they're going to right the wrongs of the finals at LPL.
I mean, that is the beauty of a competition like this. It's an any given Sunday type of deal. If you show up on the day, if you have that incredible performance, you can absolutely make it happen. But I mean, the guy that Knight is facing down, Shanks, has been fantastic at MSI, and I think it's going to be a really tough challenge for them. AL already beat them twice in the LPL.
They did. We can talk a little bit later about the rest of the bracket, but we do need to say goodbye to FlyQuest, and we'll do that in the form of the Verizon post-game interview that Lore has with Bwipo.
Bwipo, thank you for joining me backstage. I know it's absolutely not the way you wanted to end the tournament, and I really appreciate you taking the time for this interview. First reactions, we were just talking before the mic started working, actually. These last drafts, how do you reflect on the choices you made here? It could have worked, depending on a lot of small factors. What are your first impressions on how things went?
It's just a farm for late draft, you know. You always just hug your towers and hope something works out. But I feel like I let my team down because, you know, my bot lane and my mid lane are still rookies, and I as a player, have always been that kind of guy where I pick something that scales well. I sometimes, you know, have something prepped that's like really strong early game that leads the game, and when I have it prepped, I played really well. You know, you look at Renekton and Seth, like I try to do that when I have those champions, but in game 5, I mean, there's so much pressure on everyone, and I think I just regret that I didn't take something that would pressure. Like maybe I should just ban the Rumble and then take something that would relieve my teammates rather than having them have to relieve me so that I can scale. So I feel really bad because I put so much pressure on my bot lane as well as mid. You know, like he counterpicked, but like, you know, like he needs to have prio in the lane. He needs to play the game, and same thing for bot lane. Like they need to, and that's just a lot of pressure in a game 5.
Absolutely.
And I just feel bad that I put that on them instead of taking it upon myself, because I felt like, especially in the series, I had some very good moments. You know, in the set game when I had control, I felt like I really was giving that space to my teammates, and I think that's fundamentally how my teammates. That's the privilege they get when they're still a bit young, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm the veteran. I should take that responsibility, so I just feel bad about it.
I I do think, though, something that all the fans appreciated and everyone appreciated is the fact that you stay true to yourself. Not only you, but as a team, honestly. Playing champions that suit you, that suit your style, not falling onto the whole, let's play the meta and fight them on meta ground. So what gave you the confidence, actually, throughout the entire series, the entire run at MSI, to keep on doing what you do best, and what made you guys good?
I mean, I don't know. Like, what else are you gonna do? Like, that's the question I want to ask the people. You know, is like, if what you're good at is not good enough, you're not gonna pretend your way into being better than your opponents through a different style. So for me, I mean, like, every year after year, I always get asked that, right? It's like, oh, at least you played what you're good at. And it's like, yeah, no shit. What the fuck else would I play?
Yeah.
Like, what else is there? You know, like, this is me. I have my flaws. 100%, and I'm more frustrated about them right now than anyone else on this planet. But if you're gonna ask yourself, if you watch best of 5 between Bwipo and Bin, like, I feel like I was able to play my characters and really show up. You know, like, he was playing the tanks, I was playing the carries, and then I looked pretty good, I think. And it's not enough, but I'm still pretty proud about it. You know, like, that is the only thing I tell myself is, like, I never got to play against Bin. You know, it's been him and Zeus for the last, what, 3 years now. I finally got a chance to play against him on stage, and, you know, no ego because I lost, but I can't say I played poorly. Game 5, I obviously did, so blows, but I feel like in the other 4 games, I was a participant. I made sure that my teammates had a chance to win, and I feel like I was a good contributor to the game, and I am proud of that at the end of the day. So it's not enough. And like I said, I just regret that I didn't take the pressure off my teammates, you know? I really regret that. I really do. Because I think if I was more willing to, you know, lead the draft into my direction, even before this, because it's fearless, right? Like, I think early on in the draft, like, they removed the Ryze. Like, the Ryze was out, the Ornn was out, the Galio was super high priority. I think if I had let Rumble go through when the Ornn and Ryze was still in draft and play those matchups, which are things I had prepped, I definitely could have relieved my teammates a lot more, I think, and made it easier for them. But I didn't think about it. I just, yeah.
Staying true to yourself and to your champion pool and what makes you good is actually what a lot of people respect so much about you, Bwipo. I was on stage with Ben. You gave him such a hard time. He admitted it himself, and for someone who never faced off against this player, I know it must be really, really hard right now, but, like, I hope that is the confidence that you're going to keep. And you were telling me about the fact that you're a veteran, helping all these young players. How can you help them after a series like this to recover? Because you've been on this stage for so many years, bouncing back. And when I see the potential of this roster, that's what I want to do. So hopefully you're going to be able to help them in that.
I mean, it's also for the other people watching. You know, if you're back home, you're a pro player, you watched our series, I'm sure you did. You got to be yourself. Like, you know, you got to put in the hours, and you got to put in the hours at what you do best. And you don't have to do it every game. It's a best of 5 after all, right? But you're going to have 1 or 2 games where it's just like, oh, nameplate's off, that's that guy. Like, I believe in that. You know, like, I think of everyone that ever had success internationally as a Western player. It's always the same thing. You could turn the nameplates off. You know who that is. And that is what makes League of Legends fun, in my opinion. I really believe that you just got to pick something, get good at it, and just roll with it. And, you know, thanks to everyone watching at home. You know, thanks to everyone that supported us. Obviously, it really, really sucks to lose, but I'm gonna keep knocking on the door. You know,
yeah, you will.
I'm gonna be back for Worlds. Whether I'm first, second, or third seed, I don't know, but I'm showing up, and I'm gonna give them a run for their money every single time I play. Not week 1 though. Week 1, week 1 I run it down usually, but week 2, starting week 2, I ramp up, and yeah, still pretty good series. You know, everyone in, you know, I read some Reddit sometimes. You know, actually very often. Everyone's complaining about no Western top lane can hang with the best. There you go. You can believe in me.
Until next time, Bwipo, thank you so much for this interview.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for an amazing run.
Yeah, thank you.
Shox, over to you.
Thank you so much. You know, you have to be a player that gets in those positions time and time again, right? Who can say that they lost a Game 5 versus BLG at MSI because they were so close to getting to the next stage. Who can say that they lost a Game 5 to Gen.G? Who can say that you've stood in a Worlds final and you unfortunately lost it? Not many players, and not many would talk to you like that after a loss so big, and that is what I respect a lot in my countrymen. Bwipo, we said it at the beginning, right? Love him or hate him. He is going to try to do what is needed for the team, and that's what he said now also. I wish I'd done more, but that goes for everyone.
Everyone is going to be thinking that. I mean, you have quite a bit of time before you go back to Split 3, and they're just going to be thinking about all of the things they could have done. That's just something that is going to be natural for any competitor. But what he said, that speech, is exactly what all of them boys need to be hearing. Because they're going to make it right back to this stage, come Worlds, and they just have to believe it's going to be different.
Got to use it as motivation, right? That's the only way you can look at it is, hey, we were this close. We just need to keep working, keep grinding. We can do it for Worlds. But we have our top 4 teams.
Yes, we do.
LCK affair in the upper bracket is both the LPL teams down in the bottom. And it is going to be really exciting, I think, in these next couple days.
Yeah, the LPL finals that did happen and the LCK finals that should have happened. So both of them are going to be entertaining.
The best
for
of 3
ways.
LPL finals.
True!
No, AL already won that. It's the best of 5 LPL finals.
We need more games just to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sad because I don't know where this energy is now going to go because we were so excited for FlyQuest, but I'm less sad knowing that we'll get Gen.G versus T1 tomorrow. A quick prediction, is the T1 Magic enough?
I think T1 Magic is enough. They're looking crazy. When they show up to internationals, it's just, I feel like it's so hard to bet against them.
I can't bet against Gen.G. They're the MSI reigning champions. Sure, you're going up against the world reigning champions, but I just feel like this team is too good, man. I look at my mid jungle and it's Kenyon and Chovy, and hands up.
Faker and owner, not good enough for you, Mr. Raz?
I like these names a little bit, just a tiny bit better. Just a tiny bit.
All I want is if we get to a Game 5, that it's a banger, because we have had as many silver scrapes as the second most, or the most. We're tied now with Worlds 2021, but every single Game 5 has been a stop. So the monkey paw curls. Tomorrow, hopefully, an incredible Game 5. Thank you so much for watching the series with us today. You guys are absolutely amazing, and we'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, and 2 a.m. CEST. Oof, ouch. With Gen.G versus T1. See you then.
Been pretty tanky though, if the only damage is the support, the jungler, and Quad's to Leah, but he's not tanky enough. Quad goes on a killing spree, and Elk's the next target. He uses the cleanse to try to use the blast cone to get away, but Quad jumps in right on top of him. Knight wants to fire back, and it makes it a 1-for-1. A double for Quad, but it's ended by Elk. Now, Knight tries to get away too. He goes between worlds, it's enough to get him out of there. Bucio's low, but Beishuan can't finish the job. Whipple's ready to spread his wings and run forward, and Masu has rejoined the battle. Beishuan's locked up, and FlyQuest wants more blood. On's about to drop right next to his jungler, and FlyQuest is racking up a body count. We're already back into the fight as Inspired's exhausted here in the front line. Ben's just juggling him around, and FlyQuest have already lost their jungler. On his low, and Whipple's in the middle of everybody as Beishuan has to try to retreat, but Quad dies to the laser with a Chaos Storm. Bucio's the next to fall, and Knight is a hurricane in this team fight. BLG tear FlyQuest apart. On, gonna get jumped on here by Bucio and Whippo together, but now immediately Masu's about to die at the very start. He's barely hanging on as Quad goes into the stasis, but now he's dead. Masu's down too. BLG have cut everybody on FlyQuest to pieces, and Bucio and Inspired have to try to get away. Ben goes in for the perfect execution as Bucio drops. It's 2 for 5, and BLG are still standing. Rift Herald summoned up by FlyQuest in that topside river. Tier 1 turret next in their sights.
Bucio is having an incredible performance. We knew his bard was good, but FlyQuest are chasing for more.
They'll immediately take that Tier 1. If they can escort this Herald in, they can try to get another slam into the Tier 2, but it's going to get smoked down by Beishuan instead. Whippo flashes in for the face breaker. Double kill for Quad. FlyQuest are hungry for a Game 5. They are 5,000 gold ahead.
BLG, man, the caliber of this team. Kobe, you already said it. They've been to back-to-back MSI finals in a row, and they don't want to be stopping anytime soon. Inspired, trying to get away from Knight's heroic entrance as Busio throws a defensive solar flare. BLG still going forward. Inspired, trying to get away. Whippo's in the middle of everybody, but BLG's too far ahead. BLG, stand tall and eliminate FlyQuest from MSI.
Them hours in the gym, I'm about to go berserk. Count it down, clock is on, tick, 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 let's get it in. Ow! I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed, got the pedal to the metal, can't outwork me. I'm going full speed. Is a base.